smell like donut?
Let's see. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Ready. All right, I want to call our meeting to order. Thanks to everyone for being here today. Everybody that's out here, there's copies of the agenda in the back. If you, there's been a couple changes, but we'll get through those as they come. I'll ask Supervisor Mike Carter if he'll do our invocation, and then Supervisor Lori Smith if she'll do the pledge to the flag. All stand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be here today. Great to see so many smiling faces. We're so thankful for the rain we're receiving today. And with that, let us pray. I'd like to read to you today from James 1, verses 5 through 6. If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all without reciprocity, and it will be given to him. But let him ask in faith, with no doubting, for the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea that is driven and tossed by the wind. We have a lot of tough decisions to make on this board, and I ask that God guide us all today in his wisdom. Amen.
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 I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of
the United
States of America,
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'll ask any of the board members, do any of you have any additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda as you have it? All right, yeah,
I have a couple of questions, but we can deal with them later.
okay. All right, if there's no changes to the agenda, then just do a consensus. Everybody in favor of the standing as it is signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, was that for the consent agenda?
That was for changes in the agenda.
That's just agenda. We hadn't done consent yet, right?
Yeah, we
Okay.
haven't got there yet.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ask Supervisor Leland Mitchell if he'll come forward. He has a recognition that he wants to present. Mrs. Mabel Pullins. Ms. Pullins and her family members. Is she able to come forward? Oh, good day. Yes.
And this is in honor of Ms. Mabel Pullins. She turned 105 last week. And we just want to recognize her. This is her daughter. Ms. Pullins didn't think the inclement weather made for her to come today. So anyway, we're glad and we thank you for coming to represent the Pullins family. I was at the home last week for her 105th birthday. And so, Ms. Mabel Pullins, happy belated 105th birthday. The Franklin County Board of Supervisors join me in sending best wishes to you. You're leading a very remarkable life that is great in years and also great in accomplishments. From a successful marriage to Mr. Charlie Pullins for 74 years, raising 9 children, and so we see that this life was full of blessings. We understand, and these numbers are just beyond imagination, but 74 great grandchildren.
Wow.
92 great great grandchildren. 3 great 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 grandchildren. 3 great 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 grandchildren. So this lady has lived through 6 generations of her family, and that's an accomplishment that our board feels like that certainly we need to recognize her. So you've been able to watch, and you just think of all the changes that she has seen in her years. And, you know, we marvel at what we see in a couple generations, but she's had 6. So Franklin County joins your family and your friends in wishing you a wonderful celebration, a special day that honors your 105th birthday. And so the Board of Supervisors are very happy to publicly recognize Ms. Pullen, and we just thank you and send our best wishes to her today. So thank you very kindly. A little thought from the board.
I'd like to, behalf of her, thank you, and thank all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
105, that's just unheard of, especially what really got me was when he started doing them. You said 4 greats, 4?
She has 6 generations.
6 generations, wow.
And private, it was one more egg. Great-great-great-granddaughter.
Oh, congratulations, ma'am. Kim Cassetta. I hope I said that correctly.
Okay, I answer to all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us here. And thank you for giving us the floor this afternoon. My name is Kim Cassetta, and I am Virginia-born and raised taxpayer. Most of the years I've been in Pittsylvania County, but in the last 5 years I've been in Franklin County. I've been lucky enough to meet some of you in the last few days and over the last couple of years. We appreciate your time, and honestly, as a public servant, I say thank you. Thank you. I've spent the last couple of months working with people and working with supervisors, and again, I say thank you for all you do and your tireless efforts to help out our county. First and foremost, we would like to say we met with most of you. Most of you do know what we're trying to accomplish today in the Pinhook area. I have given you some guidelines on some of the things that we hope that you'll listen to today and the proposal that we have and agree that it is something we can go forward with. We also believe it's a plan that maybe we can work towards for the whole county. We've talked about that with some of the supervisors, and it could be something like a catalyst for our safety and fire and safety and rescue. The story I want to tell you of why I'm here. I am on the Cool Branch Rescue Squad on their committee or board. I am the vice president. I've been working with them for about 4 years. About May 19th of this year, we had a neighbor that had a heart attack that morning. His wife called in to the Cool Branch, which was 5 minutes away. The normal volunteers were not there that morning. They were at doctor's appointments. So it automatically went to the next fire department at Glade Hill. They were already out on a call. The next person that picked up, or the next department that picked it up, was Westlake. So you can imagine Westlake to Pinhook, right at 40 to 45 minutes to the gentleman's home. He was announced dead on arrival when they got there. I can't say, the only person that can say is a good Lord above, if that 35 minutes would have made a difference. But statistically, we know there is a good chance if you can get there in the first 5 to 7 minutes on a heart attack, it would have been, a huge amount of difference in the possibility of him making it through the heart attack. That is why I'm here today. We did not have all of these wonderful people who volunteer can't be there 24/7. We are now in the last 20 years at a point in the United States where volunteerism is, I guess the best way to put it, is at an all-time low. Whether it be because of COVID, whether it be because of the way of the world, the way children are raised, we don't have the younger people that are on these fire and rescue. Not sure what it is, but we've come to a conclusion in the U.S. that in the next 10 to 15 years, we could potentially be without these volunteers. So you know what that'll do to our fire and rescue. So what we have is we need you guys to look at our proposal. We need $100,000, and from there, we'd like to get you to look at what we have and what we need to get our fire and rescue moving in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ooh, that's a
I
loud
appreciate
beep.
it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you. When someone comes up to speak on behalf of the group, don't they get 5 minutes? She only got 3.
Not unless they ask for it.
You asked
Ask
for
for
it.
5 minutes.
You
That's why
did
I
ask
said
for
it.
5 minutes.
Yeah, we did.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, that's easier said than done. So with that, I'll go to the best portion if I'm going to have 2 minutes for that. We've gotten phone calls and all kinds of things, wanted to know why this happened. And we were told that the original fire department had been out on call, and the next department had to be called, which was Westlake. They came over. So we did not in any, it was nothing they did that was wrong. So the only thing we're looking at this point is if we can hire on with our proceeds. We have collected from our Pinhook area over $120-some thousand as of right now. Pennsylvania County is also going to give us $230,000 as a match to what we raise, and as of right now, we've raised $123,000. If they give us that, $140,000 of that goes to apparatus. That was assured to us in 2019, and now we're receiving that. So we would like, because the majority, 5 minutes across the street, is Franklin County tax base, we would like to get $100,000, and we're going to leave that open-ended, but if we could get it to start this off, we're looking at around $400,000 for a 4-year plan, and that's what we're looking at. When we hire, we have already hired EMTs and 1 paramedic. And we've done that because these people work for other entities and want to get part-time when they're off. So it works as a wonderful business plan. These people, we can get a couple that want to work full-time, and then the others pick up 14, 18, 20 hours a month, a week, whatever, and it works great. And we fill the position of the days, which are normally the weekdays, from 9 to 5 when people are at work, that we do not have volunteers. So these people, and plus our volunteers, we have a large volunteer base in Pinhook, and that's wonderful. But it happened to be those times when we don't have it, and we're trying to fill those times where statistically we know what they are and the times that they are. So if you guys would look at this proposal, please, and we are open to any questions. We've given you our phone numbers. Please just give us a call and let us know what other things we can answer and what you would need from us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Well, I appreciate you coming and explaining the plight. I really do. Thank you much.
Mr. Crawford is not here, and we have given this 3 minutes to Mr. Klein Brubaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I'm showing up here, DEQ has a meeting at the Pig River Community Center Monday night at 6 o'clock. And I would encourage people that support the pipeline to show up. My feeling as a farmer, and I talk to farmers, the fences that have been built to keep cattle in are not sufficient. A lot of the pipeline people are not knowledgeable of keeping cattle in. And I think that we need to finish the pipeline. We need the pipeline for not just the people that are in the path of the pipeline to have the opportunity to utilize their land again. The right-of-way would be much reduced. Also, pasture could be utilized and crops could be put on the pipeline corridor. The other thing that I wanted to address in addition to this is natural gas that would be in the pipeline. As a business park supporter, natural gas is extremely important to a lot of these businesses that may be looking at Franklin County. I know before I even got on the board that you sit on, that Rick Huff was getting inquiries about businesses coming to Franklin County. They found out there was no natural gas and he didn't get any more correspondence with them. Today, they don't even have to correspond with Chris. All they have to do is go on the internet and find out there's no natural gas. I think it's a tremendous opportunity to advance Franklin County. If we have natural gas at the business park to enable these businesses to utilize it, and I think it would be a tremendous advantage. I would encourage all people that are in Franklin County to support this. We need natural gas. We need to get over this situation of dividing us, and I sometimes wonder how many of the people that may be protesting the pipeline are not like myself. I've lived in Franklin County all my life. My business was in Franklin County. And I just think that Franklin County needs to address our situation of our young people leaving Franklin County to find jobs paying what we are expecting businesses to pay that will be in our business park. If we can get the kind of businesses that we already have, and who knows, I know when we got Valley Star, I asked Mike Burnett, where was something like Valley Star when we were going over our plans for the business park? He said, Klein, we had no idea we'd get something like Valley Star. Thank you for your attention. Thank the people for their attention. I appreciate if they'd show up.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Klein.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I could, 1 minute. I also would like to encourage people to attend that meeting. We have a lot of lake folks here. You realize Mountain Valley Pipeline cuts a 30-mile swath across Franklin County. It is on our entire watershed, which empties into your lake. If you're concerned about erosion and sedimentation, I would attend that meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Okay, now we get to our consent agenda. I'd like to remind the supervisors, if they have any questions about the consent agenda, to contact staff prior to the board meetings to check with these questions. It may help in the, on this. So what's your pleasure with the consent agenda?
I'd like to
Mitchell.
pull number 3, and I have a comment in regards to asking questions before the meeting. I'd like to start getting the agenda a little bit sooner than Friday, because we read it on the weekend. It basically leaves Monday for us to call staff, which is the day before the meeting, which is very hard to get a hold of. I'd really like to get the agenda where I have a couple more days to call staff and actually ask these questions that you're referring to, Mr. Thompson. But I want to pull number 3.
Anyone else?
I have a question on number 3 also.
Okay.
And, number 4.
3 and 4? Anyone else? All right, what's your pleasure on 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7? I get a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7 as presented.
Seconds.
Got a second? Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call on that, please?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Condon.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, these that we pulled, 3 and 4, is this gonna take, the time? Do we need to do that, or can we keep going and then come back? See how our time works out.
I just have questions on number 3, Mr. Chairman. We
Yes,
can do
sir.
it. We can do it later. It doesn't matter to me. It's your meeting.
Mr. Mitchell?
I'm fine later.
All right, we'll come back. Let's see what we do with our time, and we'll come back to this. Madam Clerk, if you'll make sure that we do that. I'll make a note here. Come back.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes, sir.
I need to ask Mr. Harrison in the back for some assistance. I'm having some technical difficulties.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I just got a text message, Madeline, that the live stream is doing a lot of buffering. If you can get John to look at that, it's not working right now.
Well, I'll let him my emails.
Has this got to do with the storm? Mr. Daniels, Todd Daniels with VDOT.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good to be with you today. As usual, I've got a fairly brief report, but I will say a little ahead of time, I'm going to take great pleasure with the last statement I give you. It's been a long time coming, but we'll get to that shortly. On page 1, for work in previous 30 days, we've you may have seen some patchwork we've completed on Route 116, which is similar to patchwork we've been doing all over the county. And I do get some questions about, why do you do that? It's just kind of unsightly, but it's a preservation method. It's a way for us to mill and patch those worst places to extend the life of the entire segment of pavement. And what I mean by that, our roads are rarely paved from one end to the other unless it's a very short road, but we do pave sections or segments of the given road, and we do interim patching to help extend that service life. So that's why you see a lot of that patching going on. We completed a low water structure replacement on Clark Hollow. We've done several of those over the past couple of years, and those have been very successful. Looking forward to the next 60 days, you'll see some more of those patching activities going on 220. Mr. Mitchell had asked about some patching at the Route 40, the 220 bridges over Route 40. You'll see some of that activity taking place. And also on Sontag Road, Route 619, we'll be patching various places throughout Route 619. One item that's not on your report that we recently worked through is Coles Creek Road. We're going to close Coles Creek from September 27 to October 8th. That'll be between Calico Rock and Durley Knob. We're going to do a fairly decent-sized culvert replacement. It's a fairly easy detour, so shouldn't be a big impact, but I wanted to note that it's not on your report. Well, moving on to page 2, our bridge over Tharp Creek on the west end of 40 is complete. If you remember, we did a superstructure replacement, so we gained an unrestricted, a bridge without a weight limit. We didn't improve the width to any extent, but we just did a superstructure replacement. The Hardy Road 122, Hardy Road Route 636 and 122 Booker T. Washington roundabout is scheduled for a traffic switch this Sunday. I did talk to the inspector this morning just to allay any concerns that this weather today and tomorrow and early Thursday wouldn't have any impact on our traffic switch, and as of now it does not. We'll have some work to do in traffic even after we make the switch. The traffic will not be on the final paved surface. There'll be more paving to do. That'll happen under a flagging operation. So the traffic impact won't be totally eliminated, but the traffic will be in the roundabout pattern as of Sunday, Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, when all the tie-in work gets completed. So there'll be work left to be done, but a big, big step in this project. I'm going to move on to page 3. Route 220, bridge over Back Creek. So as some of you know, it is open to 4 lanes of traffic. We've done our final paving. I talked to the area construction engineer yesterday about this. There's work to be done yet to do a little repair work and some final tidy up items. We're looking at another month or so, but for all accounts and purposes, we are open, and we're glad to get that project completed. The last item on page 3 is the 834-670 Brooks Mill Road, Burnt Chimney Road roundabout. And not a big update, but you may see some utility relocation activities taking place as part of the preliminary work leading up to that project. It hasn't been advertised yet, but the utility relocations have to take place, obviously, prior to construction. So the last note I have, and I do these reports for you, and I'm going to hold this up for you. So I put this on here in red, if y'all can read that at the bottom, for 718 Colonial Turnpike. So Mr. Mitchell Mr. Leland Mitchell, as long as I've been working with this board, we've been talking about Colonial Turnpike and the bridge, where it was in the plan many years before I ever came to Franklin County, working with you all. And I am happy to report to the board that that bridge is complete. It is open. We've got a well-built 2-lane concrete bridge with some shoulder, but a bridge that'll handle any traffic that we should throw at it on Colonial Turnpike. So that was what I had when I was taking great pleasure in announcing. If you haven't been across it, please do. The contractor did a very good job. We need to highlight that because sometimes they don't. And we struggle making sure we get the product we want and the product the taxpayers deserve. But I think in this case, we as VDOT, you as a board, and the taxpayers of everyone that uses it got the product they deserve. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Anybody got any questions?
I just want to say, the work that your crew did on the bridge on Pullman Switch Road, they did some work a while back, and they went through and resurfaced it this past week. Really did a good job. I've had a lot of good compliments on that bridge because it was rough.
Yes.
And they really smoothed it out well. I do have some concern, and I've had several calls. There are 2 structures, private structures, that are right there on the side of the road. I don't know if they're on VDOT right away or not. It's like 2 double wide halves that are blocking the view of the bridge when you come around there. If your people could look at those, if they're on right away, if we could get them moved somehow. If they're not, I don't know what we could do if they're not, but they are a vision blocker. If you're headed north and before you get to the bridge, you lose sight of the bridge there for.
Yes, sir. And we were aware of that and looking into the right of way, and we can work to get those removed depending on where they are located, like you said.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Hi, Todd. How are you?
Doing well.
Just 2 things, if I may. When we were discussing the roundabouts in my district, for some reason I have in my memory that you all may possess some type of short video or something that's instructive to citizens. Would it be possible to get that link sent to our clerk so we could get it up on our website for anybody that would want to view that?
Yes, ma'am. I will do that. And in addition to just a given video, we've got a page on our virginiadot.org webpage that's dedicated solely to innovative alternative intersections. We'll get that to Madeline. And we've also got some information that we share at our public hearings. I don't know if it's out there on the web, but we'll work to find out what we have and
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing, if I may, I wanted, and Mr. Chairman, this may involve the board's consensus as well, but Todd, I wanted to request a traffic study down at Park Place, entryway down going into Smith Mountain Lake Park. There are many of us in this room, we have worked on this. It even predated me. And we've been doing a lot of work there recently in a reassessment. And I am going to try to bring this project and all of the concerns to a closure in the near term. And one of the problems that is more pervasive, and the sheriff's office has been wonderful at helping support this, but it's the question as to whether we need any type of traffic calming measures in that area. And I know there was a traffic study done in 2014, I believe, but that's fairly old now. And I don't know if traffic studies are more beneficial when it's in season versus out of season, but I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
So as to a traffic study in general, for traffic calming, there is some study involved, some data collection involved, and that's county involvement, VDOT involvement, resident involvement for the subdivision. We can definitely come back to that conversation. We've held some conversations since 2014 periodically about Park Place. I think it kind of quieted down because of COVID, and it was just generally not used as much maybe in 2020. But what we'll do, Ms. Smith, is get back to that subject. I'll tell you, it's already 25 miles an hour. So a speed limit reduction, not that anybody's asked for that, is unlikely. 25 is typically the posted speed limit for a residential subdivision, similar to Park Place or any other subdivision that we have in our system. The traffic calming is most definitely an applicable treatment. There are various types of traffic calming. Some of that can also be found on our website. But we have been working with Lisa Cooper, and we can revisit that subject with her and get some information to you and Mr. Chairman, whoever on the board needs that.
I appreciate that, Todd. I mean, what I had in mind was something more towards speed bumps or something, or I don't think rumble strips are going to be adequate, but I understand the speed limit issue is pretty much off the table.
And speed humps we haven't done any in a while, but they are constructible. They can be placed in the subdivisions, and just to be as transparent as possible, we find they work, but they work in very close proximity to the speed hump itself. So if you take something like Park Place, forgive me, I don't know the exact mileage, but it's a little distance from the intersection down to where you enter the park. And would you put 1 or 2 speed humps? I don't know that. We'd have to determine that. Where do you put them? You'll find that some residents want them in front of their house and some don't. But the traffic will slow down. You almost have to, especially if your small car, what have you. But then they don't slow down as much in between them. They help. Don't get me wrong at all. They definitely help. How they're funded is part of that conversation. It's not like it's a super high dollar item, but it is something we'll discuss too.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Mitchell?
Hey, Todd.
Yes, sir.
As usual, thank you for everything you guys do. A couple of things. One, I support Ms. Smith and what she just talked about. Two, I mentioned to Brian, this road splits mine and Mr. Thompson's district, Iron Ridge Road. Mm-hmm. But when you're coming down Iron Ridge Road to 220, to turn left to go north on 220, there's no sight distance at all, hardly. It's gotten really bad. There's a lot of overground. I don't know how much right of way y'all have there, but we really need to get that cut down. I know the gentleman that runs that business there, and I'll be glad to talk to him for you if it isn't in y'all's right of way, but I'm sure he wouldn't have an issue with getting some of that cut down. In a big truck, it's very dangerous. So I want to ask you a question. This is a VDOT related question to something that's getting ready to come up in our meeting. I feel kind of left in the dark on this because it was just brought to my attention last week. The new Glade Hill Fire Station, VDOT only approved 25 cars a day in and out of the entrance off of 40. Mm-hmm. Meaning if one car pulls in, one car pulls out, that counts as 2. So that's 12 and a half cars a day is the way it's been told to me. Why I wasn't told about this, or it's never been brought up in any of our meetings or discussions on the Glade Hill Fire Station, don't understand that one. I talked about this in June where people were told staff to not let stuff like this out of the bag, which really upsets me. But I want to ask you, you know about this because you're our VDOT guy for Franklin County. Mm-hmm. What does this mean? Who monitors it? What is the liability for this county if we're breaking that rule? We have a fire department with over 40 members, 1. 2, when there's an event held at this proposed new station where they're doing a spaghetti supper, car wash, whatever it may be, you could have 100 to 200 cars a day in and out of that facility. So who monitors it? What's the liability for this county on that entrance and exit off of Route 40?
So, Mr. Mitchell, just to clarify one point first, the 25 vehicles or 25 cars a day, as you stated it, is an accurate number relative to the question, but it's actually 50 vehicles per day. So those 25, when they go in, you assume they leave. So 25 times 2 equals 50. So that's where the 25 comes from in the formula. Now, what that's related to is what's called a low volume commercial entrance. So any commercial operation, or no different from coming into Summit View on a state maintained road when they come in the system, or or a business coming onto Callaway Road and entering onto a state highway, whether it's secondary road, primary road, or what have you. Our part in that project development is the commercial entrance. A fire department that at a given county builds is no different from a Walmart as far as commercial activity, right? So let's look at them the same. You've got low volume commercial entrances, which are allowed. There's a maximum of 50 vehicles or 50 trips per day. Then you can go into a full-blown commercial entrance. A full-blown commercial entrance has different steps in the amount of traffic and what does it require. There's a lot that goes into that formula. For example, at 40, if you go to a commercial entrance, full-blown commercial entrance, the amount of traffic on 40 adds into that equation. So I compared it to a Walmart, which is not fair, but it's still a commercial entrance. But a business coming on to, say, 40 in Glade Hill would be very different from a business coming to 122 in Westlake. You're talking about 10 to 15,000 vehicles in Westlake, a few thousand, I forget the exact number, 2 to 3, 4,000 on 40. So there's a formula, there's a table, there's a formula that's behind all that. What happens is any commercial development hires an engineering firm who develop their site plan, develop their entrance plan. We look at the entrance plan. We look to the engineer to tell us what's your anticipated use, what's your anticipated traffic volume. Now, we have guidance in our manuals that tell us that a box store, you should expect X. So once again, the Walmart and the fire department are not apples and apples, but they're commercial ventures in our eyes. So what would you expect? You mentioned it, visitors to your fire department staff, whatever it is on a given day. That matters for that entrance. Now, some properties have multiple entrance ways. And how do you manage the traffic coming into your property? In this case, I understand that's the way it's being handled at the Glade potential or proposed Glade Hill site, that you'll have another entrance coming off the Turtle Hill. You've got the entrance on 40, and the traffic will be split. There's potential, I don't have the plans in my head, but there's potential signage to restrict the usage of the entrance off 40. It was our understanding the county was very much desired an entrance on 40, just because of the accessibility, get in and out, get the fire apparatus or what have you. But basically, we look to the commercial entity, their engineer, provide us with the data, and then we ultimately approve it. Now, there's a lot of back and forth in that time frame where we offer guidance. If then, then that, right? So if your traffic is under X, you have this type of entrance. If it's X to Y, then there's this type of entrance, and if it gets way up here on the far end, there may be left turn lanes required, right turn lanes, tapers. There's steps that we take to determine the ultimate design and construction for that commercial entrance. So I don't know if that explains it.
Let me ask you this. With us knowing that in a community event that we could expect a couple hundred cars a day, are you saying we should have turn lanes into that entrance?
No, I would not go as far as to say what you should or shouldn't have without having some numbers behind it. I will say that if you have multiple entrances and you have parking areas and your traffic can be split and it enters in different ways, for example, this is just an example, fire staff, whatever staff you have, volunteer or otherwise, that enter off of 40 and maybe they park. And forgive me, I don't have the design in my head, I don't have it in front of me. And then you've got parking area coming off of Turtle Hill, and that's for events and something of that nature. Then that's an acceptable justification for your given volumes for your various entrances. Now, as far as the exact detail for the Glade Hill site, I don't have those numbers.
Is there restrictions for coming in on and off Turtle Hill?
Ultimately, there are, Mr. Mitchell, I don't know, there could be. Let me say that there could be restrictions based on the anticipated trips per day. I don't recall that there was enough trips per day to generate any kind of turn lane or anything like that. And to keep in mind what I said about the difference between 40 in the Glade Hill, Union Hall, wherever, compared to Westlake. It's, that's a valid comparison. So then you compare Turtle Hill. The classification of the highway matters. So now we're talking about a secondary road, lower classification, lower volume on your highway to start off with. So you can, in effect, have more trips on your secondary street entering your commercial entrance than say you could, let's go to Westlake again. That commercial entrance in Westlake will trigger a turn lane much, much, much faster than commercial entrance in a more rural area with less traffic volumes.
Yeah, so hypothetically speaking, knowing that there's restriction on the number of cars a day off of 40, if there were to be an accident there and someone were to find out that there was more cars coming in and out of that entrance for the day, this county's liable.
I can't speak to that. Obviously, I'm not an attorney. What I can say is that we look to, so once again, every commercial development ultimately has an engineer that's designing it, submitting the numbers, doing the research. They've got guidance that is standard practice in the engineering community. They tell us what they anticipate. Now, I will say that those numbers don't just apply to the given Tuesday morning. You know, that low volume commercial entrance applies across the board, and based on that information and us approving a low volume commercial entrance, we would anticipate that entrance would be used as a low volume commercial entrance. And that's what we look for, and that's how we ultimately approve and get to a final product for any commercial entrance.
As usual, you have given me a brilliant answer, and I can't thank you enough. I apologize for putting you on the spot. That's all I've been told since of all the conversations on this fire station. You are the only one that has given me that information, and I thank you for that.
Mr. Cundy?
Yes, sir. Getting back to what Mr. Mitchell was saying, we got two places that people can go in and out of, and I think that will take care of the volume of anything that we decide to do as far as having a spaghetti supper or whatever like that. A whole lot of it depends on the citizens. You know, don't everybody stop for a stop sign. So I personally myself, I see no problem with having two entrances. Now, as far as the commercial entrance, the firefighters and everybody know what that entrance is for. So I really don't see a problem with having, you know, entrance and exit either way. I think it'll handle the volume. I think it, in my personal opinion, but I'm not you and you're not me. But like I said, I can't see any problem with it myself.
Yes, sir.
Now, getting back to my wonderful Back Creek, getting back to that, I tell you what's true. I was amazed this week. I went to Roanoke as usual, and I didn't have to put a lid on my coffee going across that bridge. It felt pretty smooth. I was really tickled to death. I ain't kidding you.
Did feel a little bit of a wave if you were in a travel lane going north. It's still a little bit of a...
Well, yeah. But see, I had my wife holding a cup of coffee too. And also getting back to the bridge on Colonial Turnpike, I have nothing but the highest regard for the people who built that bridge. They were ahead of schedule. They did a wonderful job. They were great with the community. I just, I can't say enough about it.
Yeah, Mr. Cundiff, and I tried to make a point to say that because we do not always have this successful a project. I've got an example in Bedford County that is quite late and has been a hindrance for the community around it.
Right.
But I've heard that message, that the contractor did a great job. They were a great community partner. They did finish early. We put incentives in contracts, not every contract, but some, on purpose for a contractor to give him something to reach for. And this particular contractor did everything that was required, and it's my understanding we'll get that incentive. So I'm glad for them, but it's also a benefit to us as well.
Well, like I said, I once again, I want to thank them so much for what they've done. I thank you all for what you all do, because I know you got behind them being pushing them along. So, but like I said, I just took the death on Back Creek, just go across there with my coffee lid off.
I'll make sure that
But no, but I do thank you all very much.
Anyone else?
I'd just like to say that on behalf of the neighbors, on the bridge, the completion was scheduled for December the 31st. They're already done and gone. And as I recall, I've not received a single complaint from citizens because of having to drive around. And it was, as Tommy and I have talked, it's a right good ways to drive around. The detour was really an inconvenience, but no one complained. And I'm very grateful for the work that was done and it was finished, and that we were able to get it finished before we had a tragedy. And many thanks from the neighbors. A lot of them live right there in the culvert with it, and so it was just a great good deal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we've been asked to take a quick break because we've got to do something with the technical. Mr. Carter's not going to be with us in person. He's going to be there, so I ask you not to go too far because it won't take but a couple minutes to do that.
Thank you.
All right, it's my understanding that the way this is gonna happen, the next one with Mr. Carter, Ryan Carter, he's gonna be on the phone, and Mike's gonna be up front here advancing the slides, and he's going over there and gonna push a button. All right, that's how it's gonna do. Mr. Carter, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you loud and clear. You have the floor.
Fantastic, thank you, sir. Appreciate the board's patience and understanding, and all the assistance. We're gonna make this work. So, for your monthly finance report, this will be through August. Mike, if you'd advance the slide, please. We're looking at the general fund for what we would normally see the end of August for 2 months out of the fiscal year. What we look to see is about 16.7% of actuals compared to budget. So when we look at our revenues, there are no concerns. Anything that we would receive monthly would be at that 16 to 17% ratio within a reasonable variation. We see a similar thing on the expenditures. General financial administration is up at 22%, but that goes back to the similar explanations previously of insurance and maintenance service contracts and things that are paid up front. So if we'll go to the next slide, we'll graphically see a picture of the revenues. And so really you see a large gap in August. The explanation for that is in August of last year, we received almost $5 million in CARES Act money. So that's fluctuating what you look like in the comparison. Without that $5 million, we're about in line with where we would expect to be on a revenue comparison. Next slide. So graphically, it shows a similar thing. We break down the revenues in those major categories. So general property taxes, which again, they're not due yet. They will be due December 5th of this year. You have a small amount of collections, very similar when compared to prior year. Same with our other local taxes. Realistically, that's our sales, meals, occupancy. You can see the large increase last year in the green line in our revenue from the Commonwealth, and there's your CARES Act distribution that we received. All right, next slide. So to drill down a little bit more on your sales tax, you can actually see for August there's a little bit of a lag. It's actually a little below where we were last year. This would be for June sales. Remember, there's a 2-month lag in how we receive sales tax from the state for our local portion. But year to date, we're still up 2.7%, or about $31,000. And we're at 20.57% of the budget. So we're still in good shape. We'll continue to monitor that. I did see that the state had a very good sales tax month, so that should be something that comes in our September revenue. So it may be a timing differential of just how business days fell on the month. But if we go to the next slide, looking at your meals taxes, for the first couple of months of the fiscal year, meals taxes have performed extremely well. You can see that red line there on the slide. And you can see how much higher it is compared previously for the past couple of years. We're up a little over 49,000, almost 19% when compared to the prior year, so that's a good thing. We are happy to see that. And then we'll go to the next slide, please. So the transient occupancy tax had a fantastic August. Now, I do want to keep in mind that effective July 1st, we did have the additional 2% that was approved in the occupancy tax. So that would have been effective for the August collections, which should have been mostly for July transactions. What you may also have here, because vacations are booked months in advance, there's a little bit of what I'll consider a catch-up for vacations that may have been booked before July 1st. But they're catching up that additional 2% that became effective. I would assume that we would expect to see an increase. One, we want to see an increase anyway, even if you do not factor in the taxes, the 2%, the additional. But that should, I'm hoping, measure and even out over the next 3 or 4 months. Is what we're going to be looking for to try and get something that's little more measurable with what we were comparing prior years. But as of now, great August, we're a little over 29,000, or 44.6% compared to prior year to date. All right, if you go to the next slide. So the expenditures are down a little bit compared to prior year. That is a couple of things. Some is timing. We did see some CARES Act expenditures start to hit the ledger during August, so that's going to be a little bit as to why last year was higher. But also some of it was just timing and the transfer to the school system as to how much money they needed. That fluctuates based on cash flow in any given month. So there's really the reason for the fluctuation. Other than that, we're about in line with where we would expect to be on expenditures. Okay, next slide. So to break it down a little more, I think that gives you a better picture of what we would look at in those categories. So if you keep in mind that we did have our 5% cost of living increase. So the highest expense budgetary item, of course, is our people, the personnel costs of that. And with a 5% increase, we would expect to see some general inflationary increases anyway among the comparison. But you actually see the public safety function is down a little bit, that yellow bar, compared to the prior year, which is the green bar. And a lot of that is the CARES Act difference. So it's netting against that 5%, but you're still seeing a reduction in expenditures through August. Health and welfare is about even. I do want to provide a little information. So we'll go to the next slide. You can see increases in the current year, the yellow bar for social services and their programs. I would expect the 5% cost of living under the social services admin. The programs is similar to what it has been. It's adoption assistance, it's foster care. You can see the CSA program right now is down. I think a lot of that's going to be timing. What we're seeing in the CSA world, especially now that kids are back in school, is a lot of high need children, a lot of complex cases that are probably going to cost a lot of money. And so we expect to see, while we know they'll be managed very appropriately, we're definitely working with our partners on that. Do not be surprised in the coming months if you see some increases in CSA expenses when we look at a comparison. Okay, next slide. This slide really hasn't changed from last month. We're still in an unaudited status. Auditors will be arriving in October, and so we're working on as best as furiously as we can to get those year-end numbers ready for them. So this could fluctuate slightly, but I don't think it would be any significant changes. So we're still looking at about a $9.9 million balance over and above our 20% policy minimum, and that's backing out the school year in surplus that they have currently in an unaudited status as well. And if you go to the next slide. So just a general economic update. Mentioned the state sales taxes grew a little over 20% in August. That was for July sales. We should see any collections from the county in the September revenue collections. So we'll see if that translates on a local level. Previously mentioned, the state has a $2.6 billion surplus fiscal year end. That is a record. I think you're seeing, and what we're seeing is a lot of local governments in the state are seeing similar, because everybody was very conservative in their budgeting because of the pandemic, and revenues really didn't drop off as much as anticipated. So whether localities restored money back or not, as we did, if you remember, we did about a $3 million mid-year restoration last fiscal year of several priorities. We are seeing a lot of higher surpluses than normal across several local governments, and we were no exception. We are really becoming concerned with inflation. August saw inflation of 5.3%. That is 5 consecutive months now of inflation, right around 5%. And so It could be temporary. We're beginning to see sustained inflation, and you're starting to hear some things in economic circles of maybe the Fed takes some action, some different things of that nature. Just it continues to depend on the opening up of the economy and impact. But we will continue to monitor and see how that may impact the county's budget. And with that, next slide, I'm finished. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Board got any questions for?
Well, the only question I have is I hope you get the feeling better. That's not a question, I guess that's an answer, so I hope you get the feeling better. Appreciate everything you do.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Condon.
I got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Mike?
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Doing well, thanks, sir.
So you know me, I'm gonna ask you a question that you don't like answering, but how easy, with what you've just shared with us moving forward, and for stuff I'm bringing up today, how easy will this county be able to absorb or add roughly $300,000 to the operating budget?
It's going to depend on a couple of factors. I would say it would depend on, in the current year operating budget, one, that revenues continue to trend above budgeted expectations. But I also think it continues to see what happens with inflation. If we have an entire year of 5% increases in inflation, I'm concerned we could have a very tight year. It would be difficult for me to answer any dollar amount we make it add until I really see how property tax collections come in, where we're getting into that November time frame. But as a general rule, on a $90 million general fund budget, the way you would add $300,000 is a couple of ways, and that would depend on board direction. It would either be adjustment to some revenues. Maybe we think they'll perform a little better, or it'll have to be we cut expenditure somewhere else in order to make that happen.
As far as operating, we really wouldn't have to address it till next budget discussion for next fiscal year. But with leftover funds, we could address it as an immediate with leftover funds, because right now we've got quite a bit of those, correct?
We do. Typically, we would want to use one-time funds for one-time expenditures. I would always recommend limiting recurring expenditures with one-time money, but in that case, if that's the board's discretion, then yes, we could use some year-end surplus dollars for recurring costs, knowing that does put us in the hole for starting next year's budget process. We'd have to make that up before we could fund any new services.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. That's got to come off the top next year. I get that. So, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
Mr. Carter, as a note there onto the question that was just asked, if the budget is changed more than 1%, we've got to have a public hearing as well, don't we?
That's correct. Anytime in any board meeting that it's adjusted more than 1%, that does require a public hearing. That 1% number for our current fiscal year is based on the net budget. I say that net of the transfers, being as we send a lot of money to the school system. That's about $1.6 million right now. Anything above $1.6 million is kind of our 1% limit, so that would necessitate a public hearing for the board to add anything to the budget at that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Carter, I hope you feel better. Thank you for your presentation today. Hope you feel better and get well soon, okay?
Great, thank you, sir.
All right, last month we tabled the Glade Hill Fire Station. There were a couple meetings held. I'm not sure, and today we're going to get to that next. I'm not sure, Mr. Thurman, if you or Mr. Whitlow, one of y'all want to do a summary on the meetings that we had, how that's going to be taken care of. Mr. Whitlow, you call that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, following the board meeting last month, the board voted to table whether to approve the construction bid awards for the proposed Glade Hill Volunteer Fire EMS Station. until such time, I think, that Mr. Cundiff had requested, Supervisor Cundiff from the Union Hall District had requested putting together a committee or a meeting, if you will, with the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire representatives. Of course, I would yield the mic to Mr. Cundiff regarding that committee meeting. But in summary from that meeting, it was suggested that the architects meet with Mr. Thurman and then also get back to the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Chief in terms of any possibilities in terms of modification to the design to address any of the concerns that the Glade Hill volunteers may have discussed. And from that, any implications in terms of the current set of plans, in terms of what was bid, and then the bid, the integrity, I guess, of the construction bids and so forth. So, Mr. Chairman, I would certainly yield the floor to Supervisor Cundiff or others in that meeting. And I understand Mr. Mike Thurman and Mr. Jack Murphy of Thompson are here today to answer any questions that the board may have.
Mr. Thurman, you want to come forward and address that meeting? Because I know you went back, when we came out of there, we had some questions, and then you went back and addressed those with Jack Murphy, with Thomas and Littens and the appropriate people. Will you go over those findings with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We did, after the meeting on, I guess it was September the 2nd, with Supervisor Cundiff and the group, there's about 6 or 7 of the volunteer fire department folks there. We heard their concerns, and at that time I was requested to get with the architect and see if there were any tweaking to the plans after hearing those comments that we could do and still maintain and award the bid to Blair Construction, which is due to expire this coming Saturday, September the 25th. So I asked Jack to come down, I think it was September the 8th. We met with the Director of Public Safety, Billy Ferguson, Chief David, as well as Mike Pruitt of the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department. I wanted Jack to hear those comments directly. There was a lot of them, as you'll recall, in the meeting on September the 2nd. There was a lot there to be able to hear and understand everything that was being requested. And as in your, we included in your packet a copy of Mr. Murphy's letter dated September the 10th. Basically, it's the opinion of the architect that there's not enough that we can do as far as moving walls. It's not as simple as moving a wall. When you move a wall, literally it was not as simple as moving any walls. The Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department basically was asking for separation of the career people. We were going to have to duplicate a lot of services within the building. And pretty much it was determined that it was going to be hard to do, and again, like I said earlier, maintain and award the bid to Blair Construction in a timely manner.
Mr. Cundiff, you got anything to add to that?
No, but I do appreciate the input of the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department. I appreciate Mr. Thompson-Litton coming back and working with us and see what we could do. I truly do. I thank everybody for the input. But, you know, as the old saying goes, it is what it is. And I appreciate it. Mike, I appreciate you working with us trying to get this worked out.
Does that raise any other questions from any of the board members? Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, just for Mike?
Say that again.
This question is just for Mike?
Yes.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mike.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thurman, for that and for your efforts this week or this past month. Okay, I'll open it up now for board discussion and we've got to do a motion today. I'm going to open it up now for board discussion. Anybody, before we do an motion, do we have anything that hasn't been said that needs to be discussed and talked about?
I just have one quick comment. I came on this board in January of 2016, and one of the first meetings we were discussing building a new building at Glade Hill Fire Department. And I think Mr. Cundiff probably remembers, I asked a question sitting right out there, why is the county building volunteer fire departments? And it was explained to me the condition of the building, and this has been an ongoing project for several years, started with, I think, Mr. Cundiff's brother, David, and a prior chief, Chief Cundiff down at Glade Hill. And I reiterated, I had issues with the county building volunteer fire departments. And then we designed a committee to look into it and come up with a design where we worked with the chief at Glade Hill and public safety representatives. And we met several times. We went on a field trip and looked at some buildings. And I committed to Mr. Cundiff at that time that I would support this project to get it moved forward, designs, and support getting it till we got a bid so we could see some actual numbers, because up until that time, all we had was guesses and estimates. And I supported it 100%, and I'm very appreciative with Mike Thurman and all the work he put into it, Thompson and Litton, the hard work they put into it. But I have issues with the county building volunteer fire departments. And that, the issue there, and I supported it until we got the numbers. Once we got the numbers, my personal opinion, I just felt it was just too high. With that said, last month before last, I made a proposal that instead of the county building volunteer fire departments, let's make some money available in the form of a grant to our volunteers and use carryover funds, whatever how we decide to fund it, but put the controls and the designs into the hands of the volunteers. And I would like to see this be the first of those projects that we do that with. You know, I think the volunteers could probably do it a whole lot cheaper than the county can do it. Plus, they would build what they see that they need and not what we see they need, because we might not see eye to eye. I still respect the wishes of my colleague, Mr. Cundiff. I understand where the hard spot he's in, and I wouldn't want to be there myself. But for me personally, I just cannot support the county building volunteer fire departments. Now, if we want to go out and build a building and house our paid crews and strategically put them throughout the county, that would be different. But it just gives me a lot of heartburn to build a facility for volunteers. And I guess, and I might be biased because I am a member of the last formed fire department in the county, and we built our building ourselves. The county did not contribute any money. That gives the community a whole lot better sense of pride in that building and ownership in that building. Again, this is Tim's opinion. I've reached out, I've let Mr. Cundiff know because I didn't want him to come in blindsided thinking that I was going to vote in favor of the county building. I explained it to him. I think he sees where I'm at. I just cannot support the county building this building for Glade Hill. I think we could better make money available, work it through the Firefighters Association, make it through a grant, let them come in with the building that they designed, that they need, and the county step away from it. That's just my opinion. That's where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Smith?
Thank you. I have stated my opposition to this project in the last few meetings, which foundationally it's, my disapproval is based on a project being $2 million over budget. It's taxpayer money that we've been charged with on your behalf. Have a big problem with that. I've been giving this a lot of thought over the last few weeks, even as we continue to have feedback. I have a couple questions, and I don't know whether they can be answered, Mr. Chairman or Mr. Cundiff, in this venue or not, but I am struggling because my understanding is we've got volunteers, Glade Hill volunteers, who are not going to work out of the new station. They have signed a document stating such. And so who is this building for? Because from day one, this has been billed as the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department. And the Glade Hill volunteers, in large part, are not going to participate. So I question the validity of building something that is non-responsive. And it's non-responsive perhaps from the perspective of the volunteers, but also from the fact that it's way overkill for what we would be doing across the county in terms of replication for other volunteer fire departments. Another consideration that I had given, this board has been starting to begin active discussions on county infrastructure and on economic development and the Union Hall Village Plan. Mr. Cundiff is leading the effort with staff on that to get that revitalized and up and going again. And I asked myself in my thinking, if Mr. Tatum's approach was to move forward and we had a grant available for them, we know we've got challenges at South Lake with fire and rescue with the Pinhook area. So, what if we put, a volunteer fire department down there with a portion of this money? We've been having lots of discussions with Cool Branch that really are not resolved. So I'm trying to figure out what is the most efficient use of dollars in this regard, especially in light with timing that the board is going to go into a public safety work session in the months coming up in the near future. And so, I get concerned about making capital decisions when we don't even know where we're going to end up in those conversations. So those are three considerations, Mr. Chairman, that I've been thinking about and trying to get to a better place in my mind. But I cannot support this project as it's presented. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mitchell.
So, Mr. Tatum, I would encourage you to make a motion for your idea later in the meeting. I think it's a wonderful idea. Lots of things I want to say about this project. This was handed to me by our clerk, Madeline, before the meeting today. And I don't know if I really need to say anything. I'm just going to read this letter. And it was addressed to me, not the board. So I'm the one that has a copy. I will give it to Madeline after I read it so she can document it on the record. The following members of the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department do not support construction of the proposed facility to be located on Turtle Hill Road in Union Hall. We will not operate in the new facility if constructed. We also do not support transfer of any equipment from the volunteer firehouse to the new facility. The Franklin County Volunteer Association 100% supports the members in our opposition. I've already brought up earlier they've got a comment in here about the 25 vehicles a day. Here's the names on the list: Carl Cundiff, Scott Smith, who's the treasurer, Scotty Smith, lieutenant, Chris Craighead, Mark Atkins, Alan Richards, board member, T.W. McCall, board member, T.W. Wilcox, Jim Holland, David Perdue, Stephen David, the chief, Wade Martin, I believe, Brandon Nichols, first lieutenant, James Hall, Dylan Taylor, firefighter, G.A. Richards, lieutenant. Can't read that name. Mike Smith, assistant chief. And there's another name on here I can't read. So I look at this, and we're talking about spending this money when 20 people who are the officers and most of the board members of the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department say they will not go to the new station. My first question is how did it come to this point? This is an absolute disaster. We're talking about spending $5.2 million on a project, and the people that we originally were supposed to build it for are now saying they will not operate out of it. So 13,000 square foot building for basically 2 full-time paid public safety employees. and then the handful of volunteers that are going to go down there and run out of it. This was just given to me today, Tommy. I'm sorry, buddy. Complete waste of taxpayer dollars, in my opinion, that now it's come to this point. If this is the case, you don't need an engine, tanker, brush truck. You don't need 3 bays. You need 1 bay. You can cut 2 bays off of it automatically now, Mr. Cundiff, to save the county some money, because now if they're not going to go down there, and their signatures are right here, you basically need 1 bay for an ambulance and a fire truck for the paid people to respond. So, and from day one I told you, I support building stations for our paid public safety staff all throughout this county when it comes time for that. I've talked to you guys about the struggle of the power and trying to keep it separate. Chief David expressed this to you guys in that meeting. That's why he was asking for walls, so that the volunteers have their space and the paid staff have their space. Let's not talk about the volunteers for a second. Let's talk about the paid staff. This is their home away from home. I know, I used to be one. I'm the only one sitting on this board that's been a paid firefighter and a volunteer firefighter. You need that space. It's like being at home and being in your own space. You eat there, you sleep there. You know, and then I'm looking at the agenda, and I'm reading what the architect said, that there's nothing that can be done. I can't accept that. No offense to the architects, but you mean to tell me this is our plan that we paid for, and we can't adjust it? We paid for the plan. Oh, we tell them to adjust it. We don't ask them to adjust it. If you truly wanted to listen to the volunteers to try to fix some of the problem, we don't ask the architects to make changes to make it work. We tell them. We're the board. So instead of trying to rush it through just to be done with it, is the way I feel. I feel everybody just wants to be done with the situation. I can't accept the fact that the architects just said, there's nothing we can do. Yes, they're architects. They can do whatever we ask them to do. If we wanted to make changes to that building to accommodate the volunteers, we can do that. Right, Ms. Smith?
It would cost some money.
Of course it's going to cost money. And I'm sure the architects would love to take that money. But if we could make those changes to work with the volunteers, the meeting last week was pointless. To just tell them, no, the architects can't do anything, was because we asked them. We didn't tell them to make changes. We asked them to make changes. I don't support it. It's too expensive. I mean, you look at these stack of letters we have today of people voicing their opposition to this building, and we're still looking for a motion to vote to approve it. I can't wrap my big head around how this project got so messed up that now who it was originally intended for, they've signed they're not going there. So I want somebody on this board to tell me, who's the building for? If they're not going there, I want it on public record, who's this building for? Mr. Chairman, Mr. County Administrator, who's it for? They're not going right here. Unless we make changes to the building, they're not going. So who's the building for? Is it for the volunteers, or are we now going to just build a building for paid public safety? If it's going to be just for paid public safety, and they're going to operate out of where they're at, if you want my opinion, you cut 2 bays off of it to save the taxpayers of this county some money, and we support the Glade Hill Volunteers with the savings to upgrade their current location and add an addition for what they need and do some remodeling. That would make sense to me, but that's just my opinion. You cut 2 bays off that building, you give that money to the Glade Hill Volunteers. Let them put a nice bathroom in, a nice meeting room, and build an addition on to what they have, and let them operate right where they're at. Now you got your paid staff down there closer to Cool Branch to help with that problem. And I'm gonna say it again. This fire station, we have paid money to get comprehensive plans, village plans for this county to develop. Westlake, look at Westlake. The county followed that one to a T. Look at it. It's grown to this magnificent community in itself here in the county. That was the same plan for Union Hall. Why in the world are we not putting this new station in the proposed town village that would bring the grocery store, the dry cleaner, whatever, the Carillion office, everything that is supposed to be in that town village, all revolves around this fire station, and we're not even talking about putting it there. Why even ask for comprehensive village plans if we're not going to listen to them? We're talking about, building the infrastructure in Union Hall to get Union Hall up and going for Mr. Cundiff, which is music to my ears. It needs to happen. But what are we doing? What are we doing? If they're not going down here, then that station needs to be for the paid staff. Cut 2 bays off of it, shrink it, 13,000 square feet for 2 people every day. Let's cut some fat. Give that fat to the volunteers. Takes care of a lot of problems here today. I don't support it. This letter sums it up. Madam Clerk, this is for you to go on public record, please. Here's the envelope for it.
Any other supervisors got any comments prior to the motions? Anyone?
Well, my comment is we need to back this house up a minute. The volunteers actually asked for more bays. Check your records.
But they're not going there now. They don't need them.
Look, that's not the discussion. Discussion is you said that they don't need it, but they asked for more bays. They asked for more.
That's if they were going to the new station.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you.
They're not going. I'm
signed. Not arguing with you.
Okay, we got to get back into order. Mr. Cundiff has the floor.
They asked for more bays. They asked for a larger living quarters. We agreed to it. We added to it. A volunteer fire member has been in every meeting. Every meeting. And then for somebody to come up and say, no, they won't consider it, totally wrong, totally wrong. They were in every meeting that we had. Matter of fact, Alan Richards found the land for us to put the building on. My brother searched for it when he was on the board of supervisors. Alan Richards found the land, called me up. He said, Tommy, that'd be a good place for the fire station. So we did it. So we followed through with what Alan Richards says, and I appreciate Alan Richards showing me that lot. 834, you can go anywhere you want to based in the county. You can go to Route 40. I mean, you open space. But to come up and say nobody has been considered is totally wrong, because every meeting there was a Glade Hill volunteer fire person. It don't make sense to me that it came up a month that we was going to vote on it. If you had a problem with the building, you've had since 2019 to look at that building and say, okay, this ain't for us. You've had since 2007 to say we don't want the EMS station. That's when the board said any new buildings built would be concluded with the EMS station. And that makes sense. Now, is it going to work? Hey, I don't know.
I'm not
But
disagreeing
all I know
with you, Tom.
is, well, you say no, and I say I don't know. So how do you know?
I'm
what
not
I don't
disagreeing.
know?
I'm just saying if they're not
Mr.
going.
Cundiff has the floor right now. I'll give it back to you in just a minute, Mr. Mitchell.
All right.
We're not going to have the arguing.
I'm not arguing.
We're
I'm
supposed to
answering
be
questions.
professionals. Mr. Cundiff.
Yes, sir. Well, I apologize if I'm not professional. But like I said, this has been in the making since 2016. Everybody has ample time to look at this building. The building was presented in 2019. Nobody said nothing. Zero zilch. And for this to come up like it is now is totally wrong. Like I said, the building is for the volunteers. And it's also for the EMS. because the board said in 2007, we're gonna put the EMS with the volunteers if we build a building. I'm happy with that. But as far as trying to say we didn't look, or we didn't think, or anything like that, no, I will not accept that. I will not accept that. Because there was a volunteer Glade Hill fire person in every meeting. Alan will tell you the same thing. Mike Smith will tell you the same thing. Nothing was done in the dark. Everything was wide open. And frankly, it's got me bumfuzzled too. I'm with you on that part. I am bumfuzzled. But no, I can't accept that. And I'm still willing to work with the volunteers. I'll help them with the MOU. I'll help them with anything. It's just like this right here. One thing that they're talking about is that apparatus. Current plans are to house a Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department engine, tanker, brush truck, and ambulance at this location. As far as I know, Glade Hill has a right of way, has the right to put anything down at that station that they want, other than I need a tanker or an engine to keep the ISO rating. That's the only thing. It's theirs. I mean, it's theirs. I don't understand. But anyway, I'm sorry that it's happened, but I've listened to everybody. I haven't cut my phone off. People have been able to talk to me, good or bad. I've listened. And I've listened to the volunteers. Why do you think I stopped the meeting? Well, not the meeting, but put it off for 30 days. I wanted to talk to them, and I did. Chief David sat on my porch 3 hours Sunday talking. He'd been on my porch before, and I've listened. I've listened to everything. But this is not a one-fix-all situation. I just think that it's a shame that it's come to this point that it's been wide open. What I mean is the volunteers have everything they could have said up until today. So anyway.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple quick comments. Like a lot of other projects, I inherited this when I got on this board. A lot of it had been done ahead of time. I'm not an HR person. I'm not a personnel director. The big issues I see with this whole thing revolve around personnel, public safety versus the volunteers. I'm taking that out of the picture. I look at this as an infrastructure project for the county moving forward. It's needed. They ask for it. The only thing I ask of Mr. Cundiff, if and when he makes a motion, I would like for the signage on the building to say Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Leland Mitchell.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir, I've got some comments, and we've been brought up several times today as to taxpayer money. We have, according to September the 1st, 2021, $368,789.87 has been spent on this project. Now, this is taxpayer dollars. And I see that if we start another project, we're going to throw this money basically in a trash can, and I'm not in favor of it. And there's other things that I'm not in favor of. And if you trash this project, are you going to start another one? How much is it going to cost to start another project of building a separate or a different building from what we have plans for? And when you look at, are they going to hire architects? This, and if I'm correct, these things, I might lean on our attorney, have certain criteria that they have to be built by. These projects, do they have certain criteria that they have to be built by state regulations?
If we need to go into closed session to address the attorney,
That's
we can
okay.
do that if we need to.
We don't need to do that.
Okay.
But anyway, what's it gonna cost to start again and to start another fire station? Are we gonna build it for 100,000? Are we gonna build it for 200? Are we gonna build it for 10 million? We don't know. But anyway, and talking about giving a grant, what are you gonna base that grant on? Is there any, we've not seen any plan or anything about starting another building. And I just can't see, I don't want to face my people with saying, we threw $368,000 of your money in a trash can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll save my comment for just a moment. I'm going to open the floor back up to Mr. Ronnie Mitchell for rebuttal.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I apologize for my unprofessionalism. Mr. Cuniff, I am by no means being disrespectful to you. This is just my opinion.
Okay.
Just like we've talked in the parking lot about it before. I'll address Mr. Leland Mitchell's comment. If you're going to ask a business person if I'm going to throw away $368,000 to save $2 or $3 million, yes. Absolutely. Because that's a lot more money saved for the taxpayers. So that takes care of that comment. Tommy, all I'm saying, there's a letter with the signatures.
I understand that.
That's all I'm saying. What I'm telling you, I'm not telling you anything. I'm just giving you an idea, okay? Make your motion. All I'm saying is, if they're not going down there now, cut some fat. Build the station, cut some fat, take that money, give it to them, let them put an addition on the building they have and remodel what they have. And then everything's all good. That's all I'm saying. I'm basing my opinions off of what's been presented today. Now, I'm not disagreeing with anything you said about what you've done and all the time. Oh, I know you've put a tremendous amount of time and effort into this, buddy. I know you have. I'm not taking that away from you at all. All I'm saying is if they're not going now, cut some fat, give the fat to them, let them spend it on their building, and put your paid people down there at Turtle Hill. That would be my opinion recommendation to you today. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I didn't get it out clear enough.
I appreciate your opinion. Like I said, I've listened to everybody. My phone has not been turned off. I've taken all calls, and I appreciate what everybody says.
I'm good. I just want to clear that up. Sorry.
Anybody else have a rebuttal comment? I have, I'll make my comment and then I'll open the floor for motion. Said here from day one, from the very beginning with this, there's been lots and lots and lots and lots of hours put into discussion. There's been lots of money already spent. I just found out in that last meeting 2 weeks ago that there had been a delegation from the county that went around looking at fire stations trying to get ideas of what to build. I don't know who shared information with whom. And it's a shame if things were not done. But listen, this has been carried on long enough. There's money been spent. I understand the comments that they're not going to go here. I understand that. I understand the comments of a lot of them have made that are going to go there and that are going to staff the building and things like that. This is not a time in today's society for our county to be divided and to be split. It's not a time for people to say, I'm going to get my little red wagon and go home. It's a time to work together for the greater good of the community. And I certainly hope that the professionalism of this board will bring and unite the county and that folks will put their bygones behind. I don't know what's going to happen here in the next 5 minutes, but there needs to be a motion made and it needs to be carried out. At that point, it will be decisions made, whether there will be a fire station built or whether we have to scrap everything and start over again. I do not know what's going to take place. But I certainly hope that this board that's sitting up here, that there's professionalism enough here that we can unite and get this thing together like we've always done in the past. And with that being said, I will open the floor for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to accept the construction bid from Blair Construction of Gretna, Virginia, in the amount of $4,790,000, and authorize county staff and county attorney to sign all necessary documents to approve this contract. Furthermore, I make a motion to allocate $1,924,674 from the capital project reserve and $587,065 from the 2019 capital borrowing accounts fund the balance of the project. I make that motion, sir.
Do I have a second?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second?
I second
I now open the floor for questions.
If I wanted to make an amendment to Mr. Cundiff's motion, is that now the time to do that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cundiff, can you add to your motion that Glade Hill Volunteers will make the decision on which one truck goes to the new station? Will you add that to your motion?
I think I've already said that, but yes, I'll add that to the motion. Like I said, it's gotta be a truck down there.
I understand.
Accommodate-
An engine or a tanker, yes, sir.
All right.
But it needs to, the volunteers need to have the right to decide which truck that is.
Well, as long as either pump or tanker, like I said, to cover the, yeah, that's just fine. I'll put that in the motion.
Okay. That's it. That's all I had.
Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd also, if Mr. Cundiff's in agreement, I'd like to add to the motion that the building signage say Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department.
Yes, sir.
I'll be more than glad for that, more than glad.
Anything else? Any more questions, any more things? It's time for the vote. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith?
No.
Supervisor Tatum?
No.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
No.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes.
Passes with a 4-3 vote.
All right, we'll take a call for a break. We'll take about a 5-minute break here, and then we'll come back with Ms. Spencer on her solar energy facility ordinance.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Lee.
been robbed. He's been robbed.
Well, getting in the candy drawer?
You could say that.
It's gone.
It's all gone. Some pig eat it all.
Okay, we're missing Tommy and we're missing our attorney.
I'll
They're
grab
out
them
back.
if you want to get started.
One's in the back. Well, they both are in the back.
All right, Ms. Carrie Spencer, Director of Planning. She's going to give us a little presentation on solar energy facilities ordinance. Spencer.
Thank you, members of the supervisors, and every once in a while we'll call you commissioners. It's hard to get out of that habit, but I'm learning. Thank you for listening to us today. We've been talking about this for a while. As you know, the state of Virginia has set renewable energy goals for 30% renewable energy by 2030 and 100% carbon-free electricity production by 2050. Obviously, localities are feeling the pressure from that. We had an instance of a development request for the Westlake area, which has been withdrawn. Those of you who have probably heard that. As of now, we haven't received any applications to date. We get inquiries from time to time, but we haven't gotten applications, and most inquiries would rather wait until we pass an ordinance before they submit something. So a little bit of background, we started working on this in January. We gathered input from the Planning Commission. We researched other ordinances. We spoke to industry experts, and we even spoke to potential developers about issues that they've seen, and we sort of confronted them with some of the things that we've been hearing are concerns, especially as far as stormwater runoff and the issues that folks have had with DEQ. So a draft ordinance has been reviewed with the Planning Commission. It's been revised several times, incorporated the input that I just described. We've also drafted language for the comprehensive plan, and the idea is to adopt both at the same time. The concerns that I've gathered throughout this process are listed here. I don't necessarily, unless you want me to read them all, but I will tell you what we've done thus far to address them, if you will. I've also, we have the group SoulSmart. I'll introduce them in a minute. They are standing by, and we've sent them these concerns as well so that they could help address them. Decommissioning was a really big concern. There's always been a decommissioning section of this ordinance, but we made it a little bit more comprehensive by including structures, materials, foundations, soils. Made a very comprehensive decommissioning requirement with a cost estimate required. And before I move on, I'll tell you that I believe we're going to be engaging a third-party engineering firm with expertise in this field to review these applications for us, so that we, for instance, if we get a cost estimate of what decommissioning, I won't have to take it for granted for its face value. Potential effects of solar panel materials on the environment, I will come back to. I'm going to need SoulSmart's help to address that. Visual impact and buffering, we have strong buffering requirements, landscaping requirements in the ordinance now. One of the developers that we just received an inquiry from is doing a visual impact study for their own use for areas of the county that would show us a graphic model of what the facility would look like from the road and from a house next door with our landscaping standards. So I'm looking forward to that and being able to share it with you. Stormwater runoff has been an issue in a conversation quite a bit. The best answer I think that I can give you for that is the third-party engineering review that we'll employ. We rely on standards that aren't necessarily our own. We rely on state standards for erosion and sedimentation control. for grading requirements, for stormwater requirements. So, but because these acreages are large and the projects will be large, we don't need to be burdening our own staff with that kind of review. I'd rather get a third-party expert, if that is your wish ultimately.
Ma'am, on this here.
Yes.
Stormwater runoff and distributing large acres, to me, it should be the same all over the county, not exceptions just for Smith Mountain Lake.
Correct. It was just,
It says
you are,
exceptionally near.
there were
It needs to be the
concerns.
same for the entire county.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and I feel that way as well. There are streams, there are other lakes, there are lots of waters that could be impacted negatively with projects like this. That is on there really just because of the requests that we received in the past and because the lake came up so often. But you are absolutely right. It's concerns throughout the county.
Ms. Spencer, could I ask a quick question?
Sure.
These solar farms have to be located near some type of power source. Is there a way the county could easily identify what areas, maybe work with AEP to find out what areas there is that type of source that would be conducive to a solar farm, so we sort of would have an idea moving forward where they possibly could be located?
We could, Mr. Carter, and we've been asked for by the development community to tell them where these places are. Of course, my first answer was, well, you'll have to research that yourself with AEP, but in talking to our GIS, which is in my department, we are working on that now.
Right.
So, and it's not that that they'll be required, but they will certainly locate near those stations so that it's economically feasible for development.
That would give the county an idea of where these possible sites could be in the future moving forward.
That's true.
Yeah.
I was just thinking out loud when you said that about whether there would be something reflected in the comprehensive plan, but let me think about that later.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. I'm glad that we. The effect on large acreages of farmland has been another concern, and these concerns are coming from different sources. So, different sources around the county, different people, different stakeholders in the county. There is a lot more detail now in this ordinance on what's required at the concept plan at application, including identifying where the active farmland is and soil types. And we've worked replacement of soil soil integrity. We've worked that into the decommissioning process. So the other thing that this ordinance does is it offers a lot of a lot of flexibility for agrivoltaic practices to be conducted under the solar farm panels. And it incorporates that type of industry standards for that and allows it within the boundaries of the other approval requirements. Conflicts with designated growth areas. This was a very big concern in the Westlake area. I've added a section on in the ordinance and in the comp plan. In my professional opinion, we aren't saying that you cannot develop in a designated growth area. It says that you cannot if the development would negatively affect the designated growth areas principles and vision, and not only the designated growth area, but other principles and goals of the comprehensive plan, which is very, very similar to what you would look at any request for a large-scale development like this. But remember, in all cases, you apply due process and you have the ability to review individual applications and approve or deny them based on some very good criteria that we put forth. There have been concerns over regulation and control of the development. I've asked, one of the things I'll be asking SoulSmart to share is some of the controls and regulation that will be applied outside this organization, outside staff, outside the county, that may be reassuring. And again, the third-party consulting expert to review these applications for us. they're a lot smarter than we are, and I think that we could take advantage of that expertise, or at least than I am. I shouldn't speak for others. Safety concerns with emergency response, that was an issue. We've added a section on post-construction safety plan. There are some developers that have even offered to provide training in their particular materials and makeup and where things are and how various functions of the solar facility behave in the case of an emergency. So if we want to, we can, application by application, actually require that if we wish for a certain area, if you feel that that's warranted. The other big question is the lack of lifetime data on solar facilities. They haven't been around all that long. And again, I would like to defer to our experts to just give me an idea about what, and this, guys, this is new, actually. I just added this, so SolSmart's on the on the edge there. SolSmart is a national program with deep expertise in solar energy and local governments. There's the UVA component is from the Weldon Cooper Center, Weldon Cooper Center of UVA, which is a resulting merge of the Institute of Government and Economics and Population Research. So the Weldon Cooper Center, and we have Elizabeth Marshall here with us from that center. We have Nick Kaza from the National League of Cities out of DC, and he is here also to help answer questions. Both of them contribute to SolSmart as a program. Are you there, Elizabeth and Nick?
I am. Yes. Hi, hello, everyone. Good evening.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to throw any punches with the last question that I'm going to ask you to respond on, but I'm going to go back in our list. Are you able to see the screen as well?
Yep.
Okay.
And we should mention, we also have a colleague from Virginia Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy, soon to be Virginia Energy. Aaron Berryhill is with us as well.
Thank you. Hi, Aaron.
Oh.
SolSmart's been in business since 2016, I think, as an organization helping. Yeah, okay. One of the biggest concerns, really, and we'll start with that if you folks don't mind, is the potential negative effects of solar panel material leakage. And I think we've spoken about this a little bit, and you've talked about how you've heard that concern. What can you say to potentially address that for us? Do solar panels leak chemicals into the environment?
So this is Nick, I haven't come across any examples where a large-scale solar farm has seen panels leak or any of the materials leak. The solar panels themselves are quite secure. They're surrounded by aluminum or some other structure. There's glass on top. And the components inside aren't meant to go anywhere. And they can withstand the day in and day out environment of sun beating down on them for 12 hours a day, the wind loads of hurricanes, and even examples of when the panels themselves have been hit by hurricanes down in Puerto Rico and some of the Virgin Islands down there. The panels themselves stay intact. They are ripped up from the racking when you're dealing with 155-mile-an-hour winds, but the panels themselves, minus potential shattering of the glass, are still intact. And for the most part, the materials inside are not hazardous or toxic to anyone.
Nick, what happens as they age?
So, I mean, the most unfortunate thing is the panels age is that they just produce a little bit less energy. There's some degradation that needs to be accounted for. That's always taken into account during the modeling for the system. But they generally there will be besides that, there will be no additional concerns with that aging. I worked in the solar industry on the development side before coming to SolSmart, and often we talked about 20-year lifespan for projects. And even in the last 8 to 10 years, as more projects have been built, as there's more real world data, we've seen those lifespans expand from 20 to 25 years. And now we're seeing up to 35 years. The technology has rapidly improved. They are exposed to real world conditions, not only the solar panel manufacturers that are putting everything together, but the component manufacturers as well, like a DuPont or equivalent. They're testing out the solar cells themselves. They're testing out the back sheets that go on the back of the panels to ensure that they can withstand the rigors of being in an outside environment.
So the concern that I heard from citizens, 35 to 40 years, is really the average lifespan is 20 to 20 years?
That's what it was about 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Now you actually are seeing systems, potentially a lease for the land up to 30 to 35 years.
Okay.
I don't know if I've seen anything to 40 yet, but that could be a possibility.
Is there such a thing as a good panel and a poorly manufactured panel?
It's been a couple of years since I've had exposure to that, but when I was on the development side, there was certainly different tiers of modules, just classified as tier 1, tier 2. I'm not sure if we made it to tier 3, but you look at the health of the manufacturer in terms of their financials, how long have they been producing the panels, and do they meet the various safety requirements that are out there? Are they UL listed or equivalent? What additional testing and certifications have they gone through? Somebody's selling you panels out of the back of their truck and there's no certifications on it, then I'd be concerned. But a lot of the manufacturers of panels have been doing it for quite a few years now.
Who does that regulation? Who makes that decision about whether a panel is? Oh, go ahead, Tom.
I just have a quick question. We was talking about the solar panels, but what about the inverters that's in the panels? I know that we was told at one time every 15 years you got to replace them, and I just wonder if the technology on that has changed.
Yes, sir. The technology for inverters has changed as well because they have a little bit bigger job in terms of converting the DC energy to AC. They do generally pencil in a replacement for an inverter at the 10 to 15 year mark. I think it's going to depend on the size of the system, potentially the voltage, therefore the stress that would be on that inverter. That replacement is generally penciled in during the economic analysis of the entire project. So the system owner operator knows ahead of time what impacts that would have.
So that would mean that we'd want to have interim decommissioning requirements where if an inverter is replaced before during the lifetime of the facility, that's also properly removed. Who reviews the sufficiency of a particular panel?
So I know UL, formerly Underwriters Laboratories, I believe they've just shortened their name to UL now. They are one of the primary organizations that'll do that. I will actually have to get back to you on the other ones that are doing those certifications.
Okay. Some of these questions I'm asking as we're discussing, so I appreciate your you're having this dialogue. Were there any other questions about the materials?
So just add some of those national standards the state allows you to incorporate into your ordinance, which I see you have done.
Yes.
Those are national standards that the state has included in their code that you get to then adopt, into your code as well. So that adds you another layer of protection in terms of thinking about what national standards you should be considering and incorporating into your ordinance.
And we did incorporate them, and these guys,
Yes.
So Smart helped us get the language right as far as what we were incorporating.
Could,
If I drop information into the chat, will somebody be able to record that?
I'm looking around at people who'll be able to answer that.
I could also follow up with an email, but I did want to just answer that UL does have several certifications, and then it is the IEC, which is the International Electrotechnical Commission, that also does certifications.
Nick, if you add that to the chat, we should be able to get the transcript afterwards.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Carrie, I have a, oh, I'm sorry, Mike, did you?
I just have one question. Is there a battery system associated with these solar panels, and is there a possibility of some fires with these battery storage units? Is that correct, or did I read that somewhere?
So I'm not sure if you're referencing any of the specific projects for the county, but for the larger scale ground mounted systems, there's certainly more projects that are looking at the possibility of co-locating the system with large scale battery energy storage. Aaron may have the answer to what type of regulations the state has for either the utilities or the Clean Economy Act. But there certainly are more projects looking to do that. There is a risk of fire. There's been a couple of what I would say high profile fires, one out west, and those the industry themselves have learned from. It may be it was an issue of both ventilation of where the battery systems were stored. They're almost stored in like large aluminum shipping containers. So there's an issue with ventilation. And then when the first responders were there and both opened the door to allow oxygen to mix in, but then also potentially applied water to it, it was a combustible mix. But generally, the engineering of these battery energy storage systems is meant to greatly reduce the risk of fire.
Has what we learned from those fires been codified into any kind of regulation?
I believe it is definitely in the works. I am not that up to date on the large scale regulations for that, but it's certainly something I could look into. And I think you have the bullet point here about safety concerns with emergency response.
Yeah.
That is absolutely one of the best practices that we recommend, is just ensuring that your first responders know about the system and they have access to the as-built and the site plan. They know where the entrance is. They know the contact information for the system owner, operator, or whomever is there. And there's even the opportunity to have the developer pay for additional training for your fire and first responders. So if they do need to respond to an emergency on site, they're going to be well prepared to handle it.
Is it Supervisor Carter? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Lori, did you have a question?
Yes, I guess this is a question for SoulSmart. With respect to, we were talking about the inverters. One question I've had along the way is, the solar contractor will have somebody on site, but is there a need to do interim on-site evaluations of these in a more formal sense over specific periods of time during the life of the project?
There's generally would be a plan, an operations and maintenance plan, where system owner operator would conduct a site visit. It might be quarterly, it might be biannually, just to ensure that fencing's locked and up in shape, the panels are attached correctly. They'll do a lot of visual kind of inspections. It could be something if the county wanted to have an inspector tag along on, or have an additional third party verify. But generally, unless the system itself was impacted through a stressful event, a tropical system, flooding, a very severe storm, there wouldn't necessarily be the need for annual checkups or biannual checkups.
Thank you.
Ms. Spencer, I don't know if there's data on this or not, but are these solar facilities at the end of their life, when they depreciate, is this something that's that you can recycle, or is this hazardous material? Does this end up somewhere in a hazmat? What's done with this?
That's a good question, and what I've put into the ordinance is that every type of material is that they have to submit a decommissioning plan that addresses every type of material that's in the facility. That said, I will, Nick, Elizabeth, or whoever's on with us, I'm sorry. Eric, thank you. Do you have an answer to that, whether some of the material is going to be hazardous and, or how much of it tends to be hazardous? It will have to be hauled off site as part of a decommissioning plan, but as far as being disposed of properly would be Aaron.
So the racking itself, the steel or the aluminum, that can be recycled. There's salvage value in that. Same thing for a lot of the conduit and the wiring, and potentially the inverters. It's large scale electronics, it's wiring. So there's value in that as well. The panels themselves do have components. Some of the raw materials, if there's any rare earth minerals in there, things like copper or silver, that can be recycled. And several solar panel manufacturers actually have their own recycling programs established. First Solar is one of them. They're a US-based manufacturer, and they have a recycling program. So at the end of the useful life of the panels, it would be returned to First Solar, and they would take care of recycling what they could and then disposing of any of the materials inside. There should not be any large-scale amounts of toxic and hazardous materials within solar panels. There's certain states that have looked to set regulations on where they can be disposed of, where they shouldn't be disposed of, and even the industry is continuing to look at that. So I expect more guidance to come out in the coming years as we see more systems reach that end of useful life. And a new industry kind of develop for the domestic recycling of solar panels.
Elizabeth, do you have anything to offer about what North Carolina might be doing in that regard?
Well, I apologize. My internet went out and I dropped off. So I'm just joining now and I didn't hear the very beginning of the conversation. I think we're talking about end of life. Nick was describing components that can be recycled, and I don't know if it was mentioned already, but I will add that in some cases, there is a secondary market for used solar panels. So some of them can actually be refurbished and upcycled, and they don't necessarily all get, broken down and recycled into their individual component parts. So that is another consideration.
We were wondering too if the state of North Carolina has addressed a specific recycling program for this type of material.
So the latest that I've heard out of North Carolina was via their report that came out in 2019.
I'm sorry, Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. No, I haven't. Aaron, do you have any updates from the state perspective on if there's any guidance or recycling efforts that you're aware of?
No, I'm not aware of anything at this time. I imagine it's something that the General Assembly will likely address in the upcoming session. It's something that's certainly been discussed internally.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Carrie, with regard to the decommissioning that we're talking about, obviously that there will be a bond requested and put in place at the onset. Is there any best practice or experience that suggests that there should be a contingency percentage put on that bonding? Because if these projects go 20 to 30 years, today's dollar is not, and probably will not be reflective of what the market suggests in 20 to 30 years. So I don't want the locality to be on the hook for anything that's over and above the initial bond. If somebody could comment on that.
And the percentage of the actual bond itself has to be based on the estimate, an estimate of decommissioning costs. But we can require, and it's in our ordinance, that the estimate is included in that salvage, that it includes allowance for estimated administrative costs and for an annual inflation factor. That said, Elizabeth.
Okay, annual inflation factor. Okay, I just, I didn't know if we needed to be more prescriptive about an established contingency.
What do you suggest there, Elizabeth?
I would have to yield to the experts. I just don't want the county to get stuck. And we don't know what 20 to 30 years of this is going to look like.
What have you all seen, Elizabeth and Nick and Aaron?
I've seen in some localities where they update the estimate on some regular or semi-regular basis to ensure that the estimate stays accurate, given the circumstances that you described. Carrie, I thought I saw that in your draft here that you had built it.
If it isn't, I will make certain that it is. I don't want to hold this up, but that's a great way to do it. Is to require the estimate be updated. Yep.
I would like to encourage some, prescriptive updating.
We can codify that. We can make that a part of the ordinance.
That would be great.
Yep.
And while I've got you, Carrie, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
It's not relative to decommissioning, but would you want me to hold that question?
Have anyone's concerns about panels, materials into the environment? When we talked about inverters, batteries, have we answered those questions? And if not, we can come back certainly, but I'm happy going on to a decommissioning question.
Yeah, I think if my colleagues, definitely, if you guys have any further questions about the batteries, the toxicity, those things, those are really important discussions to have at this point. The question that I had, Carrie, is on number 3 under considerations. It's under processing and approval standards.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, where it talks about the designated growth areas.
Yes.
I am really questioning the way it's articulated, being that, I've been a strong proponent about protecting the designated growth areas in some shape, way, or form. And what this says is that the DGA, when the development would negatively impact future growth opportunities as described in the comp plan and perhaps conflict with other policies of the comp plan. But to me, this falls short of a compatibility evaluation for existing businesses and residential subdivisions and all that might be in that DGA. I know that, we're not going to be doing residential, use, but in a DGA, I would like to see consideration given that we address what's currently there, and not just the future growth, but how does it, I'm very concerned that we get the designated growth areas well articulated, because I think this is going to be could be an up-and-coming problem for the county as we continue to work on our growth areas. And my district is really interesting because when you move outside of Westlake and you head down Booker T. Washington, when you go down a little bit further, you've got a farm, as an example. In the DGA, you've got a farm. So we've got a farming operation in a designated growth area. And so when you start talking about where we're going to allow solar panels, solar farms for a by right use, that's why this is important.
And they won't ever be allowed by right. by the way. There will be a special.
They're
at
all
least-
special use. I
At least a
misspoke.
special use
Right,
permit
right.
requirement.
I knew that.
That's actually something I can incorporate. I can modify that sentence, and I can incorporate an additional strategy or incorporate into the objective of our comprehensive plan.
That would be
So
great.
an objective could be to protect existing businesses, and a strategy could be to take that into account as we review requests.
Because I know with special use permits, we are codified with 4 or 5 things that have to meet those standards.
Right.
To be acceptable, and it goes to compatibility, it goes to all of those things. So we may want to consider some components of those levels that have to be met with a special use permit for solar farms.
And in every case, we'll have our general objectives and strategies of the comprehensive plan in other areas, economic development, other areas of the comprehensive plan that can also inform your decision for a particular site.
Thank you, Carrie.
My concerns are very much what's already been spoken. I'm really concerned when the facility, the life of it goes out, the decommissioning and the disposal that the county could get if we're not careful, have a tremendous bill. It may even have some hazardous material that we gotta get rid of. And then, this here, I too am concerned about the designated growth areas.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't wanna see these things just popping up everywhere. I'm seeing it too much.
Understood.
That's just mine. And, I don't wanna see them just popping up anywhere and everywhere, taking up, some very, very valuable property that can be used. So, because to me, that's just Ronnie Thompson talking. A big lake like Smith Mountain Lake's a whole lot prettier than one of them solar farms down there on 220, down below Rockingham, North Carolina. And anyway, getting back to this, does the SCC, State Corporation Commission, do they have their hands in this yet? Any regulations and rules?
Did Nick or Elizabeth hear that? If the SCC imposes regulations on solar farms?
This is Aaron.
Aaron.
I can speak to that. So currently, most at the state level, most of these solar facilities are being permitted through the state's DEQ, permit by rule process.
DEQ.
And that is currently being updated now. The guidance for that is up to 150 megawatts. Any project above that is going through the State Corporation Commission CPCN permitting process. And so they are looking at this, but it is split between the DEQ and the SEC, typically depending on the size of the facility.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Non-zoned areas have to have a special use permit as well?
Now, since a special use permit is a zoning restriction, the non-zoned areas would be subject to regulations similar to what we do with short-term rentals, where they still have to be built to specific standards. But since we don't have zoning in those areas, it really wouldn't apply.
So how do we protect?
Unless I'm incorrect about that, Steve, I don't.
I think we would have to also add standards into the county code.
Right, that's what I'm, yeah.
If that's the desire for
Yeah.
Black County.
How do we protect my district, Leland Mitchell's district, and Tim Tatum's district? I've voiced my opinion on solar farms before. I don't want to see any in this county. I think they're ugly. They're an eyesore, and I don't think they're as valuable as what Mr. Thompson said that the land could be used for otherwise. How do we protect the non-zone areas in this county? We talked about this 2 months ago, right? I thought we were going to try to push something through. Am I missing something?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, to
Please.
Mr. Ronald Mitchell's points and so forth, and this may be a question for the county attorney. in terms of, as I understand, in terms of utilities, whether it's water, gas, sewer, electricity, it's something governed in the state code, what's called a 2232 review of the comprehensive plan. And so if policies are in place in the county's comprehensive plan, as such, before the board, if you will, can call up the compliance, a comprehensive plan compliance from the Planning Commission. And I may be way off, Mr. County Attorney, but I'm just throwing that out there in terms of how that would apply to large-scale solar facilities in terms of utility generation. And that may be, not putting Mr. Gwynn on the spot, that may be, Mr. Mitchell, a matter that we'd have to.
It would depend upon its definition as a facility.
Right.
And if it's covered by the code as a facility, then it would have to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Or there would have to be would either have to be mentioned in a comprehensive plan, or there would have to be a decision by the planning commission or the supervisor that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan.
We were also talking about siting agreements, and I think we're still working on the details of we would engage in a siting agreement with any potential development that would include how the tax benefit is propagated, and would the siting agreement be able to have some location specification criteria then in the unzoned area, sort of a question.
Mr. Chairman.
Those siting agreements can be handled countywide.
Okay.
Some of the folks on the line maybe give us more perspective from the state level about those siting agreements.
I don't know if you heard that. We're talking about siting agreements and whether we can use that tool to apply to the unzoned area of the county to help with making sure that facilities are sited properly. Is Elizabeth or Aaron or Nick?
We've done some research on siting agreements. The question of exactly how they can be used in areas that don't have zoning applied to them still remains a high level question. But we have seen localities use the siting agreement negotiation process to ensure that projects are designed and executed in a way that is in conformance with their overall objectives and plans. One thing to consider is with the siting agreement, if it's executed, it can deem a project in conformance with a comprehensive plan, eliminating the need to do the 2232 review explicitly. So that's how the legislation was intended and written to be used. The siting agreement was written to be used, so that's just another consideration.
Actually, I think that would solve the issue because if the 2232 can apply to unzoned areas and the siting agreement is replacing that, but when we look in greater detail at the siting agreement, okay, and I know if we need to reach back out to you, Elizabeth, you've been very kind to be available.
Absolutely, yeah, we'd be happy to talk to you in more detail about the ins and outs of the siting agreement.
I just to add on to what I said, sorry, Steve. I think this board should have the right to protect the citizens' interest and be able to have the vote on whether we get, say, yes or no to solar farms. There's certain places where they work. There's not a single place in this county that I think I want to see a solar farm anywhere.
Mr. Chairman.
So whatever we have to do to get something in place to take care of that, that's what I want.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mitchell, I guess we've already got something in place. This board takes action on all special use permits, and until this board passes one, the buck stops here.
That's not what they just said.
Well, I think only in the zoned areas.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about overall, this board has to okay all special use permits. Am I correct?
No.
Perhaps we could craft some language where instead of requiring a special use permit, we will be requiring development standards everywhere. But if we can incorporate a a review of citing, something that would be more related to zoning. We just have to be very careful not to impose zoning in an unzoned area, but chances are we can talk about that further, Jim, in as far as the type of application and approval that we require.
Yeah, but if they meet the building standards, then we have no say-so, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's going to be beyond building standards. There will be development standards, and we're, like Steve was saying, we're going to codify this within the general county code as well.
Okay. I just need to let y'all do your job, right?
Well,
It's all right. We can do our job we know what you need.
That's what I
didn't know if your question was going deeper as to whether or not we could just do an all-out moratorium. I don't know that we have the ability to do that, but Jim may have to check on a moratorium. I'm not sure that we can actually just say an all-out ban.
And it's difficult in light of that very first slide with Virginia's initiatives toward solar energy. But I feel like we've got a really good, we've done a lot of research. We've got a good, strong ordinance. We'll codify it into the zoning code, and you'll have this due process to go through when, in the case of an individual request.
I believe
Mr.
we
Cundy?
already have some things that are countywide that doesn't affect zoning.
We
And
do, in the
Fire
county code.
inspections, am I right, Mr. Sandy? That
Yeah.
are countywide. And, I think if we can do it for one thing, we can do it for another.
Yeah, I believe we could definitely codify the non-zoning piece of it, the review and approval piece, into the zoning, or into the countywide code.
Mr. Cundy?
I have a question. We already have a dairy farm in Frank County that has these solar panels, and I don't know how he got them. I don't remember it coming before the board or what happened. But if somebody like a dairy farmer like this one wants to set up a solar field, so he got to apply for a special use permit. And also, if a homeowner, you see a lot of them now has got these on the roofs and all this, that, and the other. At what point do we start and stop governing this?
We have, we've also written ordinance for what we're calling small facilities, and they can only, there's restrictions on height, light, lot coverage, setbacks, all of those things. And in the case of a solar facility that is not feeding into the grid, that is only being used for its own use, the restrictions that we've written into the ordinance thus far are about not having the solar farm be more of a use than the original use of the property, and that's written into language.
So it's going to be limited to whether you sell it or just use it for yourself?
Absolutely. Yeah, if
Okay.
you're selling it, the restrictions are much greater.
Okay, thank you.
And can you, like, this farmer's uses something like half a megawatt. He cannot go on the grid. You've got to have, 20 or 25 to be able to go on the grid?
We've defined it by anything that's contributing to the energy grid. The as far as the zoning goes, when it comes time to do site agreements and other negotiation with the development, we'll be taking into account that
But I was
size of the
thinking-
facility.
I was thinking that you've got to have so much to be able to get on the grid.
It's a sort of a cause and effect kind of thing, yeah. And I don't know what that number is. What is?
What I think was brought before the board is it's not financially feasible to do to get on the grid. You can't afford to do it.
It's a very good point.
20 kilowatts, I think, is what was talked about before, was kind of a minimum for industrial scale.
Yeah.
Somebody else, did you have something?
I did, with regard to A1 Carey, and those properties that are farmed, and maybe SoulSmart can help me with this. I am concerned about what we know and don't know about the disposition of soil. If a farmer decides to lease part of his property for a solar farm, and then there's a requirement to restore the soil at decommissioning to the original state, that is fairly subjective. How do we know what the original state is, and are there any studies out there that suggest potential contamination to soils so that any of our farmers that decide to get into this, that they have an awareness of what they're signing up for?
I'll answer half of the question and then leave it to SoulSmart, but we do have a requirement to conduct soil sampling to determine what the soil is before the project is built.
Okay.
And
Carrie,
then,
also, there's been a soil study done. You can Google it. It tells you what every soil is in Franklin County.
and that was probably
In the
done
80s, maybe.
for the, perhaps, and I can ask, it's probably done for the suitability of soils for septic absorption.
I don't know,
But it's
it'll
still
tell
going to
you-
tell you what the soil is. It may not tell you whether it's suitable for farming. It's assumed that certain soil types are better for farming, but we can make sure that we're testing to the level of detail that we need to. And Elizabeth, Aaron.
Sure.
Do you have any?
Sure. North Carolina State University conducted a study and published a white paper in 2019 that's titled Balancing Agricultural Productivity with Ground-Based Solar Photovoltaic Development. And that it's a 16-page paper where they looked at the possible effects on the agricultural productivity as a result of solar development and the decommissioning of solar facilities. And it's a great study. I can share it with you, and I encourage you to take a look at it if you're interested in more detail about the subject. Some of the takeaways from that were that I guess there's incentive to maintain the topsoil on the site for reestablishing ground cover pretty quickly as soon as the facility is built. But also we know now more about agrivoltaics, about pollinator species and using native plants to help remediate soils and to help improve soil quality throughout the lifetime of the project. And that's something that can carry over through decommissioning as well. Nick, do you have anything to add about that?
No, there's just been quite a bit of research out there with National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and as Elizabeth alluded to, some universities as well. But the general takeaway is that so long as there's not large scale removal of topsoil and soil from the project site, generally you want to avoid that if you plant or seed some sort of vegetation under the panels, that will actually improve soil quality over the duration of the project. And so if you take just a 20-year project, maybe it was sitting fallow for 5 years and the farmer wasn't farming it, the economic returns weren't enough. He leases that land for 20 years. The solar developer put some pollinator native vegetation under it. After that 20 years, that soil quality and that soil health is going to be better than it was initially. So you get improved soil quality. There's also added benefits of stormwater management and groundwater retention for the soils as well.
And Elizabeth, it'd be great if you'd send me a link to that study. I'd really appreciate it, or the study itself.
Sure thing. I put it in the chat, but I'll email it to you as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Also, this is Aaron from the state level. And I'll clarify my point with the SEC DEQ. That was created to basically streamline the process because the SEC was being overrun by the permitting of these projects. So the DEQ has outlined a number of requirements in submitting for a permit, including sort of the analysis of the beneficial and adverse impacts on natural resources when these projects are developed. So that includes things like wildlife, natural heritage. There is some provisions for soil. They are currently in the process of updating that to include some more specific things regarding kind of the state of soil. So there is a state process for inventorying some of these natural resources that are present at these sites at the time that they're ready to be developed.
And that speaks a little bit to the bullet point of concern over regulation and control over the development, and having us be aware of the other regulation that will apply before, and oftentimes before a solar developer has even, they may start with us to just talk about feasibility and siting, but they're going to do a lot of research and approvals on the state and federal side before they get to us.
Have any more questions for,
I'm good.
any more questions for Ms. Spencer?
Yes.
Everybody, I think everybody's happy with the way you're going. One thing I would like for you to, if there are some training classes for staff that needs to go to, public safety, let Mr. Ferguson know that back there, so that we can do whatever's needed involved with that. Okay.
And before we let Aaron, Nick, and Elizabeth go, is there anything that you want to offer in general, the group, while you have the opportunity?
I would just say that we are here as a resource. If you do have any additional questions beyond the ones that were listed, happy to provide additional resources, whether it's reports or research that we know about in writing, or have a conversation as well, just to answer any questions.
I echo Nick's offer. We at the Welland Cooper Center are affiliated with the University of Virginia, and we have good relationships with other universities across the state. So we try to take a research-based approach to the work that we do to help equipping local officials and staff with the information that they need to inform their discussions with fact-based resources. So if there are questions that come up and you'd like some help finding research to support your conversation, please reach out and let me know.
Thank you, folks. Our next step, the suggested next steps would be for to take these items back to the Planning Commission. I've actually jotted down some text that we can add to the ordinance and to the comp plan that I can take back to them, and potentially hold a public hearing before the Planning Commission in November. So we would talk about it in October and then potentially hold a hearing in November.
Is that going to give everybody enough time to study these papers that we just got?
And I'm happy to send you the revisions.
Are you going to be happy with that, or you want some more time?
I'm good.
Thank you for all your hard work.
You'd be hearing it in December, and I'm happy to send the revisions that I send to the Planning Commission to you at the same time, so that you can.
That would be nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so that you can look at those. Thank you for taking this time. I thought that was really valuable, and I know SoulSmart appreciates you wanting to ask the questions and learn everything that you can.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need a break, or can we go ahead? We're way behind.
Keep moving.
All right. You got Mr. Carter back, or do you need, Madam Clerk, or do you need time to do that?
I think Brian's on the line.
Yes, I'm still here.
All right.
As Brian's getting ready, Mr. Chairman, for this next item, of course, last month, the board, it was requested the board, Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell had noted the concern of our leave accrual for our 24-hour public safety employees, specifically our fire, EMS, and really they are the only employees on the county payroll that operate on a 24-hour shift. And so we certainly want to remain competitive with both our compensation, but also in terms of our benefits. And currently, we do have a pay compensation study underway. But this, of course, is more with our leave accrual. And so the concern being that we may or we may not be in line with some of our neighboring jurisdictions. And so we, as a follow-up to that, it was asked to be on the agenda from last month that the board requested this item today. And so Mr. Carter's worked on this, looking into some other jurisdictions, and has that information today. And I will say Brian can certainly probably navigate this and explain this a lot better than I can. Brian, of course, also oversees human resources, and I know we have other questions there, Mr. Chairman. So Brian, is that a good segue for you?
I think so. I will speak to it as best that I can. See, the presentation is up, so if we'll go to the next slide. This is kind of the look at what we currently have with our employee, what we call them shifts. We have 7.5-hour employees. What that means is they generally work a 7.5-hour day. We have 8-hour employees, and we have 24-hour employees. So to give you a visual of what that looks like, so the first two types of employee work about 21 days a month. It's going to average, but that's how that spaces out based on the work schedules. 24-hour employees are going to work about 9 days a month, but as you can see, they're working 216 hours in those 9 days based on those shift schedules. The current leave that is accrued or earned for an employee that would have 0 to 5 years experience, and that does tier up as they have more years of service with the county. But for vacation and sick, a 7.5-hour employee and an 8-hour employee would earn 1 day basically of leave for a month. So during a year, they would earn 12 days of leave is basically what that equates to for both 7.5 and 8-hour employees. As Mr. Whitlow mentioned at the request of Mr. Mitchell, we looked at the 24-hour, and you can see that they earn 11.2 hours a month. What that equates to is about 5.6 days a year. So ultimately, and what that mean by that is you divide that by 24 hours and the total earned, they would take 5.6 days off. And so there definitely looked to be a discrepancy. And so we did a comparison and some research on what other localities did. One thing I will point out is you won't see a one-to-one typically in other localities. And the reason for what I mean by that is you have 8 hours for an 8-hour employee. You don't see 24 hours in a month of leave earned for a 24-hour employee. And the reason for that typically is those days worked in a month. The thought process that I'm usually seeing with localities is if you're working 9 days, you have the other 21 days, whatever, to handle some business that a 7.5 or 8-hour employee would have to handle and take leave for during the regular work week. So you don't see that. So if we'll go to the next slide, we want to look at the comparison. So at the top, you can see what the county offers now in vacation and sick leave. You have vacation first and then sick leave on an annual basis. And these are all for 0 to 5 year employees, just to be consistent with comparison. Both an employee, 24-hour employee, earns 134.4 hours of leave in vacation and sick over a year in Franklin County. Now, when you go down the list, you look at the sick leave benefit holds up fairly well, but the vacation leave benefit does look like it lags some of our neighbors, particularly a Bedford or a Henry County. They earn anywhere 40 to 60 hours more in a year of vacation leave. Roanoke County, Roanoke City earn more than that, but it's important to note, if you notice, there's a not applicable option under the sick leave column, and the reason for that, they have what's called a paid time off plan. PTO, you see that in parentheses in Roanoke County and Roanoke City. Their plan is combined. So that's all they earn, is the 206 hours per year, and that's used for anything, vacation, sick, or otherwise. As we looked at it, we kind of liked the ability of the sick leave, because when you combine that leave, it's actually a better benefit to our employees than what maybe a PTO option would be at this point, without a lot more work administratively and detail to come up with a plan to implement, because there's some other things that in a PTO plan that you would use if you decided to implement something like that. So one of the things we thought would be comparable and a possibility would be to increase the vacation leave accrual from 11.2 hours a month to 16 hours a month for a 24-hour staff, which is, as Mr. Whitlow mentioned, is pretty much at this point all paramedic, firefighter, or EMTs. And that would be in that 0 to 5 year of service category. So what that would do would give our vacation about an extra 2.4 days, so 8 days total in a year. And by doing that, in your comparison, we would have a total of, our staff would, on an annual basis, earn a total of 326.4 hours, vacation and sick. So on the, what we would consider our peer localities on this list, we would by far be, well, definitely be competitive, but I think we'd be superior to a lot of the leave benefits that our neighboring localities are offering. So that's a lot of numbers and a lot of detail. I may pause for a minute to see if there's any confusion on any of that, or if we're good to go forward.
It's a pleasure. Getting thumbs up for everything, so keep going.
All right, we'll keep going then. So that being said, with that thought process, if we took that possibility as a consideration, of the additional vacation leave, so it would get to 16 hours a month instead of the current 11.2 for our 24-hour staff. We're estimating that would cost about $54,000 a year. That cost is going to vary. There's a lot of variables that go into an assumption on the cost on an annual basis, because they earn it as they work. So it depends on when they take the leave. It depends on when they come in to county employment during the fiscal year. Of course, it depends on who covers the shift when they take the additional leave. So they're earning more hours during the year. They're going to need to take that vacation at some point. Typically, you would have part-time staff that would backfill that. Could be overtime with some full-time, but probably part-time. So considering all of that, in addition to as employees retire, leave county employment, whatever that is, there would be a one-time leave payout for anything that they have accumulated. So we're making assumptions on the 54,000. Feel like that's a fairly reasonable number. So if the board wanted to move forward with that, what you would probably see, and the executive summary mentions, we have some money and the account for the compensation study that's still left. After bids have been back, we have money that, boy, we're going to look forward to using for maybe an early implementation of some recommendations from our consultant. But at this point, if this priority of the board, we can certainly use that money to help move this program forward and begin the increased limits, accrual limits for our 24-hour employees. So at that point, that's the research of staff at this point, and where we may look at a reasonable recommendation. But at this point, be happy to take any questions, comments, concerns from the board.
Mr. Carter, just one quick question on the one-time leave payout that's listed there. Are there currently dollars budgeted for that, or is that something that the departments have to find? I know for myself, when I retired, the sheriff had to find the money within his budget to pay me for my leave. There was no money budgeted from the county. Have we corrected that, or is that still an issue that the departments have to find the money?
Yes, sir, that is still an issue. I keep trying to find recurring money in the budget for what I'll term a termination pay leave or separation leave payout. Each department still has to absorb those costs, and it does impact the departments, especially the departments, whether they're smaller or they have several, or larger with several employees with large leave balances and several years of service to the county. It's a financial impact to the department for that payout, but that may sometimes impact them having to delay hiring somebody just to make that work in a fiscal year basis on their budget. But currently, you're correct. We have not corrected that. We've not fixed that. A department would still have to absorb this leave, any leave balances on a payout.
All right, Mr. Carter, one favor for you and Mr. Whitlow when we start out this year's budget. Let's look at some way of fixing this. Set aside some money for this problem, because in certain situations when you have a time frame where you may have had a department that was able to hire a lot of people at one time, well, as their career comes to an end, they retire same time frame, now you've got another problem. So let's see if we can get some remedies for that and just a little homework. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Okay. We don't have any more questions on that particular part. We're ready to go over to the. All right, Mr. Carter, do you need a vote on this? A consensus? Yes. What would you like to have on this?
I would say if the board wants to move forward with the recommendation as presented in the summary, then yes, it would probably be good to have a vote for staff to move forward on those increased leave accruals.
And this $54,000 per year is going to come, or that you've got right now to cover this, is going to be money that's going to be left over in the study, correct? Is that what you
Yes,
said?
sir. That currently will be money left over in that account. You're correct.
I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to modify the current full-time 24-hour public safety staff vacation leave accruals as outlined in this summary.
Second.
All in favor? Madam Clerk, do a roll call, since it's money.
Yes.
Supervisor Condit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, before we move forward, may I have a couple more comments, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you guys so much. That was awesome. I want to share with the board what y'all don't want to hear. This is the first step in what I think we need to do today. I've talked to the county administrator, Ms. Scott, on what I'm about to propose next. We got a problem, guys and girls. Our public safety department needs our help, and they need it today. We can't wait for a pay study. Director Ferguson is having to ride an ambulance on days he can't find people. We have a big problem. We are running nowhere near full capacity every day. The citizens of this county expect us to have 6 paid ambulances on the road every day, staffed with 2 paid public safety personnel, and we're not getting it. We need to give Director Ferguson, the Public Safety Department, what they need now to get people to apply and retain the people that we have currently. What you got to remember, when a truck or 2 or sometimes 3 trucks are marked out during a shift, the ones that are in service are picking up the slack, and they are getting absolutely destroyed. COVID's running rampant, and it's not going anywhere. We got public safety staff getting COVID, which I want to address something about that here in a minute too, on how they're having to use their time. Are getting COVID. We got people leaving. People don't want to do the job anymore. We need to do something, and I don't want to hear any staff member talk about, well, this is a problem everywhere in the region nationwide. I don't want to hear that. We, as Franklin County, our mission statement states it very clearly. We are here to make decisions to protect the safety and well-being of the citizens of this county. Their tax dollars pay for 6 medic trucks to be in service every day, all day, and they're not getting it right now. We need to spend some money today to attract people to apply for the vacancies that we have, and we need the money to retain the current people we have. I make a motion for an automatic 10% raise today that would have to come off the budget right off the top when we start budget discussions next year. This is something we have to do. This is not good what's going on right now, guys. The staff in this county should be jumping up and down and screaming at this board every month trying to get some help to the paid public safety department of this county. Enough is enough. We've got to do it. I know, and you guys don't know what you don't know, but I do. And I'm telling you guys right now, we have a big problem in this county. Ms. Scott and Mr. Whitlow have given me that number, a 10% raise, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, will cost this county another $230,000 a year. Am I incorrect, Mr. Whitlow?
That's approximate, Mr. Mitchell. I think when we ran the numbers, it's around $245,000, but you're in the ballpark.
I make a motion to spend $240,000 to be taken off the budget first thing next year to give the paid public safety from captains down is the number we got, the ones that are out here running the calls, to retain and encourage new applicants. That's my motion.
We're gonna table that until other matters by supervisors and get back on track with our agenda. The next one that we have here.
Mr. Chairman, I want to bring this up too, if you don't mind, because this is very important. I had a public safety employee reach out to me. I asked Chris about this. And why are public safety people having to use paid time off hours when they contract COVID at work?
Mr. Mitchell, I understand your passion 100%, sir.
Well, enough's enough. These people need our help, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to address this matter.
Thank you.
And other matters by supervisors.
I'll bring it back up. Yes, sir. Sorry.
All right, now we need to go back to Mr. Carter. You still there on the annual leave accrual?
Yes, sir. I'm still here. I think on the annual leave accrual, the vote was good, so I'm done with that agenda, sir.
Okay. All right, now the budget preliminary carryover review.
Chairman, as
all right,
as Brian and Madeline are switching presentations and so forth. Of course, the board held a work session on back last month during your work session time to go over the American Rescue Plan Act and capital programming. That work session for the board to give an overview of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and then also we talked some, and this board has talked on several occasions regarding carryover and year-end surplus and what that looks like. And I will tell you that all the various county departments have put in requests and so forth. We are still vetting most of those requests at this point in time, but we do want to walk the board today what we think is a first pass at some of the significant items I think that this board has communicated to us previously in terms of possible uses of the surplus items, and then also maybe getting some direction and feedback from the board. But we wanted to quickly review the American Rescue Plan Act from the work session last month, and so I think Mr. Carter's got a few slides to walk the board through. In addition, we know that the Sheriff's Department has also reached out to the board regarding the comp board plan bonuses for sworn personnel, both in the Sheriff's Departments but also regional jails across the state. And so we've got a few slides and information that we'd like to share with you all. So, Brian, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitlow. So if we go to the next slide, there we go. Already ahead of me. So so just give you, we're going to start with the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA. To give you a little bit of a refresher, the county will receive, has received half of this number, but will receive a total of $10.9 million in ARPA funding. The Broadband Authority at the last meeting voted to utilize up to 7.7 million of that in the latest body applications. So while it's not obligated at this point, it is something that we kind of take off the top as far as county staff from planning until those numbers are more formalized and awards are made from the body program. One of so that leaves about 3.2 million. If you remember from the work session that we had at the August 16th meeting, there was an overview of some of the possible uses of ARPA money based on the federal guidance and what we would be looking at. At the time, staff was really, I won't say recommending, but looking at the infrastructure piece. So we addressed broadband. Water and sewer infrastructure is next. I think the Union Hall area, maybe South Lake area, there's certainly some areas there that were probably highest priority, if I remember from the Water Authority's comments. And so what we would be looking at is leveraging the state and local and private dollars on these infrastructure projects, because the Water Authority would be looking to contribute almost 50%, if I remember, to make some progress there for that area. Either way, staff wants to move forward from a sense of getting some guidance on where we go next with the rest of the ARPA money. In order to, we mentioned this previously in the meeting, that 1% limit per state code. If we appropriate anything over that, which currently is 1.6 million, we have to hold a public hearing. So that this 10.9 million in total that the county will receive would definitely exceed that. So ultimately, we wanted to have a discussion maybe around the board's thoughts about the infrastructure. So we'll go to the next slide and see if you have any questions specifically to staff, but also if you're comfortable with an infrastructure approach, staff will put together something for a public hearing at the October 19th board meeting. And that would basically be to appropriate the money. What I want to be clear about is a public hearing and an appropriation of money does not obligate the board. The only thing that obligates the board is a signed contract, and none of that is anywhere near able to be taking place at this point. But because of the sequence of events that has to happen in order for us to get ready to start spending this money, wanted to put this back in front of the board and kind of hear some feedback or comments. If you're not comfortable with the infrastructure plan and some water and sewer that we're looking at, if you would like staff to look into some other areas, be happy to do that. But wanted to get your feedback and see if we could look to schedule a public hearing at the October 19th meeting. And I'll pause there.
What's your pleasure?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So this is infrastructure. Is there more to this as far as what we're going to talk about for the sheriff's office? Because I haven't seen that yet.
Yes.
I just don't have anything in my, I mean, this is all I got. Is just
Yes, we'll be talking about the carryover in terms of next.
Okay, yeah, I'm good to move on, Mr. Chairman.
And you're in surplus. Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage the board to support the infrastructure use of that 3.7, reminding the board, that we are engaged in economic development initiatives, and again, stating the Union Hall Village plan is getting underway, and as we look to, look at where the gaps are, we all know we've got needs in that area, so I would highly encourage the board to support infrastructure for that use.
Anyone else, any more comments?
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to come up, and you may answer this in a few minutes when we discuss the bonuses that the sheriff has requested. The ARPA funds, can they be used toward the bonuses that the sheriff has asked for?
They can, Mr. Tatum, and as we discussed last month, administratively, it looks like the way the ARPA funds, and Mr. Carter's on the line and certainly has studied this more than I have, but the American Rescue Plan Act dollars can be used for what's called various categories, premium pay and so forth. But as we discussed with the board last month, staff, in terms of looking at that, the administrative burden is far greater using the ARPA funds and a little more complex. It can be done. That being said, our recommendation is if the board were to consider, again, looking at comp board bonuses and so forth, matching and so forth, looking at the year-end carryover. So, and then leveraging those American Rescue Plan dollars with the Water Authority to make some significant infrastructure investments, much like we did with broadband. So, but we do have some slides coming up to walk the board through that with the use of potential year-end carryover and how that can work.
Mr. Cundy?
Yes, I would support using the money for the infrastructure. Also, we have a lot of projects that need to get done. A lot of people have been waiting on water, and I think we should use the money also for infrastructure funds.
One more quick question, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. Steve, in that infrastructure, that's got all that broadband that we talked about, like even stuff in Callaway and everywhere we talked about, right? Okay. All right. Move on. Thank you.
And I would remind the board, we're anticipating infrastructure funding. I don't know when that's coming or what that's going to look like.
That's right.
But that's coming.
Thank you.
I think the consensus of the board is for you to move ahead with putting your presentation together to go to the public hearing schedule. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, I've mentioned before, Snow Creek Rescue has asked for some support in funding for a bathroom situation where at least they could shower after they made a call. And I would like to see that if we could put some money somewhere to assist them in, because with COVID, they're hesitant to run a call and then carry, I guess you'd say, their dirty clothes home with them.
Yes, sir. All right, is it the approval? Do you need a vote on this for the American Rescue Plan, the ARPA funds? Are we satisfied with the consensus, Madam Clerk? All right, so the consensus of the board then is to move forward with your presentation on the ARPA funding as presented, correct? Yes?
And to schedule a public hearing for the October meeting.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
All right, now we want to go to the carryover funds.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, so we will put together public hearing for the appropriation of the ARPA funds and those uses at the October meeting, and bring that back to the board. So if we'll go to the next slide, we will start to look at the year-end surplus, continue on with the presentation. And so as we previously provided information to the board, the estimated surplus is still $3 million. That is not including the school surplus of $2.7 million, all unaudited at this point. Typically, when we look at year-end surplus, carryovers, things of that nature, one-time dollars for one-time needs, we look at immediate capital needs that were not able to be funded in the previous budget process. Those are typically up higher on the list as far as priority. We also always look to supplement our capital reserve for capital projects that could be considered what I would say seed money. If you need something for a particular project, whether it could be an option on some property, whether it could be some A&E work or some smaller items, but it's good to have a reserve for things like that. And also, we will talk about, want to look at the bonus payments that is being driven mainly by the compensation board and the state through that, have a little bit of information on that. And then there are several other departmental requests. We had about $3.2 million in departmental requests. And so some of those are covered in some of these aforementioned categories, some are not. And so wanted to kind of do maybe a phased look, just knowing that there are still a lot of unknowns coming before the board in the next 2 to 3 months that are going to dedicate or possibly dedicate significant amounts of county dollars. and get the board's thought process on that about moving forward. So if we go to the next slide. This would be a look at phase one, and this goes back to more what we would consider the items not being able to be addressed in the current year budget when it was approved. One of the top items is a leachate tank replacement. That is apparently a very dire need in our Public Works Solid Waste Department. The lifespan on that leachate tank is nearing its end, and so we weren't able to fund that with recurring capital money, so we'd like to look at that with one-time carryover year-end surplus. We have heard the request for canneries. I know that that is a high priority. Staff has made that request on behalf of the board, and so that would be the $100,000, $50,000 to Glade Hill, and $50,000 to Callaway canneries. Cybersecurity was a high priority, high need that was not able to be funded. Now, this would be one-time money, but this would be some items that the IT department would be able to move forward on implementing some cybersecurity enhancements. While it's not recurring, it wouldn't be necessarily personnel related. It could be contractual in a sense for some consultant work. And of course, $700,000 for the capital reserve that would be adding to, and so this would help to restore some of the money that was used for the most recent station that was voted on. So phase one would be, of that $3 million, would come to about $1.3 million. The board could certainly choose to obligate this money and appropriate it now, or we can table that to another time. But these are the top priorities staff has reviewed, and that would leave about $1.7 million in surplus funds at this point before we move on to the bonus discussion. Are there any questions, concerns, comments related to the phase one list?
Anybody got anything? Mr. Mitchell?
I know we haven't got to the sheriff's office bonuses yet, but I want the sheriff's office bonuses in phase one. That's my only comment.
Anyone else? Mr. Mitchell?
Well, yes, I would like to, for the request for Snow Creek, I think it's that we can
Yes, sir.
find the funds somewhere to help them some.
Yes, sir. And that's coming up next.
Okay, thank you.
That's coming up next, and then this is doing that.
We good?
Mr. Carter?
Concerning the canneries, what are we buying and who's in charge of this money once we dole it out?
Good question, Mr. Carter. What we do understand for both canneries, it's end of life for the boilers, the main boilers, both at Glade Hill and at Callaway. We do understand they're about $40,000 a piece to replace, and that's the main component, as I understand, of the canneries. The final $10,000 of the $50,000 for each would go toward ancillary items, working with the cannery operators and also working with the school system. Of course, the school system of course, helps operate the canneries, if you will. They're on school property and so forth. And it may be, if there are other cannery needs, that perhaps potentially, we also know the school has some year-end surplus as well. I haven't had a discussion with the school system, but it may be that they would possibly entertain any additional support that may be there, Mr. Carter. I'm not a cannery expert per se, and we can get more information to you as needed. I think Mr. Mike Burnett has worked some with Brandy Rosser, who's with us. But this, from what I understand, would get the main component. I think the boilers, as I understand, have been certified each year and approved, but there's always the concern, and has been the ongoing concern, that it's going to be a point where they would not be certified or approved. And so they were approved to be operated this year. There's no guarantee that they'll be approved to be operated next year. This would mitigate that.
Okay. I just want to make sure if we designate this money that that's what it goes for and not shifted into something else.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Gundy?
Well, I have a question all the way around about it, because the money that's being made by the cannery has been turned back into the schools. And why hadn't this money been appropriated back to the canneries? I don't understand, if the canneries fall under the school system and we've appropriated money for them, how come they're in such bad shape? To be honest with you, before I appropriate any money for the canneries, I want somebody to come before the school or whoever's responsible for those canneries and tell me why they haven't been kept up. That's just the way I look at it, because, you know, money every year has been issued to it. And I've talked to the cannery runners, and they turn in the money that they made into the schools, but yet nothing's getting back to the canneries. So I think before we appropriate any money, or at least have a discussion on it with the schools, whoever's responsible for it, why are we facing this problem?
Mr. Chairman.
What about anybody else? Anybody else got a comment, Mr. Mitchell?
I have a comment from Mr. Cuniff that, from what I understand, the only money handling in the canneries is people buying their cans. And from what I understand, doesn't that money go back to buy more cans, Chris?
Mr. Mitchell, I'm not the expert on this. I know Mr. Burnett did an extensive review, and certainly I would lend, if it's the pleasure, Mr. Chairman, to get any more details if the board needs them.
Yeah, and also the reason that, these bowlers are a huge expense, Mr. Cuniff. We only put aside, what, 20-some thousand to each cannery every year, right, Mike?
That's true, yes, and that's the thing. The canneries actually are not self-sustaining without county dollars and school dollars going into them, and that's why that there's not necessarily money coming out.
Well, my problem with that is, about 3 years ago, we needed a door at Glade Hill Cannery. In schools, nobody had no money for them. So we had to go to the board and get money for the doors. So, but my question still is it $24,000 or $20,000 we appropriate for each cannery? Is it going to the canneries, or is it being spent somewhere else?
From the review that we did, the expenses that they have, the money matched up with the revenues that they brought in, along with our funding, as well as a little bit from the schools, matched up with the expenses that they had for personnel, supplies, utilities, and all of those things. So we did find that it did match.
Okay, if we do appropriate this money, I'll reiterate, who's going to dictate the money? Who's going to make sure they get it?
What we can do, Mr. Cundiff, is we can actually hold that money and have them send us the request, and then we can pay that ourselves rather than sending it to anyone else. So you'd be able to have full control over that funding.
Well, I think I'd rather see that than I had just put into a general fund and just issue to the schools, say, okay, here's the money, fix the canneries. This dog just ain't hunting. It just ain't hunting.
And that's something that we've done in the past for other funding. When CARES money has come down, we've had people send us the bills, and we paid them before, sending it to them. So that's something we can do.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
The money that you said that there's been audits and everything is copacetic and okay. The money that's been going there is being made off the cannery, such as it is going back into the cannery and not to the school budget, correct?
Correct. I guess the best way to put it is that the canneries don't make enough money on their own to sustain them. So they have to have county funding, and they have to have some school oversight and some school funding too. So there's not actually there's not money that's being generated that's a profit that the schools could then take and use for something else. It's something that has to go back into the canneries to keep them operating.
Okay.
Well, Mike, can you give us a breakdown on what the school contribution is versus the county's contribution?
I can get that for you. Yes, ma'am. I don't have that with me right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
One thing about the canneries we need to recognize is the canneries are a service provider, and unfortunately they're not a self-sustaining business because they don't make enough money to stay alive. They're providing a service to the community, those that want to go and can their own produce or whatever. As Supervisor Mitchell said, the only thing that they actually collect money for is to pay for the cans. If you bring your own, there's no money changing hands. They do not charge for the service, and and I go over every year in Callaway and utilize that one, and I'm sure some others up here have utilized the others as well. And the people that work there are very helpful. I mean, they provide a service. And so to say that they're not carrying their weight or providing enough to keep them afloat is absolutely right. They're not. But a service provider like that, you would have to look at the dollar value that you would put toward the service they're providing. And you know, I like to see us give them the support, but I agree with Mr. Cundiff that we need to have some assurances that it goes to where we designate it. So I would like to see those receipts be sent to you all to be paid instead of just turning that money over to the school.
Anyone else?
Well, Mr. Chairman, boiler upkeep is expensive. And if you have a call for your boiler, he's not coming for $10. Had one. And I can speak from experience, and I think that the time has come probably we would do well to replace them because of efficiency and operation cost. They would help a lot.
Okay, it's my understanding if we want to move forward with phase one as presented, that we need to do a vote if we want them to go. And we need a motion on that. And if you want to put in there in your motion about the canneries, what was presented for that money to be designated and held till the board put in, that would be a good thing there. Well, what's the pleasure of the board?
I would like to see all the phases
All
before we take a
phases
vote.
Before we do anything?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that'd be great.
Does that suit everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll do them all then, and then, do we need to vote on them individually, or can we do it all as one time? Each phase? Either way?
It can be at any pleasure of the board at this point. But realistically, the only thing we have is the phase one and then the bonus discussion now, because that's going to help guide staff on what pot of money we have left for phase two and beyond.
Okay, sir, go ahead to the other.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we would advance the slide. We'll move on to this and talk about the bonus discussion. So to give you a little bit of history on this, so the state did approve as part of their stimulus funding, their ARPA funding, bonuses. And in typical state fashion, they approved it, but they didn't fund all of it. And so it's kind of an unfunded mandate for the county if we want to be what I would consider fair and equitable. So on the August 26th comp board meeting, compensation board, which funds the constitutional offices, the sheriff's office in particular in this case, it funded full-time sworn positions, a one-time bonus of $3,000. Plus the FICA, the Social Security and Medicare that goes along with that. For that money, we have to pay the IRS. They, as part of their estimate from the comp board, that would be a little over $200,000 to the county that we would receive in reimbursement from the state compensation board to make that happen. Well, the sheriff had made a request, and they have about 82 sworn positions in the sheriff's office. Well, the estimate from the comp board only funded 62 of those. It doesn't, and that's all full-time sworn positions. There are some sworn positions for the comp board that are sworn deputies, but per the comp board's interpretation, the positions are not. They're not sworn positions. I'll give you like a jail cook is a very rudimentary example. So that probably cut 4 or 5 positions out of realistically what we felt like the comp board could fund. So they realistically from the sheriff's request, we have a little bit of difference, but the comp board dictated a November 30th deadline that I think the language was as soon as practicable. Localities were anticipated to issue these bonuses, but by no means no later than November 30th. And so staff was waiting on that to come out from the August 26th meeting. I think a day or two later, they finally sent their guidance and reasoning and rules for localities. So wanted to specifically address, so that's kind of what started this whole conversation. So do understand the sheriff is requesting a full $5,000 bonus instead of $3,000, and that would be significant from what and commensurate with what the state police would receive. And so fully understandable. And so taking the sheriff's request into consideration, what that would mean is we would take the comp board funded positions. We would already get 3 from the state. So then we would have to add an additional $2,000 from local funding in order to get to the 5 for those 62 positions that the comp board is going to reimburse us for. Then we would have to take the remaining, what is in effect 20 positions with 82 sworn full-time positions, and provide a $5,000 bonus to those deputies, those positions. And so all said and done, if the board wanted to do that and entertain the sheriff's request, we would need approximately $241,000 in local money to make that happen. If we only wanted to do the $3,000, it would be about $65,000 in local county money, and that could come from the year-end surplus as a one-time expense. So we'd be happy to take board feedback on the request and the information and any comments.
My question on this just covers the sheriff's office, correct? It doesn't cover the rest of the county employees.
That's correct. It only covers the sheriff's office, and it only covers the sworn positions that are full-time in the sheriff's office. It does not cover part-time, and it does not cover what I'll consider the non-sworn, maybe administrative type positions.
How many positions is that, the non-sworn administrative?
I'm going to say somewhere around 4 to 5 positions. I don't think it's significant. I think almost all of the sheriff's office staff are sworn.
And then how many county employees do we have total in all of the departments?
We have about 375 full-time employees. Part-time varies, but that pushes the number typically to around 500 or more. But full-time, which is really all that the comp board addressed and the sheriff's office request, is about 375. That does include the sheriff's office.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, does that open up any questions for anyone else? All right, what's your thought?
Let's proceed to see the other.
Huh?
Can we proceed to see the other suggestions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Not for me.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Brian, you got other suggestions?
Well, that's true. So if we'll advance to the next slide, I'll just go ahead. I mean, really, it depends on what the board wants to do here. So we kind of have listed what's next, and that is, as we mentioned, there's $3.2 million in department requests. We did address some of those in the phase 1. So if the board moves forward there, we still have well over $2.5 million in requests that staff would then have to prioritize. But we kind of need to know what pot of money we're working with. If we have money left over, we look at a capital projects reserve over and above the $700,000 that we recommended in phase 1. But we also, you mentioned it, Mr. Thompson. It's okay. Do we just leave it there with the bonuses? If the board's prerogative is to issue bonuses to any other portion of county staff, we would need to calculate that and take that off of the year-end surplus number and then come back to the board with a recommendation on all the other department requests. So that would be the phase 2, and we would have to come back at a future meeting in October or November with a more vetted recommendation to the board. And that's really all we have in the presentation.
All right,
When you get through, I got a question.
go ahead.
Mr. Carter, if we decided to do, say, for instance, if we decided to go with the bonuses to the sheriff's department and we decided to go ahead and give them the $3,000 bonus as provided by the state, would we be able to maybe come back in the spring and give the other $2,000, or would we be better off if we wanted to do bonus just to go on and do the full $5,000 now and not worry about I guess what I'm trying to say, could we phase this in to leave the door open for the unforeseen that may happen, say, first of the year going up until early spring?
Yes, the only deadline on any of the, and this is one reason for staff wanting to use local money, is because it opens up a lot more discretion for us. The only deadline realistically is that November 30th deadline for our comp board funded positions in the sheriff's office. If the board wanted to do a layered approach as you recommended, we could certainly do that, 3,000 now if we wanted to limit it to satisfy that comp board piece and satisfy the sheriff's request for that portion on the sheriff's office. And then at some point in the future, should the board so desire, we could bring back additional requests for the remaining 2 or some other variable option, should that be the case at the time.
All right, what I was asking for a while ago, I want to see these bonuses for myself. I'd like to see these bonuses go out. But I want to see it to all the employees of the county. Everybody's worked hard. I'm not sure that everybody can get the full, he asked for 5,000, whether it goes from 3, 4, or 5,000. But I want to see all the county employees get something. And it needs to be, I think, in the form of a bonus, not in a salary increase, because the salary increase, that's continuous. It goes on and on. A bonus is the one time. That's what I was asking for a while ago, to see what the rest of the supervisors were thinking, what you had on your mind. Mr. Taylor.
I guess for me, I would like to see us give the sheriff's department personnel the 5,000, but I would also like to include our public safety, our EMT firefighters as well in this. And the reason being, from the standpoint, look at the title of their job, and the hazardous, there's a hazardous duty component that each one of them is faced with. If it wouldn't, they wouldn't have the hazardous duty supplement added to their retirement. I want to give all the employees, and the county employees, a bonus. If we could make that, a couple thousand, 3,000, 1,000, whatever we can afford to do, where we can find the money. But I would like to see a little higher going toward, and another part of it is the state funded the bonus for the sheriff's department. Unfortunately, they didn't fund the bonus for the other employees, and that creates a dilemma for us to work with. For me personally, I'd like to see the extended bonus go to the sheriff's department, and if we can find the money, I'd like to include our public safety personnel in that. And I agree with Mr. Thompson that we cannot leave the rest of our employees out. We need to find some money for bonuses for them as well, and that's where I'm at.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I concur, Mr. Tatum, that as well. One thing that I don't want to be forgotten in this conversation, I really think that I would like to encourage Mr. Whitlow to look at the carryover with the department heads. There are some department heads that have money left over in their budget, and we're either going to be able to maybe allocate and let them keep a part of or all of their carryover, or it may end up coming back to us in terms of a budget request next year. So to the extent that I feel like some of our department heads, they're good stewards of their money. I truly believe that, and we ask them to operate, most of the time on a shoestring budget. So if they have done a good job, and they have use for their carryover, I would like to know what the need is. And Mr. Whitlow, I don't know if you've, assessed that at this point, but I think that that's an important component, moving forward with carryover money, if you will.
Mr. Chairman? Oh.
Yeah, from phase one, the $700,000 should just be put into a reserve fund. I understand the due diligence and the conservative ideology there, but with everything going on right now, need morale boost throughout the county with employees. Can we just use that money so we could do what we're all talking about, please? That just solves all of this. Reallocate that $700,000. Put it towards one-time bonuses. If we want to do $5,000 for fire EMS sheriff's office because of the hazard, and then if we want to do $1,000, $2,000 for the other county employees, we need that number. Just do it. Let's do it. But if we move on phase one today, I want the sheriff's office to be in phase one. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to hear from our sheriff. He's here concerning this bonuses for your employees, your sworn employees.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Just for clarification, if I could, and you already know this, but I'm just flashing back from the CARES Act funds. If I'm not mistaken, and we're not complaining a bit about it, we were very appreciative of what you all did as far as bonuses in December. You were very gracious. But I do believe that CARES Act money included a year's salary for law enforcement and public safety. So in that regard, the county benefited from that because certainly you gave us a piece of that back. We're appreciative. What brings us here today, and the federal government are setting these rules, they now are issuing this second ring of money, ARPA, which the county is getting $10.9 million, and they came along and said, due to the crime and what the country is enduring from all of this defunding the police, the crime increases, the homicide rates, some of that money's got to go to shore up keeping police in positions. Some of our cities, and there are 4 cities in Virginia that are in the top 65 worst cities for crime right now, 4 in Virginia. So that money was sent to the state, $45 billion, am I correct? Is that what the state of Virginia got?
I don't know the exact number,
Okay.
but that's a good approximation.
Then they split that money out, and then the localities, but that's what the state had. And the state in the delegates, when they got together, and this is what irritates me, it got to be political. Politics came into play, and all of a sudden they were only going to give us $1,000 for the sheriffs across the state. But the governor was upset because many of us took a stand with a lot of issues that you and I, as elected officials, are dealing with. But because some senators and delegates in the state stood fast and said, no, we need strong law and order, law enforcement, they pushed and pushed and pushed. Finally, the Senate agreed on giving us $5,000 just as the state police was getting. Fair and equitable. They compromised in the committees, and they came out and said, no, we're going to give you $3. With the thinking is, if you want more, then go to your local boards and your local city councils to get them to give you a portion of what they're getting from ARPA. Now, I don't have a complaint about how we spend it, but I do think we lose a little bit of it now that we're taking the thought process of what the state said, spend this money from ARPA. Now we're talking about taking it from surplus and carryover, and now all of a sudden we're getting flushed right into with all of the other entities, which was not the thought process that the General Assembly was given, solely on the fact we cannot afford to lose the police, and we're losing them. And to be honest with you, the only reason certain delegates decided to support the 3,000 is they're in trouble because of its election year, and many of them are supporting qualified immunity, and they're in trouble, and they were trying to shore up to make sure that they can get reelected come November. That was the only reason they relented from the governor, the 1,000. So my point is, if you're not here for us, we're lost. Because Richmond, they're sending some money in from the federal government to us, but we need you all because they're saying the state police is that the state police. You all need to go to your local boards and councils for what we're hoping and what we're wanting to get. I know that seems like a lot, 5,000, but we're going to be faced, and I can segue with what Mr. Mitchell brought up about EMS. I don't know, I haven't talked with Mr. Ferguson, but they gave the state police $20 million out of ARPA to do the 5,000, plus to give retention pay, bonus pay to keep higher on bonuses. That is the dilemma that we're in now as far as keeping law enforcement and what we're dealing with as far as recruitment and retention. And I pray, I really do honestly pray that we do not make the mistake and try not to stay ahead of this and find ourselves behind the 8 ball where we've got problems and we're not being able to keep good men and women and the county is affected from that. I know you all are going to make the right decision. I thank you for hearing me. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
I agree with what Mr. Ronald Mitchell said. I also agree with what you said, Chairman. This capital reserve, this $700,000, if we take that money and we meet the sheriff's demand and county staff, we have twice a year tax collection coming up, and there'll be a big pot of money right there to put money back into the capital reserve, and that's coming up. So I think if we may not have to use all that $700,000, but if we use that to do these bonuses, give the sheriff his bonus, I think that's a way we can meet all this.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. And it's, I'm concerned that when the sheriff was stopping there, the money was designated for salaries. Why didn't he go that way to begin with? And that's, I don't understand. That's what I'm asking staff. Was it included in the money that they got this last raise for that money that came, or?
In terms of the American Rescue Plan
Yes.
Act fund,
Uh-huh.
the state comp board, and the sheriff's correct, the state comp board is funding the $3,000 bonuses to full-time sworn deputies through the American Rescue Plan Act dollars in the state's allocation. Now, whether it comes out of the county's allocation of ARPA or whether it comes from the county's carryover, it's still county dollars either way. And so, you know, either way, it's county dollars, local funding, you know, if you will.
So if we're talking about going with what I'm hearing everybody say, with the $5,000 bonus, what I'm hearing from everybody, then what do we need to do with public safety? Fire and rescue. We got these folks there. Mr. Ferguson, you want to come forward and address that, please? Billy?
Mr. Carter, if you could go back a couple of slides there on the that may be helpful for the board. Yeah, well, the slide there back on the bonus, Mr. Carter. And as Mr. Ferguson comes forward, and you know, as you can see, the full additional county funding needed for the full-time sworn. Again, that's non administrative folks. That are sworn, it would be at $241,000, and of course it was $3,000 would be $65,000. But to do the $5,000, it would require $241,000. Mr. Carter, we did not necessarily know Mr. Carter's there in terms of any figuring. In terms of Mr. Chairman Thompson's question regarding fire, EMS, paramedics, or any other county employees, we will have to just run that analysis for the board. And what
leaves approximately 285 employees, roughly, if you take the sheriff's department out of the 375.
Approximately, yes, sir.
And Mr. Whitlow, I would like to see us include the 911 dispatchers as well on that, because as I've said many times, if you call 911, you don't get a police officer, you don't get an EMT or a fire truck without a good dispatcher. So we need to make sure that if we do factor in these bonuses, they need to be included.
Mr. Ferguson?
Are we gonna do anything about staff carryover?
What?
Staff, my request, to allocate some money that the staff that have carryover, that they've accrued, that they be allowed to retain some of that to do initiatives.
Yes, ma'am, we'll talk about that in just a moment.
Okay, because it seems like,
we were
it
talking
seems
about-
like y'all have moved past that.
I apologize for that. That was not the intention.
Okay.
We'll come back to that, ma'am. Mr. Ferguson, as the comp boards, you hearing anything from the comp board on your people? You don't have any comp employees,
We don't
do
have
you?
comp board people, no,
Everything
sir.
you got is
Everything
county
is-
employees?
Is local, yes, sir.
Nothing comp board at all?
No, sir, not at all.
You don't get any money, what was that other money,
We don't get any,
Or-
we don't get any salary money from the state, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That
Yes, sir.
answers that. Mr. Carter, to address Ms. Smith's, do you know what the carryover funds are now for each department, or are you not that far along?
Yes, sir. We have the request from each department. I'm starting to get a picture of what the board's direction would be. So while we don't have that in this presentation, and part of the reason for that is these bonuses, and I really appreciate what the state tries to do, but they never do us any favors. Because now we want to be equitable. I appreciate the sheriff's comments with all employees. To address a couple of things, let me give you an example. If we funded a $3,000 one-time bonus for all full-time, only full-time employees, that's going to be about $1 million. If you add part-time, or if you do $5,000 for the sheriff, it's going to go up. If you do $5,000 for public safety, it's going to go up. If you do less for county employees instead of the $3,000, of course, all of those factors change the final number. And that, again, that doesn't include part-time. We did include part-time with the bonuses a year ago. So I heard a little bit about the $700,000 in capital. I heard a little bit about the ARPA money. So I think from staff standpoint, it's a comfort level with the board, because if they want to use ARPA money, there's some restrictions. Not sure that every county employee would be considered eligible for ARPA money for a bonus. So there will still be a local component from a funding perspective. The other thing, the comp board is using, which is what we as a county would use, the eligibility is premium pay. That's up to $13 an hour. So that's going to have to be documented with our employees, which means they're going to have worked at the time we give them the bonus. At least if you go a max of $13 an hour, I think the comp board figured there's almost 6 weeks of employment. So you would leave some employees out that wouldn't get the full bonus if they were brand new employees. That's not necessarily unreasonable. But there's a lot of rules around using the ARPA money. So the reason staff went with ARPA with the infrastructure instead of the bonuses was, one, there's a private dollar match on the infrastructure money, whereas we're not getting that private dollar match on the bonuses. We felt like we wouldn't have to worry about how long an employee would have worked for the county, how long that employee, or what job position that employee may have. We would have the discretion using local money. So I think from that standpoint, what staff can do is put together a couple of funding scenarios now. Maybe we'll come up with how we do some bonuses, full-time, part-time staff, because I'm getting the appetite, the idea that the board has an appetite for looking at all county staff in some form or fashion. And that bottom line number the board is comfortable with, and then which pot of money we want to use is going to be how much we would have left for the rest of the departmental requests. But I think at this point, that will help staff move forward to give the board okay, here's what we have left. and 3.2 million, but something certainly we have the list and would be happy to distribute that to the board, either at a future meeting, a future Friday packet, whatever the board would feel comfortable with receiving the information.
Can you go back to that first slide, phase one? That, yeah, the capital reserve additions, that's, comes out of the, that's not the ARPA. No. Yeah. Mitchell?
I have a very simple idea. So the comp board has agreed to cover the 3,000 for the sheriff's office. Local funds were asked to come up with $2,000. With the number of county employees, if we just do a simple $2,000 for every county employee, that's about $750,000 without the FICA and all that stuff. So I know we're muddying up the water a lot, but that seems like a pretty simple approach to me, to do $2,000 for every county employee, which that includes the $2,000 for all the sheriff's deputies. $750,000.
That does, Mitch, that would only be full-time employees, but you're correct.
I'm correct. Phew. Maybe you're crunching numbers.
What? I never said you were wrong. Yeah, $2,000.
Yeah, the $700,000 for capital reserve, just put it over there, take another 50, 100 grand, whatever we need for FICA and taxes, and be done.
Mr. Tatum, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, at this point, make a motion that we grant the Sheriff's Department the $5,000 bonus for their employees, and the money for that be used from the ARPA funds. I would also include that our public safety personnel receive $3,000 bonuses, and that be taken from our capital reserve. And I want to look into I want to make sure that we cover the 911 dispatchers to that as well. So that's also part of my motion for the 5,000.
And that the county?
And the county staff look into using capital reserve money to allocate bonuses for the rest of the county employees and for them to decide on that amount.
Second.
To include the carryover funds from
Yes, to
each
include the
department.
carryover funds to each department as well.
Do we need a second on that? All right, we'll open it up for discussion.
And just for clarification, is that just specifically what you stated, or is that phase one as well, including the leachate tank and the canneries
What did,
and the cybersecurity?
This here.
okay, all the leachate tank, the canneries, the cybersecurity, they stay as presented.
Okay, and that's included in your,
Yes.
let's see it.
Yes.
Excellent.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I see a
we're in trouble.
cumbersome look coming from over here. Do what?
I think, isn't your motion to authorize the staff to advertise a public hearing to do this?
I guess we probably need to do that, don't we? I will amend my motion that we have staff advertise for a public hearing to do what I just said. We do have to.
Does that much change the, it's over the 1.6 million? You see 1.7, that's over that, correct?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have a public hearing on that then, correct? Yeah.
I think so.
Yes, sir.
I have a
Then-
question.
The legal part, not the
Yeah.
math part,
If we pull the part from the bonus for the sheriff's department, since we talked about using ARPA on that and make that separate, we wouldn't have to include that in the public hearing.
but it's still part of the budget, though. The ARPA hasn't come through.
Okay.
You don't-
So it all needs to stay in. Okay. Leave it alone.
We got to get that done prior to November. So that's got to be done. That's got to be done in October.
And then we'll vote
They
on
give
it.
us enough time.
I think so, Mr. Chairman. I've just several notes here. If the board's desire is to hold the public hearing for ARPA, and I think the board already voted to do that at the October meeting, but if the motion is to utilize the portion of the county local funding to support the ARPA dollars on the local side to match, I guess, the comp board coming from the ARPA. It's a matter of decreasing the amount of what we would put towards potential the water and sewer or broadband would now go towards those bonuses. And so we'd have to do the math on that. And Brian, you interject here. In terms of the carryover, that can be appropriated. We don't necessarily have to amend the budget per se on that because we haven't hit the $1.6 million limit. We will, obviously, for the ARPA. Brian, if you can add any clarity to that in terms of, am I missing anything there?
No, I think that would be, if we're going to obligate ARPA money, it's best to do it all at one time, and we'll get that together for the public hearing. But you're correct. Any amount of bonuses that we want to use out of ARPA money reduces it from the other pots of broadband and/or water and sewer. So that's what we'll put together, and then we'll look at everything we can eligible for bonuses for ARPA money, and then that'll be the board's discretion at the public hearing when the money is appropriated. And to address Mr. Thompson's question, that still gives us plenty of time to meet the November 30th comp board deadline. We would either do this, if I remember the last time we did these as separate payments, not part of a routine monthly payroll. So we would have time to work that in after the October meeting. That's not a concern.
Okay. Clerk, we do a roll call vote on that.
Sure.
For the, read the motion back out, and it's to go to a public hearing.
So, on the motion made by Supervisor Tatum to have staff advertise for a public hearing at the October meeting, granting the $5,000 bonus to the sheriff's office using money from the ARPA funds, having public safety receive $3,000 bonuses from capital reserve and include E911 dispatchers as well. And then looking into the capital reserve money to allocate bonuses for the rest of the county employees and also include carryover for specific departments. That was seconded by Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
And it also included phase one of the
Phase
areas.
one, yes, sir.
Is this gonna be set in stone?
We gotta go to public hearing first.
That's what I meant, though. So it's gonna be a public fair. Suppose there's a change in far as the money's
Be
concerned.
changed.
Okay, good deal, good deal.
Supervisor
call
Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, could I request that we get a copy of that motion sometime this week?
Sure.
If that would be okay,
Will you
Madeline?
send Ms. Smith a copy of that motion, please?
Yeah. Thank
And
you.
For clarity along this question and so forth, again, 5,000 understand coming from the ARPA, and we can get those dollars from you. And again, this is to schedule the public hearing to amend the county budget to do all of this. And likewise for fire EMS, the balance, I think we just said we would bring back to the board. We would look at whatever balance that is, as information. We haven't set any dollar specifically for any other cost of living payment or bonuses at this point. And then also back to Ms. Smith's earlier discussion regarding once all of that's done in terms of the accounting, we'll now know the balance and certainly utilizing that capital reserve addition of not having to use the $700,000. That, of course, will have a good number for the board in terms of those departmental requests that Ms. Smith mentioned, because we have, to Ms. Smith's point, we have a lot of good stewards of the county tax dollars in our various departments, and a lot of these requests are very good requests in terms of positioning the county going forward, from whether it's tourism or economic development or parks and recreation, general properties, or whatever the case may be, or whatever department that is. And we have always done that with our carryover request. Again, this year is a little bit unconventional because of ARPA, because of the state comp board. But I think in terms of these other items that the leachate tank replacement, the canneries, the cybersecurity, those are all, and the reason why they're there tonight is not that they're priorities over the other. Those three items specifically have been looked at the last 2 years in terms of the capital, and so that's why that's there, just for clarity for everyone.
We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll start back at 6 o'clock. Our supper's there. We'll do closed session at the end of our meeting. We want to welcome each and every one of you here tonight. We had a very busy day. We're running behind on our schedule, but we're going to try to get these public hearings back in order and then catch up on the rest of it at the end. Our first one is an application for rezone, an application of the Franklin County Planning Commission. Ms. Spencer, are you going to speak on that?
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. It's a full agenda, so I'll try to move right along for you.
Ma'am, will you speak into the mic, please?
How's that?
Thank you. That's
Okay.
a lot better.
You have an application for rezone from A1 to R1. This is an 80-acre property in Gills Creek. So the presentation is a little bit different. The county view that shows where the property is located in the county is on the first slide now behind the language, so I hope it's okay to read it. The Franklin County Planning Commission has, the formal applicant on behalf of the Idlewood Shores Homeowners Association. The Homeowners Association wished to provide a more compatible zoning district to the way the subdivision is actually used. Future land use for the area is low density residential. This shows you the extent of the Idlewood Shores subdivision and nearby zoning. This is a little bit better view. You can see that the subdivision is shown by the star in the center. It's a little bit better view of the vicinity zoning, and that not just the immediate area, but up and down the lake around it. And this green is R1 zoning, while the pink is residential multifamily. Low-density residential is the intention for this area. Letters were sent to all property owners in the notice of public hearing. Letters were sent to all property owners in the subdivision. And all lots were listed in the advertisement, in the newspaper advertisement. The character and intent of the requested zoning district is compatible with the way the Idlewood Shores is developed. The R1 district is established for the purposes of providing for residential uses on average lot sizes less than 5 acres in size. Just as a reminder of what this district is intended to do. They're designed to maintain neighborhood stability and provide a suitable environment. One of the uses that is not allowed not allowed in R1 at all is short-term rental of dwellings for periods of 30 days or less. And one of the intentions of the neighborhood is that because that use is not allowed in their covenants, is to line the zoning up with the way they're using the property. Properties have been zoned A1 since 1988. My research shows that some of the property was originally intended for farming, but was later removed from the part that was incorporated into restrictive covenants. It was zoned A1 simply because, or is left in that zoning simply because it could be, and the developer chose not to request anything different. Single-family homes are on the lakefront, and inland lots are all allowed in A1 and R1. There were some comments received in both favor and opposition. The Planning Commission recommended approval with the the applicant's request to deviate from the open space requirements. And we are missing a slide, which is the concept plan. I'm sorry. That is not relevant. The Planning Commission did recommend approval 4-1, and the requested deviation from open space requirements was not a part of this case. I apologize. The Planning Commission members that were opposed were concerned with property rights. They were concerned with the ability to rezone a parcel like this on your behalf. Let's note that you are allowed, there is regulation that allows you to rezone a property as the requester without the property owners having requested it. Do you want more explanation about that, Chairman
Ma'am?
Thompson, or do you all, okay, just wanted to make sure. Do you have questions for me?
Anyone got any questions of
I have a question.
Ms. Spencer?
This has been A1, this has been A1 since 1988?
Yes, sir.
Why the rush to change it?
I believe the homeowners association is responding to changes in land use that weren't anticipated at that time.
All right, what percentage of homeowner association have they got from the people? What percentage of people wants it?
The homeowners association should be here to represent that request, but this was request from the homeowners association, or excuse me, from the planning commission on behalf of the association. And what we know is that we sent every member a letter inviting them to attend the public hearing. And I think one property owner attended the hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, I'll open the public hearing. Do you have any speakers?
We do. I know we have a Mr. David Metzger.
Metzger, if you'll come forward, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, my name is David Metzger, and I live in Idlewood Shores subdivision, and my address there is 145 Briarwood Court in Hardy, Virginia.
Thank you, sir.
I am an owner in that subdivision and present these remarks on their behalf. We support rezoning Idlewood Shores from its current status as an A1 district to R1. First, Franklin County Code sets forth the definition of these two districts. Idlewood Shores speakers at the last commission hearing on September 14th, I was not one of them, by the way, did an excellent job of creating a record for the hearing based solely on the code provisions. Their remarks and the applicable code provisions drive one legal and logical conclusion. The definition of A1 does not apply to our subdivision. Not one word of it. On the other hand, R1's definition fits ISOA, our subdivision, perfectly. Every word of it. We respectfully request the board to apply the code as written in making this rezoning decision. Second, Idlewood Shores consists of densely subdivided and narrow lots with houses spaced extremely closely together. The result is easy neighbor-to-neighbor interactions. We seek to preserve these residential characteristics of serenity and tranquility. County Code, Section 25-221A, defining R1, would do exactly that. This R1 definition aligns with and reflects our residential community, our ethics, and our values. This zoning change will impose some new responsibilities and restrictions, which we will follow and abide by. In support of that, I note that over 85% of our owners signed a document in support of this rezoning application by the county and its consequences. Third, the commission record that is before you at its first rezoning hearing on this issue contain confusing and distracting, what I'm going to call litter. Quote, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, end of quotes. The mantra of one speaker doesn't apply here. Idlewood's zoning is broken and needs fixing. No speaker, not one, presented a legal argument against this rezoning. Please ignore the litter that exists in this record. That brings me back to where I started, to the code. We respectfully ask you to base your decision solely on the applicable code as written. Thank you. I will take any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, do you have any more?
Anybody else here to speak on Idlewood? Sure.
Start over here on this side. Just come around. Come up to the podium. State your name and your address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is James Colby. I'm the Planning Commissioner for the Gills Creek District. I have a statement on behalf of the applicant, and I respectfully request 5 minutes time for that, Mr. Chairman.
Is the applicant not here?
The applicant is the Planning Commission.
Correct.
And
the chairman's not here?
No, sir.
Is all of them aware that you want them to make this statement on behalf of them?
No, sir.
Then how can you make a statement on behalf of the Planning Commission if they're not here, sir?
You can regard it however you want. May I proceed?
For 3 minutes, yes, sir.
I am James Colby, Planning Commissioner for the Gills Creek Magisterial District. As you already know, your Planning Commission is requesting this rezoning. As the Planning Commissioner for the affected area, I was the lead commissioner promoting this action. So I thought it appropriate that I share with you some of the reasons your Planning Commission thinks the proposal deserves your support. Number one, there is overwhelming constituent support for this action. In fact, it was at the request of our constituents that the Planning Commission agreed to be the applicant. At our public hearing, nearly all the affected property owners have expressed support for the change. Only one property owner has expressed opposition to us. Number two, it's obvious. The Planning Commission visited Idlewood Shores. We saw a fully developed, mature residential subdivision. This subdivision exhibits all the features and characteristics typically found in a residential subdivision zoned R1. Number three, there is no sign of agricultural activity, and we have been assured that no agricultural activities exist. Number four, approval of this request will align the zoning with the actual uses and with the county's comprehensive plan. As planning commissioners, we focus on land use in 3 ways: planned land use, zoned land use, and actual land use. We always strive to bring these into sync whenever we have the opportunity to do so. In this case, we have the opportunity to bring them into sync by correcting the zoning. Number 5, your staff recommends approval of the proposed rezone. That was a factor taken into consideration by the commission. Number 6, we believe this action will be a correction and that R1 zoning in this case would be a better fit with our ordinance. Here is what our ordinance states as the purpose of the A1 agricultural district. Quote, this district includes unincorporated portions of the county that are occupied by various open uses such as farm, forests, lakes, reservoirs, streams, and parklands. This district is established for the purpose of facilitating existing and future farming operations, preserving farm and forest lands, conserving water and other natural resources, reducing soil erosion, preventing water pollution, and protecting watersheds and reducing hazards from flood and fire. None of these apply to the Idlewood Shores subdivision. Number 7, it's a matter of fairness and equity. There are 5 similar subdivisions within a 1-mile radius of Idlewood Shores that have residential zoning provided to them by Franklin County. Your approval of this request will provide Idlewood Shores with the same fair and equitable zoning that those other 5 subdivisions enjoy. Number 8, the rezoning might enhance property values. There are cases where potential property buyers have been spooked by agricultural zoning. There are instances where sales have been aborted due to incorrect zoning. And number 9, R1 zoning will promote stability.
Thank you, sir. Jim?
Good evening, Mr. Thompson, members of the board.
How are you, sir?
I am fine, thank you. My name is Jim Gilbert. I represent James Crean, who is an owner in Idlewood Shores, Lot 42. Mr. Crean is probably the reason why we're here today, because he bought his property back in November of last year, and then, as he had the right to do, in May, came before the Planning Commission Board to request a special use permit to be able to short-term rent his property in Idlewood Shores. He was denied. Okay, I do want to clear up a couple things. First of all, the Planning Commission did not vote 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstain. 1 actually wasn't here. 2 voted in favor, 2 voted against, and 2 people abstained. I'd ask you to check your record on that. It was not 4-2. Okay. Yeah. Secondarily, the reason why the application is being made is because, according to this first slide, the purpose of rezoning is to provide a more compatible zoning district for its existing use. Mr. Cundiff, you're right. It's been this way for 33 years. The only reason why we're here is because one person asked to be able to rent his property on a short-term basis, which he had the legal right to do. So let me give you 3 reasons why you ought to deny this request. Number 1, this is either spot zoning or something dangerously close to it. If you go up that part of the lake, Walnut Run is R1, Smuggler's Cove R1, Deer Path R1, but then you hit the properties on Juniper Road, Harbor Club Lane, and Idlewood Shores are all A1. Then you hit North Ridge Drive and Indian Run coming further south, R1. This is, you are being asked to change zoning in one neighborhood and only one neighborhood. The law in Virginia since 1967 has been, if the purpose of a zoning ordinance is solely to serve the private interest of one or more landowners, the ordinance represents an arbitrary and capricious exercise of legislative power constituting spot zoning. The second reason why you shouldn't rezone just because 80% of one neighborhood asked for their one neighborhood to be rezoned is because your process worked. Someone came before this board, they asked for a special use permit. Now, unfortunately for my client, it didn't work in his favor, but it worked. Your process worked. The third reason why you shouldn't change zoning as a knee-jerk reaction is because when you change a law, as in any other law, there's unintended consequences. Big topic today because of the new normal with COVID, home occupations. In A1, you're allowed home occupations by right. In R1, you have to come get a special use permit. I see them down to 10 seconds. I'd ask the board to decline to solve private property owners' disputes. Your process worked. Leave it alone. It isn't broke, and that's not litter. That's the law.
Mr. Gilbert, if you will, read that code again that you read a while ago.
Yes, sir. This is, first of all, there's 2 sections I referred to.
The last one.
One is that is under your zoning ordinances, the difference between A1 and R1. Is that what you're asking me?
No, this is the one that the State Code of Virginia.
Okay, this was a Virginia code case. Oh, sorry, it was a Virginia case law. It came out of the Supreme Court in 1967.
Okay.
Okay, and it's still good law today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a question?
Mr. Gilbert.
Mr. Gilbert.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Could you say again, someone came for a short-term rental and that was denied?
Yeah, so my client requested a short-term, a special use permit for short-term rental. And ultimately, it was denied by the Planning Commission. I think he either withdrew it or was denied by the Board of Supervisors. But then what happened is literally a month later is when your Planning Commission decided that they wanted to change the zoning. Come on, we know the reason for it. It's based upon the short-term rental permit that my client asked for. This was initiated a month after that, and I guarantee you that your planning and zoning department, your overworked planning and zoning department, has a lot more things better to do than spot zone one neighborhood in Franklin County. Thank you.
Mr. Carter, just a point of clarification. Mr. Crean withdrew his application.
Okay.
It was not denied, and there's other misstatements. I'll deal with them later.
Madam Clerk, someone else? There was somebody else back here that raised her hand.
I think he's gonna, yeah.
This gentleman over here.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Nick Burkhoff. My wife and I live at 1435 Idlewood Shores. We've lived there for 8.5 years now. It's a residential community, as we know, existing of 68 approximately 3/4 acre lots. At no time have we ever seen or been aware of anyone who's engaged in agricultural activity as defined by Fairfax County or Franklin County code and regulations. And in fact, when we moved here, it was a shock to me to find out just this year that in fact we are zoned A1 and not residential, because all we are single family homes. My understanding is that it is the fiduciary responsibility of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission to ensure that land use as defined in Franklin County Code is consistent with the zoning designation that it has. So as I mentioned, since Idlewood Shores is 100% residential community today, it rightfully should be zoned R1, looking at it logically. If you look at our tax map, it's parsed into standard lots with single-family homes. As I said, 3/4 acres. There's not a lot of opportunity for farming, nor have I ever met anybody in my 9 years living there that wants to engage in farming. Over 80% of the Idlewood Shores residents have signed a petition in favor of the rezoning for R1. And I've attended, there have been 3 planning commission hearings. Only one property owner, of all the property owners we have, only one property owner has appeared to object to the rezoning. It's worth noting that this is a non-resident owner who is domiciled in another state. He is not a farmer. He has no realistic opportunity to engage in farming on his 3/4 acre lot, which already has a very large home built on it. So I respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to act in accordance with property regulations and code and approve the rezoning of Shores to R1. Thank you.
Anyone else here wish to speak? Come forward, sir.
Hello, my name is Scott Sayre, and I'm also a homeowner in Idlewood Shores. I just wanted to say a couple of things. The attorney that spoke earlier is simply incorrect. The voting was 4-2. That just happened last week, and he was not there at the meeting. He was correct in that we're here because of Mr. Crean, because what happened in May when he applied for his special use permit was it simply brought to light the error. I think a lot of us in the community, when we purchased the homes, didn't really look at, are you agriculture? That's not something we typically look at. In fact, the house next door to me just sold. I spoke to the new owners who moved in August, and I said, did you know that we were zoned agriculture? And they said, we had no idea. We thought this was residential, and in fact, the realtor sold it as a residential neighborhood. In addition, some just other notes I've made. Just to understand who you're dealing with here. At the special use permit meeting in May, the homeowner claimed that he was not here much, and he had just purchased his home in November. So I'm not sure what homeowner who lives in Florida would be doing here at the lake in the winter, because most of my friends go to the Florida in the winter. He also mentioned that a realtor had just happened to say, because you're not here much, you should rent. He also said that he needed money for his mother's health care. Meanwhile, he was already renting, and there are reviews on Airbnb to prove it. At that meeting, it was voted against, 5-1, and then he did withdraw his application before it came in front of you. At the August rezoning meeting, he shows up with an attorney, and the attorney claims that he always intended to rent it. So someone is lying. And I just feel that there is blatant disregard for our county rules, for our planning commission, and for the Board of Supervisors. Meanwhile, the renters that we have had to deal with, that were supposedly 30 days or more, they've had loud parties on the dock until after midnight. They're driving their Sea-Doos after dark, which is illegal. They've had their dogs run loose in the neighborhood and requested that we use our HOA to send emails to the homeowners to find their dog. In addition, they further break the rules as the homeowners by throwing their weeds from their yard into the lake. All of this is documented with photographs, texts, or emails to prove it. In closing, there is no legal argument to not rezone us, and the majority of us would like to be rezoned to residential. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak to the public hearing? Anyone else? Give you plenty of chance. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Go back into open session. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Thompson, may I make a couple comments?
Sure.
Thank you. This is my district, and I have been working with the residents for months. I have likewise been working with our staff for months. This rezoning is a correction that needs to be made. Our zoning code is antiquated, and as such, ever since I became elected, I have had to deal with A1 because it was almost a default zoning area in 1988 when Franklin County first got zoning and put it into place. Idlewood Shores, I have walked some of the properties. It behaves like a residential neighborhood. It looks like a residential neighborhood, and it has the characteristics of a residential neighborhood. The lot sizes do not suggest anything that's relative to what we would consider generalized A1 use. Mr. Gilbert, with all due respect, this was approved last week on a 4-2 vote with one absent planning commissioner. So this was an approved planning commission action. It had been improperly voted on last month. I think it was last month. It had been improperly voted on, and that was guided by the Planning Commission's attorney to get that corrected, and it was. And so the record we have is an approval. I recommend to my colleagues approval of this. The residents want it. We are here to represent the residents. And furthermore, as we seek in the coming months to be looking at our zoning code comprehensively, we are going to be doing exactly this type of activity, I predict, as we look at trying to readjust and correct our zoning classifications due to land uses that are in today's vernacular versus what it was back in 1988. In my district alone, we've got subdivisions and you all know, that have cropped up all through my district and in Mr. Cundiff's district as well on A1 property, probably in a lot of cases. This doesn't need to hold and be the correct zoning classification. I would further point out that Idlewood Shores have done a lot of work as an HOA. They have got highly restrictive covenants, and that's my opinion, and I think they would agree that they've got restrictive covenants. So if the property is A1 or R1, whatever it is, the restrictive covenants that are in place are going to preclude a lot of activity in that subdivision. And so with respect to the subdivision itself being acknowledged as a subdivision and can be utilized as such, this rezoning request is highly appropriate, and it should have been done a long time ago.
Anyone else?
I have a quick comment, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Ms. Smith has said, and recently on a large agricultural tract my wife and I own, I was looking into some land use, and I found out in order for me to qualify for A1, I had to have a cow, I had to cut hay, I had to lease it to somebody to farm. Based on what I was told, I think this is improperly zoned, and I think it should be reverted back to R1. That's just my opinion. And I would offer Mrs. Smith to make a motion on that.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Ms. Spencer, will you come back, please? Does this neighborhood, whatever, do they have a homeowners association?
They do. And they have restrictive covenants, although we don't govern restrictive covenants. We have.
Yes, ma'am. Do they have a homeowners association?
Yes, sir.
And do they have a covenant on there speaking to short-term rental?
They do.
And so that covenant is given to everybody when they come in?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Does that open up anything for anyone?
I would make a comment, Mr. Chairman. Any subdivision in the county that has short-term rentals on special use permit basis, but that their homeowners association precludes it, they can still come to us for approval. They're going to have to go back and deal with their POA and HOA because it is restrictive, and there's probably punitive measures within their covenants to address someone that doesn't comply with them within the POA. So, oh, I know. I'm just trying to answer your question. Just wanted to answer your question.
There's a homeowners association, and somebody signed a paper, they gave their word for something.
Yes, yes.
That was my comment. They have to sign the covenant.
I'll shut up now.
Right.
Except I'll give you a motion.
Anyone else? Does that raise anything else? Okay, I'm open for a motion.
May I? I find that such use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health and safety and general welfare of the community. Therefore, I move to approve the applicant's request to rezone from A1 agricultural to R1 residential suburban subdivision in accordance with section 25-730 of the zoning ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
It's back to me already?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'm starting over for the evening. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Ms. Spencer, application of Billy Martin.
Next case before you tonight is a request for a short-term rental in an A1 zoning district. It's about an acre parcel on Lost Mountain Road in Gills Creek. A short-term rental is permitted with a special use permit, as you know, in A1. Future land use designation is low-density residential. Here the property is located. It's a fairly small property in a low-density residential area, zoned low-density residential. The intent of the landowner is to convert a cabin to a two-story single-family, to a short-term rental. It's about a 1,500 square foot space. The neighborhood is a mix of other single-family residences, wooded lots, and A1 zoning. The closest home is 60 feet away. We have received no comments to date. Staff feels that Franklin County is a vacation destination, and the proposed use of short-term rental does allow for more affordable temporary lodging options. The proposed use is compatible with a comprehensive plan and will continue to drive tourism and economic development in the county. Planning Commission recommended 601 with one absent with 5 conditions. The permit can only apply to the existing dwelling. The owner shall comply with the supplementary regulations that our ordinances have. They must register the short-term rental. The septic system must be approved for the number of bedrooms that they are advertising for short-term rental, and they must plant a landscape buffer along the property, the neighboring sides of the property. I paraphrased those conditions. They are part of the record in the staff report and in the ordinance.
Anyone got any questions for Ms. Spencer? Thank you, ma'am. We'll open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Do we have any speakers on this item?
On the application of Billy Martin, do we have any?
Are you the applicants? Okay.
Do you wish to address the board, sir?
He said only if you had questions.
State your name and your address, please.
Deborah and Billy Martin, 212 Cathedral Oaks Lane, Wertz, Virginia. We bought this property a couple of years ago, and we just couldn't bear to tear down history. So we spent 2 years and 4 months in our spare time bringing it back to life. We tried to keep everything original inside the cabin, and any additions that were put on it, we kind of kept it in line with what you would find in a log home. We saved old windows and put pictures of the original owners in there, and we've researched history, so everybody that comes to visit our area, they can actually see a piece of our history.
Go ahead.
The Purdue's lived there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew them too. When they sold it.
They're buried out back, correct?
Yeah, they're also buried out back in the cemetery.
Which we kept the property with us.
Any questions for?
I also think
Thank
Booker
you.
T. Washington, I
They
think
do,
they
yes.
have it, they have this in the Welcome Center.
Yes.
I understand. This is a special piece of property.
Any more questions? Thank you.
Oh.
Anyone else here wishing to speak on half of the Martin application? Okay. It's a pleasure of the board. What do you want to do?
Mr. Chairman, I would find that the proposed, make a motion, please. I find that the proposed special use permit for short-term tourist rental will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that in the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the proposed and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to community. I therefore move to approve this request for a special use permit with the 5 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, application for rezone for Donald Hancock. Ms. Spencer.
This is an application for a rezone of a 13-acre property in Gills Creek. A gentleman had come into the office to ask about the land uses that were permitted on his property, and staff advised him that in order to farm as he wanted to, he would have to rezone to A1. Property is, again, about 13 acres, consists of 2 properties. Zoning is residential combined subdivision around him, oriented to the road, zoning oriented to the back of the property and where the activity would take place is agricultural. Low-density residential. The properties have been zoned R1 since 1988, another example of, or RC1, excuse me, of comprehensive zoning when the county first adopted ordinances. The applicant lives on the property and wants to raise crops and animals. There is a single-family residence on the one parcel, the other one is vacant. Like I said, adjoining and nearby are A1 agricultural and RC1. Some inquiries have been received to date, but no negative comments. The general area is consistent with the A1 agricultural zoning district, more so than RC1, especially with properties to a rear. The property owner has proffered out the majority of the permitted uses in A1 zoning to protect his neighbors since they are already developed as residential lots. And the proposed rezone would allow the applicant to make full use of his land in the way that he would like to. The Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions that limit the uses to agricultural, accessory uses, feedlot, garage, principal garage storage, gardens, private, single-family homes, signs, and stables.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Spencer? Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll go into open the public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak to this? Anyone at all? Are you on this one, Mr. Boynton? All right, no one here wish to speak? Close the public hearing. What's the board's pleasure?
I'm happy to make a motion when ready.
Ready.
I find that the rezone will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such rezone will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to approve the request for rezoning from RC1 residential combined subdivision to A1 agricultural with the proper conditions submitted by the applicant and recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Okay, application for rezone.
This is an application to rezone just under an acre of property located on US 220 in Rocky Mount. The applicant had come into the office to permit some work on an existing commercial building, was declared to be legally non-conforming and chose to rezone so as to come into conformance with the zoning code, so that as businesses moved in and out, he would not have to question whether or not they were allowed. The intent is to allow for a bakery business. The future use is commercial mixed use, and it is on the 220 North Mixed Use Overlay District. The property is surrounded by limited business zoning, as you see, to the north, to the south and west. And this shows the overlay for the 220 corridor. The property has been zoned this way since 1988. It's been the site for several commercial businesses, including a Dairy Queen gun shop and leather goods. The tenant has found the owner's found a tenant who wants to occupy space in there, and we have not received any comments to date.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Spencer?
The zone would be more compatible with the future land use designation there. It would bring the property into compliance, and the applicant is proffering out several permitted uses to ensure that he is consistent with the neighboring properties. Planning Commission recommended approval 6 1 with a 1 absent, and approved the conditions proffered by the applicant. The applicant proffered out the conditions that are listed here. So none of these uses would be allowed on the property.
Does that open up any questions? Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Boyd Knott.
Thank you, sir. My name is John Boytnott. I represent RPT3, which is the current owner of the property. This is the old Dairy Queen building that L.H. Hammock built for L.D. Arrington back in the day. I believe it was a Dairy Queen when zoning came into being in our Rocky Mount district. And it was a non-conforming use at that time, and it's been a non-conforming use since that time. I have dealt with your planning staff on, this is the third conversation that I've had with them about non-conforming uses as opposed in the A1 zone and a non-conforming use, and had to go back with the history of it all and show them, hey, we're a non-conforming use for the general business purposes that we want to rent it out for. But this time, staff and I worked with them, and they were very receptive. So we basically want to clean it all up, put it into the correct zone, proffer out the uses that are really not compatible with the property, and get it all cleaned up so we don't have to keep reinventing the wheel each time we have a new owner or a new tenant. Thank you.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Boytnott? Thank you, sir. Anyone else here wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll go back into the closed session. What you want to do?
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion. I find that the rezone will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such rezone will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move that we approve the request for rezoning from A1 agricultural to B2 general business with the proffered conditions submitted by the applicant and recommended by the Planning Commission.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
On the grounds that my daughter owns a bakery in the town of Rocky Mount, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Yes, sir. Chairman Thompson.
Yes. I've been asked to take a 5-minute break. Be back. We'll come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. They like donuts. Application for Jeff and Zena. Yeah.
Zdenek. This is an application for a special use permit for a tourist and resort facilities development. It's a 16-acre property at Kemp Farm Road. They have given us a sketch plan of exactly how the layout will be on this road. The zoning is currently A1, which allows this with a SUP, a special use permit. The future land use is Union Hall Village. Here you see the property is located near the Old Franklin Turnpike. It is neighborhood of B2 and A1, and it is all low-density residential use. I apologize that the sketch is a little bit difficult to read. We worked pretty hard on trying to make this clearer for you. This sketch and this arrangement will be what accompanies the approval for the special use permit. And it shows exactly where the applicant's development is going to be. The intent is for them to have 11 permanently affixed tiny homes added over time on 3 of the acres. They will be no bigger than 360 square feet, 1 bed, 1 bath. All of these dimensions are here just to make you familiar with the development, but they are not regulated. They will have to permit everything that they move onto the site. They intend to restore the existing barn. The remaining acreage is intended to remain open space and wooded with existing trees. Some opposing comments have been received from neighbors, mostly by some confusion about a tourist facility versus an RV park. I think there was some confusion that that's what the request was. Neighbors behind asked about privacy, and we added fencing and landscaping and signage to address that. The property is in close proximity to the center of the village, where there's a small commercial node developed, has the potential of more. The sites for the homes will be located along the perimeter into the woods, and that is shown on the site plan. I made sure that they indicated the homes won't be seen. The proposal will provide a multi-unit short-term lodging option. The Planning Commission did recommend to approve the special use permit with 11 conditions. Concept plan, they'll have to meet all development standards. A fence will be installed, an existing buffer from the existing trees. A full-time manager will be on the site at all times. And the owners will comply with state regulations. Lighting will comply with county lighting standards. The property owner needs to ensure us that they're going to maintain proper care and maintenance of the property. Access is limited just to Kemp Ford Road. No overflow parking will be allowed, and all-terrain vehicles will only be allowed for the owner's use. That was addressing a concern from a neighbor. A sign shall be installed, no recreational vehicles or trailers beyond this point, also a concern from the neighbor.
Anyone with any questions?
I have one. So this is going to be like tiny houses, for lack of a better term?
That's correct. They're cottages. If you would imagine a resort facility where there's little cottages to rent, maybe something like a winery would have.
Okay.
But they're using the tiny home concept to put those cottages in. They'll have to pass the building code and be permitted, like I said.
Thank you.
Is this, I don't know how to say it. First time I get lost for words. The VDOT has looked at this, or is going to look at it before it's approved?
They have looked at it, and they'll have to approve a driveway permit.
They what now?
They'll have to approve an entrance permit.
I said but they haven't yet.
They haven't, but they've looked at the plan.
Oh, they looked at it, but it hasn't approved. But yet the plans can't go through unless they get the VDOT right away, correct?
Correct. They won't be able to develop unless they get the VDOT entrance permit.
Okay. But I know that's, in a way, sort of a bad spot right there, so I just want to make sure that's understood.
They will, and they looked at the site already, like I said, and spoke to the applicant.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Who's the applicant?
Questions? Thank
Sorry.
you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Who is, unless I'm just missing it, who is the actual applicant?
The applicant and owner are the same entity, they just have a different name. The applicants are a couple by the name of Zdenek. And
I just don't see that anywhere in the paperwork here.
yeah.
It's in the application
First line.
itself.
It's in the, you're correct. Yep. The property.
And you guys have fencing and landscaping?
J Cubed Holdings is the name of their corporation. Fencing and landscaping, yes, sir, is provided for, and the landscaping using existing woodland, which is desirable because it will look less assuming.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more? Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll open for a public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this application? Anyone at all? All right, seeing no one here wishing to speak, we'll close it, go back into closed session. I'll open it up to the board. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question.
I'm sorry.
and Maybe I should have asked her. But
Ms. Spencer, can you come back up, please?
But as I read the description, we're gonna have 11 tiny houses on approximately 3 acres of land with a bathhouse, a community pavilion, existing barn. Can all of this go in 3 acres?
The homes are located along the edge of the woodland in a line. So yes, that's very easily fits into 3 acre, into 3 acres, and they're very small. I mean, they are tiny homes, and they're situated very close together.
They don't have to be. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Is this the same applicant that was going to do the proposed haunted house?
I don't know. No.
No? So it's changed hands since then, Steve?
It's a different property.
Okay, I thought it was the same piece. Not the same piece. But it's really close, because I thought it was the same part.
Yeah, I did too. Thank you, Steve.
It's the 18 acres beside the house.
Gotcha.
Any more questions? All
No,
right,
sir.
what's your pleasure? What do you want to do?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like a motion to approve. I find that such use will not be substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such special use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with these uses is permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. I therefore move to approve the request for a special use permit with the 12 conditions recommended by the planning commission.
Second.
All right, you have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you do?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
I believe so.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
And motion passes.
Okay, the next one is an application for rezoning of the I'm gonna mess this up, Shock
Yes.
property, SML Partners LLC.
To, again, the name of the corporation owned by Mr. Schott, the applicant. Excuse me. This is an application to rezone about 195 acres from A1 to RPD. The intention is to develop a 112-lot subdivision under RPD zoning. The future land use of this area is designated as low-density residential. The property is located, here you can see where it's located in the county, up on the northern edge of the very northern extent of the lake. Shows the property with lots of lake frontage, as surrounded by agricultural, and everything around it developed as low-density residential. This is a sketch of the preliminary draft subdivision that the property owner intends to develop. RPD requires a maximum density of 3 units per gross acre. Applicant is proposing 1.6 units per gross acre. The applicant has requested a deviation from the open space requirements, which RPD requires an open space area of 50% of the development. The applicant is proposing instead to put conservation areas at the rear of the individual properties. Sorry. The applicant proposes he will label it as conservation area at the rear of most lots in the subdivision. They've been zoned A1 since 1988 and were acquired about 2 years ago. No comments have been made to date. Staff feels that this will help satisfy the requirements that we determined during our housing study. It would allow for residential development in current line with the effort to create more housing, and it would provide a larger development where short-term rentals would be permitted by right. Upfront covenants would address them and zoning would line up. Individual parcels will have their own well and septic systems. The Planning Commission recommended to approve it with proffered conditions. The property shall be developed by the concept plan, which will become more specifically codified by a plat, a subdivision plat. The property shall not include apartments, churches, manses, small cell, and micro wireless facilities. Excuse me. The owner has also proffered some conditions which are in your staff report. That I want to be able to, and I apologize not to have it sooner. These are important proffers because they include the establishment of a homeowners association and sorry. Okay. The only other condition is the provision that they don't meet the 50% open space.
Don't do what?
The other condition is that they would not be developing with 50% open space.
We'll go ahead, can we go ahead, this is in the Boone District. Can we go ahead with the second part too while you're up there? Or do you want them done separately?
It's not, I would defer to the attorney. This one, you will need to vote on them separately.
Yes.
And one would be conditioned upon the other. But is it? I don't.
Okay.
Because the hearing would be separate, yeah, thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Spencer?
Mr. Chairman,
Spencer,
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Is there any bonding required in this?
In the construction of the roads, there will be bonding required with the recording of a plat, which is typically what the process is. No development can happen without bonding the improvements.
And does that include the roads?
Yes, sir. That's a matter of process during the subdivision platting process.
And who sets that number?
Excuse me, who sets the amount?
Who sets the bonding numbers?
The bond amount is set by agreement between the county and the engineer who estimates the construction of the roads after VDOT has approved the design.
Thank you.
Ma'am, on the permitted uses where the X's are on there, apartment houses, churches, monastics, small cell, micro wireless facilities. Do you know why they were marked off?
I'd really like the applicant to answer that question, if you don't mind. I'm not 100% sure. I'd rather he were able to defend that request himself.
All right. Any more questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll go into, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this? Anyone at all? You want to speak, sir? Sure. Board, state your name, please, and your address.
My name is Jay Schott, and I live in 104 Onslow Court in Mooresville, North Carolina. And we're the applicant for the rezoning. And I just wanted to be able to answer any questions that you all have about the rezoning.
Why don't you want any, you marked out small cell and micro wireless facilities. Why don't you want that on there? We're gonna get cell phone towers on there, internet, and all of that.
As far as like cell towers in a residential community, some of our customers would frown upon that. Now, however, internet in the ground would be something we'd be looking forward to, but we have cell service on the property currently. Does that make sense?
You got cell service already there?
Yeah, we have, like, when I go out there, I have cell service, so it's not something that we really wanted to see out there as far as a cell tower. I don't have anything personally against cell towers. As a matter of fact, my dad was in the cell tower business, so certainly it has a good use for utility, but if it's not needed on that property for single-family residential, as we were filling out the application, I was encouraged to get rid of things that might not fit the use or that we might not need.
Why don't you want a church in there?
Again, not that I'm against going to church or anything either. It's just that this is going to be a single-family residential community, and it's for, single-family residential. I mean, as far as a church being on the neighboring property, that'd be great.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody got any comment? I've got some, but I'll open it to you all first. I think there's nobody here, nobody. These other members up here may be as equally excited and want to see growth as much as I do, but there's nobody here that wants to see it any more than I do. We need this kind of growth. But I'm really concerned that in these applications here that this is, they don't want to see cell phone towers there. They don't want to see the internet. We may have to come and get internet service in there and all of that, and it costs a small fortune to put it underground. If that can be done, then it's at the headwaters of the lake, of Smith Mountain Lake. Let me put it that way. And there's a lot of stuff there, and we're talking a couple hundred houses here. That's gonna be a lot of water. That's gonna be a lot of sewer. And I'm really concerned about the lack of infrastructure that's being talked about in this here. There is none. And I like to see all of this worked out. This is, we need these houses. We need them bad. We need this done and done right, in my opinion. And is the land going to sustain 200 houses? Is it that much water there without public water? Is there, sir, I didn't interrupt you when you were talking a while ago, sir. Okay? Is the property gonna sustain this kind of growth as it is? And all of this stuff, in my opinion, needs to be worked out in the beginning, not at the end. Now, does that raise any more questions or comment from the board members?
I have a
Yes, sir.
question for Mr. Schott, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Is your, in regards to Mr. Thompson's comments, because this makes me really excited, I love it, but Would everybody have their own well and septic? Is that the plan?
Yes, sir, and we've already done all the engineering for the soils. And
Everything will perk and there's plenty of
we
water?
have 112 single-family sites, so we're not doing 200. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you, I apologize. And yes, so we have we won't be requiring water and sewer. It'll be single-family well and septic. One other thing, we're not against, if we need to leave in cell towers and churches for potential future need, we're not against that. We just took off things that we didn't think were going to be needed in that subdivision. So if it is a difference and makes a difference, we can certainly scratch those off our list or make it a condition that we add those conditions back in. I'm happy to do that.
Anything else?
I'm good. I'm excited
Thank
to see
you.
development.
Mr. Chairman, someone else to speak.
Sir?
You closed the public hearing.
Yeah, we called him up. He can speak. Yes, sir.
I think it might be in a good gesture to table this and let him clean up what he needs to clean up and bring it back to the board.
I'll make that as a motion.
I'll make that as a motion, and if he gets it prepared, he can bring it back next month.
Second.
We got a motion and a second on the table for this to go back to planning and zoning or for Mr. Schott to come back. There's some things that need to be addressed, such as the water, sewer, the 200 houses, the no churches, the internet, the broadband, all of this that's there. Now, can we table this, or do we have to? I think we can table it to bring it back.
I have a comment about the motion, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I just want to get my comment out that I'm more than happy with moving forward. This is great for the county. I mean, it sounds like he's more than willing to work with the county what we need to do. But public hearing's closed, so I can't address him anymore, correct?
Say that again.
Public hearing is closed, so I can't address Mr. Schott anymore.
Yes, if you
I
want to
can?
speak to Mr. Schott, you do that.
To push it off another month, Mr. Schott, is that going to be a huge detriment to you? I mean, are y'all ready to break ground? That's probably my bigger question.
We have, I believe, all of our permits in place. We're waiting on our plat to be the final version of our plat and comments from the county. I think it's close to being done. We're hoping to break ground, so we're ready to break ground. I don't know if it would be out of place to say that, we can file other conditions on it to be approved, that we resolve those issues that Mr. Thompson brought up. We're happy to do that as a condition. We'd love to move forward tonight and have it approved and make those a condition to be approved. However, we'll do whatever the board suggests.
Your engineers have went in and perked the land and said that there's enough water to do what you want to do.
Yes, and I can provide documentation from our soil scientist. He's the president of the Soil Scientists Association in the state of Virginia, David Hall at CTEC. Okay. They've done all the work out there and the health department has not reviewed it yet because we're not to that point.
Right. You got to get approval from us before you can go to the health department.
That's correct.
Which could delay you months.
It's a long process to go through the health department.
So, just to add more comment to Mr. I don't want to table this. I mean, our housing study clearly stated this is exactly what our county needs, what this gentleman's trying to do. And we need to go by what the housing study said. Let's move forward with this. Let's not hold up someone who's trying to develop in our county. I mean, this is great news for the county right here. So my comment would be, I'm ready to move forward. I don't want to delay it any more than we have to. I mean, if we can make a motion to change what people are concerned about, I'm more than comfortable with that. That's just my comment.
If you can do it with conditions, we'd be thrilled. If we need to come back in a month, we'll do what we need to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Schott, I just wanted to, I just want to make a general comment. I've worked with Mr. Schott. He does good development. He has so stated to this board that the things that have been mentioned up here are things that he is more than happy, you know, to eliminate or add, what have you. I agree with Mr. Mitchell. I don't see the point in making him wait a month. He is compliant and wants to be compliant with the county to bring home, you know, our, you know, PCD homes. So I don't see any point in delaying it.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with what they're saying. I don't want to delay this. I don't want to cost him any more money.
Right.
I think the issues that have come up can be worked out as we move forward. I'm ready to pull the trigger and go forth with
We've
this.
we got a motion on the table.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, will you read the motion that's on the table, please?
Right now, I have a motion made by Supervisor Leland Mitchell to table the applicant's request until he can further clarify and the language was clean up his application with the items that we addressed tonight, specifically the churches and the cell towers, and that was seconded by Supervisor Condit.
Do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. We're back. Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Smith.
No.
Supervisor Tatum.
No.
Supervisor Condit.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Okay, that motion fails.
All right. Number 7. Application by J. Schott applicant, Smith Lake Partners, LLC, requests a special use permit with possible conditions to allow for the incitation of private roads. I guess we need to go back, since that failed, and take a vote
Right.
of whether or not to go forward. I think we need to do that. Somebody needs to make a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I would like to know what everybody on the board wants so I can put it in my motion. As far as if the things that you're concerned about, he said he was more than willing to work with us, so if we need to add that to my motion, I'll be glad to do so. As far as if we want,
There's a draft ordinance, I think it's a draft ordinance, but anyway, and it's got under the whereas, second, the property shall not include the following communities. A, apartment houses, B, churches, C, manses, D, small cell, and micro-private facilities. All you have to do is, move the, proposed ordinance minus whichever.
So it'd be number 2 on the proposed ordinance.
So do you want apartment house?
It's up to Mr. Mitchell.
yeah, I mean, I didn't hear anybody had a concern about apartment houses, so we should leave that on there if that's what they want.
I don't have a problem with leaving it up to the developer on putting any of these in there. I don't think we need to tie his hands on what he can build in the future there.
I think Mr. Schott's comment was they eliminated these to make it smoother through the process, correct? So I don't think he's got an issue with any of them.
All right, there's so much paperwork. Gee whiz. All right, I think I'm on the right one. Let me find I'll just read it, Mr. Chairman, if y'all are ready. I'm ready if you are, Mr. Chairman. What do y'all want me to call the list of things that weren't supposed to be in there? Where's that at? All right, I found it. How do you want me to word this, Mr. Attorney? Do you take those proffers out? Is that the proper terminology?
Proffers, and also you're gonna need to include deviation from the open space requirement.
All right, who's got a pen?
Excuse me.
Remove proffers. And what was the what did you say, open space, what? Deviation from open space requirement. All right. I find that the rezone will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such rezone will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Therefore, I move to approve the request for rezoning from A1 agriculture to RPD residential plan development with the proffered removing without the proffered commission submitted by the applicant and deviation from the open space requirement and recommended by the planning commission. Is that good enough? All right.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you read that motion, please?
Yes. Sorry, Tim has my paper copy because we had a issue with the iPad today.
Had a technical.
So on the motion made by Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell, he finds that the rezone will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property, and that the charter of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such rezone will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code and the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell moves to approve the request, keeping in, noting that he takes out the proffers which are listed in your packet, and also notes the deviation from the open space requirement. That was seconded by Supervisor Smith.
You need to do a roll call vote on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Is there something else?
I'm waiting. Okay.
You need to do a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Condon.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
No.
That motion passes with a 4-3 vote.
Thank you. Number 7.
Our final case of the night is a special use permit for the same property to allow the development of private roads. In the RPD district, the development of private roads is allowed with a special use permit. These are repetitive slides, so I'm sort of moving through them. Again, he plans to create a development of 112 lots, and the rezoning, this was contingent upon the rezoning. Staff says that in RPD districts, private roads are allowed by issuance of a special use permit, and there are criteria in order to allow this. They need to be built to state standards for RPD, and the applicant must provide a private road maintenance agreement. Concerns over the long-term maintenance of the private roads is one of the things that we've heard quite a bit, and that should be addressed by a satisfactory maintenance agreement included as a condition of the zoning. The Planning Commission recommended approval with the conditions that the roads be developed in accordance with the master plan. The private roads are contingent upon the approval to rezone. The roads have to be developed in accordance with the standards listed in section 25, which is the VDOT standards for this district. SML Partners will construct all private streets in accordance with current. This is an additional condition just to that was proffered by SML Partners to verify the fact that they would be constructing the roads to a full public road standard, and that the access and use of the streets will comply with the road maintenance agreement. The subdivision will have a mandatory homeowners association in order to include the maintenance agreement so that all property owners know and understand that that is their responsibility, and a bond will be in place to guarantee the roads until they are fully released, which is a typical requirement of our subdivision ordinance, but again mentioned here as a condition in order to reassure you of the importance of that. They will also put a note on the subdivision plat identifying the streets as private. That requirement is so that anybody purchasing property will understand I'll give one more word on the maintenance agreement. We've been working on a potential maintenance agreement in anticipation of this request. And the staff and the attorney's been working on the maintenance agreement. I would suggest that the condition number 4 says that it complies with a road maintenance agreement approved by the county. If you are to accept it.
Anyone have any questions for staff? Ms. Spencer?
May I ask a question, Mr.
Huh?
Chair? May I ask a question? Carrie, educate me here for a quick moment. Given the code, you know, that the roads, private roads must be brought up to state standards, what is the rationale why you just don't go ahead and get them in the state system out of the gate?
Well, honestly, the applicant's, one rationale that the applicant has is that there are private easements underlying the roadway routes that would prohibit him from being able to turn them over to the VDOT. Because they encumber, basically, those private easements encumber the roads. So in discussing the case, because there is an allowance to request private roads in the RPD, he chose to go that route.
Because VDOT won't accept them with
the private easement
problems.
And I know that the applicant has stated that he would like to eventually have those easements be released so that he can dedicate them. But our code allows him to go this route in the meantime.
Thank you.
That answered my question, what I had. Any more questions for
I have one.
Ms. Spencer?
What are you referring to, these easements? Sewer lines, water lines?
No, sir, it's a private, an old recorded private access easement that is not necessary to access the properties that it belongs to. We would not support the release of a private easement that left a property without access.
I got you.
Does have any more questions for? Thank you. Going to open the public comment. Is there anyone here wishes to speak to the road situation? Shad, do you want to address?
Mostly just to hear any questions that you guys have for us. I appreciate you guys considering the special use permit.
What's the problem with doing the roads to VDOT specifications and turn them over to them?
Well, we are going to build the roads to VDOT state spec, but as Carrie just said, in our access into the property, there are other property owners on that road that have underlying right-of-way, and VDOT will not accept anything that's encumbered. But our private road is fine, and we'll improve that road for all of our neighbors to be a much better road, and that road will be taken care of, even the road that they use, by our HOA.
Have they been explained that you're trying to do a VDOT road and they still won't do it?
I have. There's 9 other owners, and most of which would agree to it. One of which has told me no, and I'm not certain that it's something that I can explain. I don't know if he's aging out. I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. I'm not trying to. I don't think he understands, and we've had many conversations with him, and I think he thinks we're trying to take something from him. But we will continue to pursue it once the road is built. I think that they'll see that we haven't done anything. We haven't taken anything away from them, and that once VDOT accepts it, they can release the right of way, and then they'll have public road. But right now, that's kind of a hard thing for some people to understand, and we're trying to be understanding of his situation. But this is the way to actually develop the property.
Does that have any questions for Mr. Shad? Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else here wish to speak to this? We'll go back into closed session. I'm gonna make comment on this. Again, I've got to say this. I want to see this project go through. I know y'all don't believe me, but I do. I think it's important and we need it. But I've got real heartburn, more than I did a while ago, with this road. I've got another subdivision in my district, and I don't know Mr. Shops. First time, I guess, I've ever laid eyes on him. And I am not questioning his integrity or his word at all. I would not do that. But this is business. And I represent Franklin County, most specifically the Boone District, where this development is going. I've got another development in the Boone District called Melody Lakes. It was a wonderful. It's a big lake out in the middle, and it was really nice. They built the roads up. They were nice roads, but they weren't maintained, and now they're impassable except from one side. And we are continually getting tax tickets where people's not paying their taxes, and they're saying, I can't get to it. We've got another Log Cabin Estates. About 5 or 6 years ago, 7 years ago now, you got, Mr. Mitchell, you will remember, Bobby Thompson, your predecessor. He took it upon himself, and he got members of the community to come and donate money and time, and went down there and worked on those roads. When I was on the police department, I walked in because I couldn't get my car in there. There was a rescue call. These developers were gonna do the roads. We're gonna turn them over to a homeowner association, and it doesn't get done. We've got another one just right down the road from there. It's called Linville on the Lake. There's roads down there, the same thing. There's people wants to sell their property. The lady come to me the other day, she says, I can't find it. The road's done growed up. I don't even know where it's at. And that's where they're at with that. I've got another one, Ridge Mountain Road. You all remember, that's just 2 or 3 years ago. They couldn't cross the bridge because the bridge, I went over with Mr. Hatcher at the time. We was over there 3 days. And I found a way on the backside, and the county put some money in for gravel on the road to get a fire truck, an ambulance, and a police car in. I can keep going. We just, about 2 or 3 months ago, done bond money, released it on a subdivision up y'all's way. That's there. I don't know you, sir, but I gotta look for the county. And I think it's incumbent upon you. I don't know what you gotta do, but I wanna see those roads built and turned over to VDOT. Because I don't want to see it. Because I had one man, I had to get an attorney to go over there on that Ridge Mountain Road to go with that. They sent this board a letter. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not opposed to this project, but it's got to be done right. We only get one chance to do it right. And with that being there, I can't support this with that road situation like it is. You've got an excellent project, but there's got to be some more work there to get the road. You're gonna build it to state code, then let them have it. Because these homeowners, there's no guarantee. And then the bond money, is the bond money gonna be caught up with inflation? If something's worth $20 today, 2 years from now, it might be $40. It's not gonna work that way. That's how I feel about it in the Boone District in Franklin County, Virginia. Anybody else got anything to say?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
do we have permission to talk to Mr. Schott again?
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking. If we don't, I won't.
Go ahead, yes.
Yeah. So my question for you is, and I'm gonna agree with Mr. Thompson because I worked on what he's talking about in my district for a year. He has a legitimate concern. And I would agree with him on the roads, getting you moving forward. My question to you is, are you willing to build your roads to state specs?
Yes, actually, that's a condition of the SUP is to build the road to state specs. unfortunately, without private roads, we won't be able to move forward with the subdivision. So VDOT won't accept the roads, and Franklin County won't approve our plan otherwise, because they already know that VDOT won't accept our roads with a private right-of-way underneath it. And I don't know if you guys have all tried to deal with 9 separate property owners before on something like this, to where they could really hold out. Well, there's one guy that I don't think it's a matter of offering him money. I just don't think he understands the situation. There are other people out there that are absolutely willing to sign a release for their private right-of-way, but you have to have everyone release it. Otherwise, the subdivision won't get built.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
if I may, I've got the same issues, Jay, in my district. These two have articulated. I'm dealing with 2 fluid situations right now where citizens are trying to get their road accepted, and that developer at that time was not held to building the road to state standards. So I don't know what the remedy is for, other than getting the right-of-ways, released.
Well, again, we are going to build the road to state standards.
Right, I understand
so
that.
It won't, the construction and the engineering of the road would be the same, and we plan to turn it over to VDOT and feel very confident that once the roads are built and people can see that we're not trying to hoodoo them, that they will agree to release the right-of-way and VDOT can take on their normal process. Until that time, unfortunately, I don't believe we'll get approval to finalize the subdivision without it. So that's why we went through the special use, or the rezoning and the special use permit process. And I totally understand your all's concerns. But roads that are built to VDOT state spec and a higher end subdivision, I haven't been in the communities that you all are talking about and how long ago they were put in place, so I can't speak to any of that. But we're getting ready to finish paving another project in Lakeside Farms. It starts next week, and you guys can come out and look at the project that we've done. Those roads aren't going to go anywhere for 20 years. But we have a homeowners association put in place there with a road maintenance agreement where they're paying $600 a year for 99 lots. That's $60,000. So you spend about $25,000 a year making sure the grass is cut and the landscaping's done. And then you put a deferred maintenance fund in place. And that's what we do with all of our HOAs they get funded. So I understand that there are a lot of older subdivisions that have had issues in the past, especially in the state of Virginia. But the way we're putting things in place today is different.
How's it different, sir? How can you sit here and tell this board, tell me that 20 years from now that your road is going to be just like it is when you built it, and it's not going to be impassable because your homeowners association didn't keep it up?
Well, the homeowners association has the ability to levy assessments to the property owners who live there to make sure that the properties or the roads are kept up to state standard. Actually, we would have an agreement in place, is what we were just talking about, with the county to make sure that it's a legal document forcing the HOA to make sure that the property is taken over or maintained properly by the HOA.
Mr. Cunningham.
Okay.
Mr. Tatum.
Yeah, I had a question. I think you may have answered. You are going to build the road to state specifications, and I guess our concern is who's obligated to keep it to state specifications. And I think what you just told us, the HOA, it would be up to them to keep it to state specifications until the state is able to take it over.
That's correct. And they also have an agreement with the county forcing them to make sure they keep it up to state spec standards. So the road maintenance agreement that Kerry talked about is an agreement that would be put in place right now with us in the county, but also with our homeowners. When they buy, they'd have to sign off on that agreement or they can't buy the lot in there. And then the HOA, as we turn over the responsibilities to the HOA, that entity then assumes that liability and that contract with this county to make sure that those roads are kept to state maintenance. Not just in 20 years, hey, we got to fix it, but all along the way, there's a deferred maintenance fund in place, okay, to where Again, the only things that they're going to be working on is making sure the grass is cut and the entrance looks good with landscaping. And then the rest of the fund is set up to your point, keep up with inflation. And the fund is set aside in escrow to make sure that when maintenance needs to be done, it draws out of that fund.
Where do you get the authority to, that you can obligate someone else?
In the Declaration of Covenants, they either agree to that's basically, it governs the law of that property. Either they agree to that or they don't buy in the community. So our road maintenance agreement, they would read before they sign their contract. And they would read our covenants before they sign the contract and make sure that they understand what they're obligating themselves to do when they buy this property. And that's join this HOA along with making sure that they pay their dues and that they can be levied assessments for improvements to roads or any other common elements that we might have in the community.
Mr. Chairman, may I for just yield to Mr. Gwynn? Can you comment, Mr. Gwynn, on...
We'll have to go into closed session if we're gonna consult an attorney. Not gonna put him on the spot out here.
You can't go into closed session just for anything.
We can.
Not just for anything, you can't.
We can go into session. We
If
can go into closed session.
Pardon?
To consult with the attorney.
3711A7.
It does allow that?
I mean, that's for legal advice and bank advice and counsel.
Are you asking for that?
I think we need it.
We'll take a recess to go into closed session to consult with our attorney. Mr. Tatum, would you make that motion, sir?
Tatum, just say A7, consult with legal.
A7, okay. I'll make a motion that we enter into closed meeting in accordance with, you said A7?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
2.2, 3711, A7, to consult with legal counsel.
To consult with legal counsel regarding requirements for road maintenance.
Requirements for road maintenance on this issue.
I'll second that.
All in
Supervisor
favor?
Mitchell.
Yes.
All in
Supervisor
favor?
Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. You wanna go to the big room back there so we can spread out? All right.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, you want to do a vote on that?
Second.
We need a second on that.
Second.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Okay, we just came back from consultation with our attorney in regards to this particular development. And do we have any more questions that everybody's clear with everything that's going on? All right, I need somebody to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to table it. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, sir, go ahead. Say,
I thought you were asking if you want somebody to do it,
I
yeah.
am.
After a little meeting, I make a motion to table, let's see, let me find it here.
Page 3.
I find that the required information presented is incomplete. You want me to read that one, Madeline, or deny?
I think
Is delayed action.
yeah, just delay action.
Delayed action. I find the required information presented is incomplete, therefore I move to delay action until additional information can be provided to the Board of Supervisors.
You get a second?
Second.
Sir, let me tell you what that is all about before we do the vote. You need to get with staff. They're gonna talk to you and tell you what's involved. We're not telling you it's not gonna happen, but there's some work that needs to be done. And we've got some heartburn, if you please, with the way it's been presented. And that's what we want to do, is work the bugs out. This is the first time, this is the very first one of this type of development. To get it done, we want it done right, and we're hoping that you can help us do that, to make it work out and everything, and do it as we can. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell? Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, before we go into our public comment, we need to go back earlier this afternoon. In the consent agenda. Number 3 and number 4 was pulled. I've forgotten who done what, but who pulled number 3? What's your questions or comments? Number 3 is the TLAC, Tri-County Lakes Administrative Commission applications resolution.
Oh, sorry, that was me, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Since Ms. Smith is here with TLAC, my questions are, the purpose of the resolution tonight is just to allow TLAC to create the application for people to fill out if they want to try to get a no wakeboarding buoy put in, correct?
You have my copy of the
Mr.
resolution.
Willow, will you explain the request application and the way it was explained for the TLAC? You explained it to me in the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand, and to Mr. Ronnie Mitchell's point, I think regarding the application process and so forth, TLAC, of course, is the representative body of Franklin, Pennsylvania, Bedford, and Campbell counties. And of course, TLAC is given the responsibility of various items, navigation and invasive weeds, monitoring those type of things and so forth. And so, correct, Mr. Ronnie Mitchell, I think you're on there. And of course, Mr. Chairman, I would lean to Supervisor Lori Smith as well, who has served on TLAC and certainly has a deeper understanding of this issue perhaps than I do. But the TLAC attorney, of course, advises us that in order for this program and so forth, they needed just a resolution from the 4 jurisdictions, one of which has already approved it in Pittsylvania County. And it really is allowing TLAC to be the processing body or the application body, I guess. I'm looking at Ms. Smith, if I'm getting this correct, to process the applications. Of course, no wake zones and so forth are not necessarily approved or disapproved for action by TLAC per se. As I understand, that is given it's a state responsibility to the Department of Wildlife Resources. TLAC, of course, is just the body that people, homeowners association and codes make application to. TLAC has a navigation committee then that assembles the information together and then makes a recommendation. And Mr. Chairman, Ms. Smith, I hope I did not bomb that description.
No, I would just add that the approval process, Mr. Whitlow, includes the Coast Guard as well.
That's right.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
The fact that the TLAC board adopted this, it will move on to DWR and the Coast Guard for approval or rejection.
It's the auxiliary Coast Guard, correct? Not the real Coast Guard.
I think it's the real Coast Guard.
There's an auxiliary on the lake.
No, this is going down to Richmond.
Okay.
So Mr. Mitchell, it's really a regulatory approval needed by the governing body.
It's not like this board saying, hey, we're out to get wakeboard boats. This is just a process, essentially. And from what you told me, if a cove wants to put one, 75% of that community has to do the legwork to get signatures. Then it has to go to state and the Coast Guard before it could ever be approved to actually put a buoy there. So I think you called it an ominous. What did you call it earlier?
Well, the application, just like to put a no-wake buoy, it's an onerous process for people to go through. And, I don't expect that it's going to be anything that people are standing in line to do. So the application has a lot of rigor to it. And basically this resolution is an acknowledgement that, our board, you have your representatives on the TLAC board. And as such, they are, the attorney's asking for the 3 localities, the 3 boards of supervisors, to do a resolution that is an expression of support for this process and for the vote, and to send it on for final approval.
Is there any more questions on this?
I'm good, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Mitchell, will you want to make your motion that we accept this resolution as presented?
Sure, I'll make the motion we accept the resolution as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The ambulance, number 4, ambulance reimbursement and reallocation. Mr. Mitchell,
Yes, sir.
Leland Mitchell pulled that.
Yes, sir. I had a question as why we were purchasing a vehicle that we basically already own, and that vehicle is priced at more than Callaway Volunteer paid for it in the beginning, and I just have a question as to why we are going into this arrangements to pay them for a vehicle.
Mr. Ferguson, you want to address that?
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, basically this is a 2002 Lifeline ambulance. Yeah, DD. Lifeline ambulance that was purchased back in 2002 with the county allocating $80,000 to the purchase and Callaway Rescue paying the remaining $12,000. The ambulance cost $92,000 and some change at that time. And in that period of time, they have been responsible for the maintenance of it, the oil changes, the brakes, different kinds of upkeep to it on preventive maintenance. And the vehicle is still an excellent vehicle. It was a pre-DEF vehicle, it has 7.2 liter diesel engine, so it still has a lot of life into it. And they had planned to sell the vehicle, hoping to get $12,000 out of it. But when we got to doing some research, they actually did not own the vehicle. The vehicle was owned by the county. But they had put in $12,000 to help offset the purchase. So we looked around and got a fair market value of it, which was $15,000 on the open market. And we figured that putting that in would help not only the $12,000 they wanted, but to help offset some of the costs of the preventive maintenance they put in. And then we're going to reallocate the vehicle to other purposes within the county.
So you're gonna keep the vehicle and still use it?
Yes, sir. Not as an ambulance, but we're going to use it for other public safety endeavors.
Mr. Mitchell, you got anything else?
Well, that really, I understand what they're doing with the vehicle, I have no problem. But, you know, as far as preventive maintenance, I think the county provides them with a payment every quarter or every so for vehicle upkeep, am I correct?
Yes, sir. The county provides a yearly allocation. It's paid out at quarterly increments, and part of that can be utilized for, it's really discretionary money that they can use, but vehicle maintenance is part of what it's determined to be used for.
Most of them do a good job with it. I'm not complaining about that. But just the fact that we are buying back a vehicle that basically belonged to the county, and they've had the use of it for ever how many years. And I just, to me, it's spending money that we really to buy back something that we basically already own.
Yes, sir.
Where would this $15,000 come from?
We have it already allocated in one of our other line items that we could utilize it for. It's in one of our capital accounts. We have some money that's there, that's savings from other things that we've done throughout, the years that we can utilize to do that.
Mitchell, you got anything else, sir?
Well, and I guess what will Callaway do with the money? Whatever they wish.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good deal.
Anyone else? Mr. Mitchell, you pulled that. What do you want to do, sir?
I pulled it in, I think in my mind, let me see what the, lacking, I'm of the opinion that we could just deny it. I mean, I'm probably the only one sitting here at the table feels like that, but this is county property, and we're basically buying it back. So I'll make a motion that the county uses the using the truck chassis as for rescue squad uses, and I don't see where we really need to pay for that. I don't know whether that'll, can you work that into a motion, Madam Clerk?
Just one moment. I think it's maybe listed.
A motion to deny the requested payment of $15,000 to the Callaway Volunteer Rescue Squad and the reallocation of the 2002 Ford Lifetime ambulance from the CVRS to the public safety fleet.
Okay.
If you're comfortable with that.
Thank you. I didn't, it's in front of me.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call on that one, please?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can I raise a question about the motion? It says approved or, deny the payment and the reallocation, so we're denying the reallocation? That means we're keeping the truck?
Yes.
Yes.
They are keeping the truck. And,
Make sure, 'cause it sounded a little bit like they were gonna keep the truck.
no, it goes to public safety.
Correct.
I think,
Mitchell.
yeah, I think, Mr. Mitchell, do you have a question?
Yeah, may I make a comment on the motion, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Mr. Mitchell, this is one of the squads in the county, in my district, that is still operating as a volunteer squad. I would like to see the money go to the squad in my district. Just earlier asking for money for squad in your district. I've always supported everything you want to do down there. I don't know why you want to take the money away from the Callaway Volunteers over this truck. It's $15,000 they could use towards their operation, and they're still operating as a volunteer squad. I would ask you to reconsider.
Got a motion on the table, we can do a vote, and that will be the answer.
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
I guess I'm like Mr. Mitchell. Would you mind come back up front, Mr. First? Please.
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand what everybody's saying, but who owns the truck now?
The truck is titled to the county of Franklin.
Okay, who paid for the truck?
The county paid $80,000 for the truck, and the truck was costing $92,000. And Callaway Volunteer Rescue Squad paid the remaining $12,000.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Callaway Rescue Squad paid the remaining $12,000. The truck cost $92,000.
Okay, Callaway paid the remaining $12,000.
$12,211.
Okay, I follow you now. Okay.
And they done the maintenance on the truck for its life.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions? All right, we'll do the vote.
Are we ready? Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Smith.
No.
Supervisor Tatum.
No.
Supervisor Cundiff.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
No.
That motion fails.
Madam Clerk, did that cover everything? Everything covered up to,
We still need action.
closed session? We got one more.
No, we still need action on this one here.
Yes.
We turned down that, so we got it. All right, so I need a motion now that we accept the ambulance reimbursement and reallocation proposal.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Need a second?
I will.
You want me to read the motion? You want me to read the
You
motion?
said you just made a motion. Go ahead and do
I would like to make a motion. I'm sorry. I move to approve the requested payment of $15,000 to the Callaway Volunteer Rescue Squad and the reallocation of a 2002 Ford Lifeline ambulance from Callaway Volunteer Rescue Squad to the public safety fleet.
Wait, just a minute. Now let me ask a question here. You gotta go to closed session. Aren't you a member of Callaway?
No, not the squad. No, no, sir.
Okay, no. Need a second?
I will.
Supervisor Smith seconded.
Do a roll call.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter. Yes. Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yeah. Is that everything now, ma'am? Except for the close?
Yes, sir.
Got everything off?
In
All
public
right.
comment. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibility of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks and insults, profane or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not functions of a local government and over which we have no control are not accepted. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, may be ruled out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Mr. Patrick Cosmato.
You will please come forward, state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Patrick Cosmato. I live at 67 Heatherton Lane, Hardy, Virginia. In the interest of full disclosure, I am married to Donna Cosmato, who is on the Franklin County School Board. And anything that I say, she does not necessarily agree or disagree with. I will state for the record, however, in my house, we try to keep that disagreement to a minimum. I've been attending the Franklin County School Board meetings most of her term, but particularly started going to them all the time when the whole issue of the Confederate flag was on the table, and my wife was surrounded by a group of the Penny Blue supporters who verbally tried to bully her, so therefore I've attended every meeting since that time, and the sheriff has been kind enough to make sure that there was a deputy there at every meeting since that time. I've also recently gone to some Bedford County school board meetings and found that they're doing some of the same crazy things that our school board is doing. As a matter of fact, I have a statement here from John Sharp, who's on the Bedford County Board of Supervisors, and he's addressing some of the things that they did. And he says, if they think they're going to remake our community to reflect Richmond values, they've got a rude awakening coming. Budget Susan can't get here soon enough. So I'm here to ask you for any help that you can, particularly with it, if it lies within your purview, to help us with our Franklin County School Board, which is out of control. They are breaking their own policy. They're violating the oath that they took to serve and defend the Constitution of the United States as well as the state of Virginia. They've even asked our deputies to do the same thing. They continually violate their own code, and they will restrict free speech. They'll take speakers like myself and cut their time a few seconds and then allow other speakers to go on if they care to. So we've got a board that is absolutely out of control. We've got someone like Jeff Worley who has a conflict of interest, continues to vote on issues where he has a conflict of interest, and I would submit that he shouldn't even be on the board because of his conflict of interest. John Atchew calls the citizens liars, and the list for Penny Blue is so long I can't even go any further. But it is amazing what is going on over there. So I'm here to plead with you, please exercise whatever means or control you may have, whether it's withholding funds or whether it's by way of referendum, but I would ask that you get involved in what's going on at this school board. I think even one of your members was denied the right to speak at one time. They need supervision. They need to be reined in. They're not serving at the will of the people that you represent and the people that they're supposed to represent. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon Winch.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Simon Winch. I live at 280 Woodwinds Road in Callaway. And I'm pretty much covering the same topic as Pat. I'm here to request that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors immediately suspends or ceases funding the school board until their house is put in order. I've attended several school board meetings, and it has been made abundantly clear that they have become so politicised and divisive that they are unable to function as a board. One board member, Penny Blue, has announced to the international press that from a very early age, everyone born in Franklin County is taught to be a white supremacist. The school board chairwoman, Julie Nix, has compounded this racist statement by defending Penny Blue, stating this is free speech. Let's make no mistake here, this is hate speech. We should not be tolerating it. Another school board member, John Atchew, has been caught colluding with John Crutchfield, the high school principal, in coercing Franklin County Education Association teachers to turn up early and crowd the room. This is a blatant attempt to suppress the residents of Franklin County's First Amendment rights. Furthermore, the board has successfully suppressed the First Amendment rights of a sitting US Congressman, Bob Good, and Snow Creek School Board candidate Carletta E. Whiting. These decisions have been made in closed session, backroom meetings, and have not even been agenda items. The board has consistently demonstrated that their utter contempt for the residents of Franklin County is not engaging their questions or concerns, and have been consistently unable to adhere to their own policy mandates. They have been ignored. They have even ignored the security concerns expressed by the sheriff on 3 separate occasions concerning the small boardroom that they insist on holding public meetings in. It is my humble opinion that the school board has gone rogue. Their latest farcical attempt in continuing the illegal mask-wearing saga, despite overwhelming scientific evidence to the contrary, has led to the school board attorney walking off the job. Our ability to hold these political activist board members accountable is almost futile. Censuring is a joke. They need relieving of their positions for gross dereliction of duty. I am requesting the Board of Supervisors to intervene as our only effective recourse. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Brian Wood.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Brian Wood, 310 Bailey Boulevard, Hardy, Virginia. I am the chairman of the Franklin County Militia. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. I'd like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd also like to thank you for voting to fund the canneries. The canneries provide an essential service for the Franklin County residents who wish to be more self-reliant, and the militia considers them to be critical infrastructure to our members and to all citizens of the county. Thank you for voting to fund the Sheriff Department bonuses, as well as the Emergency Services, Fire and Rescue, and 911 operators bonuses. Public safety is a critical priority for our members. We fully support the use of ARPA or carryover funds to pay for these necessary services. We need to retain our excellent public safety and Sheriff Department employees. This is a step in the right direction. I'd also like to take this opportunity to invite you to a planned rally on Saturday, September 25th. It's called Restore the Republic Freedom Rally, and it's being sponsored by the Patriotic Network of Franklin County. There will be nationally known speakers who will be in attendance, including the founder of the 1776 Project, and there will be other speakers talking about constitutional issues and how citizens can become more involved in their local government. And I'd really like to see all of you there, and I'd like to extend the invitation. It's Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., 150 Boone Bernard Drive in Boones Mill, Virginia, and I've passed along a flyer for each of you. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Miss Glenna Moore.
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore. I'm a Rocky Mount resident. Your mission statement encourages preserving our heritage. I agree, but only if preserving our heritage is inclusive and true. Did you know that the 1910 Confederate monument, erected by a few privileged United Daughters of the Confederacy members and one wealthy benefactor, had a voice? Some Franklin County citizens have been very expressive in describing what the monument's voice is telling them about a glorious and noble Confederate Civil War history and ancestry. Clearly, your board has put great credibility in the words and votes of those citizens. Allow me to share what the monument has said to 3 generations of my Franklin County family. In 1910s, 1920s, the monument spoke to my previously enslaved great-grandparents, Robert and Laura Young. It said to them, "You were freed by the 13th Amendment. I represent Franklin County citizens whose ancestors fought and died to keep you enslaved and to use states' rights to spread slavery. But we lost the war, and you're free. But you are not equal to whites. And I'll make sure laws, politics, and textbooks reflect that." In the 1930s and 40s, the Confederate statute spoke to my grandparents, Sam Young, a World War I veteran, and his wife, Dora. The statute told them, "You are farmers owning your land, able to sustain your family of 13 children, but you are not equal. You will not get the same financial support from banks, nor state and federal government entitlements as white farmers." In fact, an astounding number of black farmers will lose their land because of the racial policies I stand for. In the 50s and 60s, the statute continued to speak to African Americans in Franklin County. It said to my parents, Samuel and Nadine Hawkins, "You are well educated, but you are not equal. I make sure you are educated at underfunded, segregated schools and colleges." That's the Dixie definition of separate but equal. Additionally, I stand vigil as Virginia Senator Harry Byrd supports the popular Southern Manifesto by encouraging massive resistance to school segregation. Yet another attempt at states' rights to make sure your black children, Glenna and Kevin, will not be in the same schools and classrooms as white children. The monument speaks.
That is all that I have signed up to speak.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to address the board? Come forward, please, state your name, address.
My name is Everett Boone from Fairham, Virginia. I was not aware that comments were going to be made about the school board, but I've been watching what's been going on there for a few months, and I'm going to tell you what I told them at the last event. One of the gentlemen that's employed at the school, I think his name was Williams, Williams one, he did a presentation and referred to federal law, and I stopped him at the door and asked him to show me the federal law. He replied in an email saying that it was not federal law. Their attorney, who has since resigned, made a statement about legislation that had been passed and explained to them what caused legislation to become law incorrectly. And a gentleman that was on the school board referred to settled law that was not settled law. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else like to address? All right, seeing no more, we'll go back into closed session. Thank you all for your time and for your comments. Mr. Whitlow, you didn't have a chance to go through and do upcoming events and other matters. If you'd like to go first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind the board, upcoming November 30th and December 1st, our consultant will be with us, facilitator, I should say, to lead the board through a couple of days of a strategic planning session. And so, again, I'll just remind the board to mark your calendars. It's November 30th and December 1st. And she will likely be reaching out to you all individually and getting to know you a little more. And I think you'll really enjoy working with her over those 2 days. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, this is more time sensitive before we can get this to you. And it's a ratification, if you will, of a resolution this evening, and I'll ask Mr. Sandy to pass this out. The opportunity has presented itself for the county to apply for VDOT funding. Of course, our planning staff has been very successful in working with the Salem District Office with VDOT on securing a lot of different funding or smart scale funding for our projects and so forth. This one is Transportation Alternatives Program. It is for the Salem District. We do think we have a really good opportunity here to secure some funding to help complete portions of the Westlake Trail project, which is a project that is active, and of course we had secured a previous grant to prepare that trail which connects the Booker T. Washington National Monument with the Westlake Village. And so this is another opportunity that will complete that trail. There's no obligation from the board or from the county at this time, because the trail easement and working with the property owners will serve as the in-kind match. This is just a resolution that needs to accompany the application. We're not sure if we'll be successful or not, but it will take board action to adopt the resolution so we could submit that application in hopes of securing some funding.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll go into,
and Mr. Chairman, to complete the application, we'd need board action.
Thank you. Okay.
So we'll need a vote, Mr. Chairman, because it is time sensitive, October 1st, so we will need.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
Do you need a motion, Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Whitley?
We'll take care of that.
For the resolution?
Okay. We'll take care of it in just a minute,
Okay, all right.
Is that everything?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at this time, and I know there are some closed session items as well.
Okay. All right, now we'll go into other matters by supervisors. Start down on the end with senior member, Mr. Mitchell. I'm fine. I didn't hear you.
He doesn't have
He's
any.
not in. Mr. Carter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of quick things. I'm a little bit concerned about the increase in CSA from our financial director's report today. I think we need to keep a close eye on that. That seems to have really spiked up, unsustainable. And the other thing I would like to mention to you all, to have a former chairman come before this board today and talk to us about natural gas and Mountain Valley Pipeline when he sat up here and said he was neutral and condemned the citizens of this county that were trying to get help from this board. It's irreprehensible. And he was not on the agenda to speak, and I don't want him allowed to speak again unless he gets on the agenda like everybody else has to. I don't appreciate his comments, and the people of Franklin County don't appreciate what he had to say either. To say he's neutral and come before this board and spill that crap out on us, I don't appreciate it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
No, sir, I just, I'm thankful that the way the vote went tonight for the firehouse. I know it's gonna be a challenge, but I think we can handle it. I think it'll work out. But I still wanna thank everybody. I wanna thank all the volunteers who talked to me, all the phone calls that I got. I appreciate what everybody said, and I listened to what everybody said. And like I said, once again, I'm glad we're moving forward with it. I think we can work things out. Thank you.
Mr. Tatum.
One thing I want to throw out is the capital improvement grant opportunity that I've spoken about several times for our volunteers. I want to push forward with this. I don't know if we're ready for a motion at this point for it, or we'd be better off with staff to crunch some numbers and come back next month. My intent was to use a percentage of our carryover funds, but I think we've pretty well depleted our carryover funds to rather heavily tonight. So I cut down the number that I would like to see us reach. I was originally going to ask for $100,000 to be made available for this grant, but to get the grant started, I'd like the staff to crunch some numbers, and let's see if we can make $20,000 available for this grant opportunity to be handled through the Fire Association, and it must be a matching grant from the agency, so they have to have some money to put into it. The Fire Association would be charged with vetting these grants, and the reason I said 20,000, we have to start somewhere. We'll start with that this year, and next year I'd like to see us work toward putting some more money into the budget for this opportunity. If we make it available and nobody applies for it and none's used, then it's not used. But if there's a need, you know, I don't know if 20,000 would cover Mr. Mitchell's need down at Snow Creek, but if it would, that would give us a small pot of money they could apply for, and that money could be used to build a bathroom or whatever their needs are down there for the building. It's not enough to build a fire department. You know, we'd be wishful thinking to do that, but let's say if someone comes up and needs a parking lot sealed or something, it would give us a small pot of money that we could make available for them. It's not 100% fund. They're going to have to come up with, in my opinion, it should be at least a 10%, if not a 20% match to come from the agency that's requesting it. And like I said, to give controls to the volunteers, I'd like to see the vetting, the application process and the vetting go through the Fire Association, and them have to come before this board and make a recommendation. Of course, the final stamp of approval would be up to this board. That's, like I said, I just, for now, I'm asking Chris if y'all will just put together some numbers to see if we can do that, if we have the money available for a $20,000 grant to be added. And I'd like to have that ready for next month so that we could try to get that awarded before the 1st of January, if possible.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Tatum, you know, staff could take a look at that and put that together, but I would want a consensus of the board to. Okay, you're coming back. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
We've got several things we're going to have to.
Sure, I'm sorry. Jump ahead.
I don't have anything.
Mitchell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agree with what Mr. Carter said. Definitely agree with what Mr. Tatum said. Something that just seems like it just kind of got put to the side. The citizens on the other side of the railroad tracks of Diamond Avenue. Where are we on that situation, Mr. County Administrator? Because
yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Carter had a chance recently. County presented itself an opportunity with a property owner. It was a promising opportunity because Appalachian Power was looking to do a rebuild of the transmission line, and so staff actively worked with that particular property owner and Appalachian Power as a possible way of egress out, you know, in that area and situation. Repeatedly visits, calls with that particular property owner. That property owner would not agree even for an emergency temporary access, just for an emergency access where the homeowner would not be out any money and so forth. And we've revisited that a couple of times, but to no degree of success with that property owner.
Okay. While I got you talking, I spoke briefly on it. So it's been brought to my attention that when one of our paid public safety employees contracts COVID and they go out sick with COVID, that they're having to use their paid leave to take that time off. Can you brief our board on what you have found out, please? Sure. And then get that information to Director Ferguson so he can let his people know, please.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Mitchell, regarding paid leave for, you know, someone that may have contracted COVID, not necessarily COVID in general, but as an example, COVID while on the job, which is kind of hard to prove a lot of times of where someone may have picked up COVID. In this particular case, in the public safety area, it certainly could be an EMS personnel. That being said, last year under the CARES Act, there was the COVID, and I forget the name, Mr. Gwynn may remember, the name of the COVID relief. Yes, yes, and yes, thank you, Mr. Gwynn. And it was a leave whereby during the pandemic, during the national emergency, and this applied for all employees and so forth, that employees were not necessarily penalized if they had contracted COVID. And so when I say penalized, they didn't necessarily have to use their accrued sick or vacation leave. Of course, all that has long since expired. It expired last year. Since that time, the county operates under its regular policies where workers' compensation, just like a workers' comp claim if someone was injured on the job, that employee, of course, files a workers' comp claim, which is approximately 67%, to get reimbursed back for the use of the leave or the pay. In this particular, and there's one particular case where the employee, with the caveat, the employee needs to apply for the workers' comp. And of course, our Human Resources Department, we've had discussions with them, Mr. Mitchell, since your call of concern, to make sure they do everything they can do to reach out to any employee, whether it's a specific employee in fire EMS or otherwise, to make sure that we're, one, following our policy correctly, but two, making sure that they're applying for the workers' comp reimbursement. And then what happens after that, the county is then, or the employee, if you will, is credited back any vacation or sick leave that would have been credited from the workers' comp claim.
Why are they having to use paid leave instead of just sick leave? If they're out sick with COVID, why wouldn't they just have to use sick leave?
They can leave. They can use their sick leave. They can use their annual leave. It's just credited back to them. It's just how the policy is arranged. It's an excellent point in terms of the balance. If they do not have enough of the hours, I guess, banked, Mr. Mitchell, the question then is to make that particular employee whole in terms of the workers' comp claim. You know, is there an opportunity to put those hours back, if you will, for any that wasn't 100%? And so we've had discussions at the staff level of looking at needing possibly to do that, and maybe what some of the other localities are doing. We haven't had a chance to talk with Mr. Gwynn in depth or anything really at all on the workers' comp policy, but the county. But it is funded through workers' comp.
Yeah, if they're out sick, it should be sick leave. I mean, we just voted tonight to give them more paid leave, and they've been having to burn paid leave, so they're getting beat up even more having to use paid leave, and it just irritates me they're having to use paid leave. Can we get this cleared up for our public safety staff, please?
We will follow up, Mr. Mitchell, certainly.
I would like to request, I spoke with one of my customers. As you guys know, we're getting the emails and the calls. They're sending out over our fire pagers just how stressed and maxed out our hospitals are in our region. I spoke with one of my customers who is a ER doctor, and she informed me that our governor can declare a state of emergency due to COVID, which would release National Guard resources to help our hospitals with tending to patients, setting up tents outside in the parking lot, triage, whatever it may be. But he has to declare a state of emergency. Can we send a letter to the governor asking for him to do this? Would the board approve that? Wish there was a cricket in the room. I mean, this is something that she told me that he can do. You know, if y'all just want me to be quiet about it, I'll be quiet. It's fine. I'm just saying he has this power. He needs to put politics to the side, not try to make the president look bad right now, and do what's right for our state. It would allow the National Guard to come in and help our hospitals, who are absolutely to the breaking point right now. My father was in the hospital. They told him that if he wouldn't lay in the hallway on a cot, they were going to send him to Tennessee. That was the next closest room he could go to. Yes, sir. She said they had a critical patient. The closest ICU bed was New Hampshire. If you pay attention to the skies, look at the lifeguard helicopters. Non-stop patient transports out of the state. We are in a state of emergency with COVID. Just a letter under guidance of a doctor that I know very well. Do I need to put that in the forth of a motion?
Guide on this.
Oh, you do? Oh, just tell me to shut up, Ronnie. That's fine. Just tell me to be quiet, buddy. All right. What else do I have? I keep getting emails from constituents, my district, y'all's districts. What is this vaccine mandates passport that I keep getting emails about? Saying that it is our duty to not impose vaccine passports on the citizens of this county. Can anyone elaborate on this?
We're not.
Or not.
I don't know that we are.
I just email them back. I don't know what they're talking about. Does anybody know what they're talking about?
No.
Ferguson, you got any comment on that? You know what you're talking about?
No, sir, I have no idea, sir.
Yeah. As the supervisor for the Blackwater District, I'm not supporting any of that. I just want to get that on public record. So, hopefully people are paying attention tonight. But
I'm not sure we can do it unless it's mandated by the governor.
that's state and federal.
Yeah, that's gonna be straight on.
Captain? Dillon's Mill, I'm getting a lot of emails from constituents on Dillon's Mill that pipeline trucks are running them out of the road, not driving safely. Can we step up patrol up there, please? Thank you. Mr. Sandy, since you are our broadband guru, I'm getting calls from constituents saying they're calling BriskNet to try to get hooked up now that the tower's in Callaway, and not the first constituent I've talked to can get internet from BriskNet. This is what I want. I want BriskNet to tell me how many people they're going to be able to serve in the Callaway area right there. And if they can't, just be honest, and let's take the tower down. It is a huge eyesore. Everybody up there is upset about it. It should have never been put there in the first place. They need to be upfront and honest with this board on what they're capable of doing, because everybody I've talked to, they're calling, they can't get it. So why do we even have it? Can you do that for me? Tell them to get that to me, to let me know how many homes they can actually reach in Callaway. Sure, and also ask. Actually on the tower yet, so that might be one of the reasons nobody can get service. The number they called said that just ask them, please. And a month ago, I asked in broadband meeting about the harmful effects of 5G on our kids. We really need to look into that. If there's harmful effects from 5G, we need to remove anything 5G related that's going to be close to our children at Glade Hill and Callaway. All right. So to get to what I talked about earlier, Director Ferguson, feel free to help me out with this. All right. Our public safety department needs our help. Okay. Mr. Whitlow, feel free to jump in. If nobody wants to jump in and help me fight, I'll do it by myself. We are obligated to protect the health and safety and well-being of the citizens of this county. Their tax dollars pay for 6 medic trucks a day and a response vehicle in Snow Creek. They're not getting it. I'm going to let the citizens of this county know you're not getting it. We are having trouble hiring people. We are one of the lowest paid in the area. Retaining people. People are getting in this job of being a firefighter medic, and you're on an ambulance. You are facing COVID every day, all day long, and it is extremely taxing on our paramedic and paramedic firefighters for public safety. Director Ferguson, I hear him on the radio. He's riding an ambulance. Our director of public safety is riding it. Thank you, Director Ferguson, for stepping up and doing what you got to do for your department. Why is our director having to do that? I don't care what other localities are facing. I don't care what's going on nationally. This is Franklin County. We need to do what we need to do to make sure that Franklin County is taken care of. I don't think we have time to wait for the pay study. Like I said, Chris says $245,000. We take it from where we have to. It's got to come right off the top when we go to budget next year. But I feel that the public safety department in this county is hanging on by a thread. We've got to step in here and help Director Ferguson and get the morale up, get the people a raise. we got them the more paid hours tonight. That's great. We're going to talk about a bonus for them next month. But we've got to let these people know we got their back. And if I need to put it in the fourth of a motion, I'll do it. But it's got to be done. It has to be. Do I just make a motion? I'll be glad to do so.
I think it was taken care of, and we've got to give staff a chance to see what can be worked out. You've got your wishes there that's come out. You stated 10% raise. Staff's got to look at it and work it out to see if and how they can do it.
With him getting the numbers on how much it costs, we just have to let him know to find the money and what account to use it for. So, I mean, I feel like they've done the homework. You know, Chris and Phyllis got the numbers on what it would cost to do this. I mean, what else do you want staff to work on, Mr. Chairman?
We got it opened up now to do a public hearing because it has changed the budget. It's out of the cycle. We got to come up with these figures to go to public hearing to do that.
So, but I thought that was for the $3,000 bonus.
It's all part of the budget. It's all part of it because it changes in more than 1%.
For all the stuff we talked about earlier, but I'm talking about something completely different. So you want to include this 10% in the public hearing?
It's not what I want to do. It's what has to be done because it's all involved with the numbers thing. It changes it. Am I right or wrong?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you know, the budget public hearing, I guess, in October that's been scheduled is to appropriate the American Rescue Plan Act funds, the 10.8 million and so forth. In addition, looking at making those modifications that the board had on the carryover. Above and beyond that, a reoccurring and all of that is one-time dollars, one-time bonus payments or one-time canneries or cybersecurity and so forth. To move forward with Mr. Mitchell's proposal, of course, we would require identifying ongoing dollars, of course, not just this year, but ongoing next year. And as Mr. Brian Carter, of course, he's not with us now, if the board can move forward to commit to that, we can identify the funds to do that now. But as Mr. Carter had spoke with earlier, just, you know, keeping in mind during budget time next year, the county would have to find, you know, $250,000 and so forth in ongoing dollars to continue to sustain a raise because that's ongoing dollars and not one-time dollars.
Right. Which is why I didn't think it would be part of the October public hearing. Guys, I'm telling y'all, I know what I'm talking about. I wish I had some help up here. I really do. But I'm telling y'all, I know what I'm talking about. There's one thing y'all can take to the bank is what I'm telling y'all right now. Retention is critical right now. We cannot afford to lose another single paid public safety employee. We cannot afford it right now, guys and girls. I'm telling you. You've got to trust me on this matter. Just need to give staff the approval to do it. We have that authority and power to do it. Knowing that when we go to budget next year, it's got to come right off the top. And I understand how it works. This is an operating cost. But we can't afford to lose any more people in that department. They're getting absolutely killed out there. Do you want me to make a motion, or is it going to be part of the public hearing next month?
I'm going to open it all up in just a minute, Ronnie.
All right, go ahead.
When everybody gets through for everything that's been up.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Tatum, you had a comment.
Yeah, I would like to say I agree with what Mr. Mitchell was saying. We have got to do something, but in the short term, I want to applaud Mr. Ferguson for taking part in something that I was just informed the other day, that Franklin County is going to be partnering with Henry County starting in November to offer a academy down there and using their training center as well as our training facilities as a partner. And my understanding, Pitt County, Patrick County, several other counties are coming in. I think this is a step in the right direction. The issues we have with our EMS is a regional, state, national. It's a problem everywhere, and we've got to address it locally to make sure we take care of our people. But I really applaud the efforts that you're putting forward to work with other surrounding counties and agencies to make this work better, because I know it's hard for you to have an academy starting in January or February or whenever, and Henry County was pushing to trying to find people to have enough to justify an academy. With everybody pulling together, you're able to get those numbers to make it work. And also look at some other options that may be available. Work schedules. I know Henry County is looking at going to a 24-hour schedule. Right now they're 12 hours. They're looking at going to a 24 on, 72 off schedule. The director from Pitt County relayed to the director in Henry County, he wishes he wouldn't do that, because if he does, he'll lose all of his people to Henry County, because it's such a lucrative, cushy schedule, for lack of better terms. What are some other options other than money that we can do locally to support our crews, whether it's scheduling, training, whatever we can do to make their jobs easier? All of this needs to be on the table. Again, I applaud the efforts you've done so far, and like I said, anything and everything needs to be on the table that we can make this work. It's not just about money. Money is just the easiest thing to identify, but let's put everything on the table, because we want our people that are in charge of coming out when we dial 911. That's why we did what we did for the Sheriff's Department tonight. We want to make their job as easy as we can and as enjoyable as we can make it. It's a tough career, it's tough jobs, but it's incumbent on us to pool the resources, do what we can to make their job as bearable as we can.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tatum. And we have reached out with support of staff to partner with Henry County, Patrick, Pitt, I believe the city of Danville is going to come in, city of Martinsville, to do this. And what it did is it's opening up a hiring pool where in the past we've always only hired folks who were already paramedics or EMTs. So now we'll be able to create a bigger pool that will benefit all of us. And we have looked at the different schedules, 24/48, 24/72s. We would like to talk about that as we move through the budget year, because it does require hiring and adjusting schedules like that. But we are looking at that. But our people are under a lot of stress, and we do run a tremendous amount of calls. And now the normal wear and tear is even increased with COVID there and all this other stuff. But we do appreciate everything you guys are doing for us, and look forward to continue working with you to find out other, I guess you'd say, out of the box things that we can do. So.
Thank you. Mr. Gundy?
Well, I understand what Mr. Ronnie Mitchell was saying. I understand what Mr. Tatum's saying. But when we put something on the table without discussing it with our director, we sidestepping him. And I'm not saying we don't need it, but I'm just saying that before we put something out, I think we need to hear from Mr. Ferguson, Director of Public Safety, on what his concerns are, what we need to do. It's okay for us to do this, but I think we need to start with the person that's involved with it the most, and that's Mr. Ferguson. So I would like to see from now on, if we're going to do something, let's have his input first before we jump out and start doing all this other stuff, because he may know some different way to do it than we do. But, like I said, I think when we plan something without hearing from him, we sidestep in his authority. And that's what he gets, as you say, gets paid the big bucks for. So I would like to see us work more closely with him and let us know from him what we actually need.
Okay, I have a couple things on my list for that. I've been asked for if the board would approve $15,000 for lights for the park, since we couldn't do the fair. If there was any money or anything that could be transferred over so that they could do that, to try to do the parade of lights on that, if there's anything there. And then another thing that I was asked about is a walking trail at Smith Farm. I know the farm, the county already owns it, and it can be used for recreation, education, if this is a particular thing. This particular person has got volunteers and the money to do a walking trail, and I'd like to see that, if it's at all possible. I have to go through the county's attorney and see if everything can be worked out, and we can do that to do a walking trail. It was presented to me that it goes around the perimeter, and I know I'm gonna be wrong. It's gonna be on the upper end, right in behind the old Dudley Mart. And go around the perimeter trail on that. It shouldn't affect the fences and whatnot on that. So I have that added to our list. Okay, since everybody, all of them has done that, let's go back and start on our list for a consensus. Some of them we gotta do a vote on, and some of them we can actually do a consensus. The first one is the resolution that, for the transportation alternative set aside, from the VDOT that Mr. Whitlow talked about. We need a motion on this. So, Mr. Tatum?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution as presented for VDOT.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? All right. All right, on the next one, raises and everything for public health, for the raises that Mr. Mitchell has presented. What's the board want to do? What's your pleasure on that? He stated in his earlier statement, if I remember, a 10% raise.
Yes, sir.
I'm real concerned. I know you want to do that tonight. I understand that. But I think we need to give staff a chance to work on this to see how much of a raise we gave the sheriff's office. We gotta be careful with this stuff. We don't need to come back, and I don't remember how much was there that the sheriff and how much was given in the last, and what the separation is there. And that's how I feel about it. I think, I'm not opposed to the raise at all, but I think we need to do, and then where's the money gonna come from? What's that gonna do to affect the budget, and how it will be in that, and I think all of those particulars can be worked out by our next meeting. But, what's the rest of you say? Mr. Mitchell wants to do it tonight. That's what I say. What's the rest of you say?
I'm in favor of the 10% raise for public safety, and I would be okay with doing it tonight, but I would also understand if staff needs time to figure out where the money comes from for a better explanation, because we not only have to explain to our staff and our employees what we're doing, but we also have to be able to explain to the public where the money's coming from. Like I said, I'm prepared to vote for it tonight if it comes to that, but I'm okay with giving Mr. Whitlow till next month to put everything together.
Mr. Carter?
My concern, we're spending a lot of money here pretty quickly. We've been given a lot of money with COVID and ARPA and all this, but at some point down the road, that money's gonna go away, and we are creating a continual
ongoing
flow of money, and I think we're gonna have to put the brakes on some of this spending until staff has time to do some analysis here, because we've got to look not just a year or two down the road, we got to look 10 years down the road, and we have a lot of other obligations to pay for. And I'm going to tell you all right now, if I get reelected, I'm not voting for any tax increases. I was the only no vote on that last real estate tax increase, which we did not need. And I'm not hitting the taxpayers for any more money moving forward. So I think we need to be very careful moving forward with all this money we're spending here. I'm not saying the people don't deserve it. I know they all work hard. I appreciate everything they do, but I have a job. I don't get raises like this all the time. You can call my sister right now. She hasn't given me a raise in 3 years. And I'm exposed to COVID. I'm exposed to a lot of this stuff, but I think we need to circle the wagons here a little bit and really have some frank discussion about some of this money we're spending.
I'll stop by tomorrow and talk to him. Yes, sir.
Mr. Whitlow, my head's spinning a little bit. We've done a lot with COVID funding, CARES money, and ARPA, and with respect to public safety in the sheriff's office. For me, and it may be helpful to the board, I'd like to get an overview document that outlines all of the things that have been done for public safety in the sheriff's office and when, so that we can get a good idea of all that has been done and maybe where the gaps are. I share, some of Mr. Carter's concerns with regard to, creating heavy recurring expenditures, especially because we've got a PACE study that's going to be coming, and it's going to be making recommendations that are going to require some years of phased-in funding to get it done. And we've got to keep our eye on the long view. And I likewise, I'm not going to spend so much money that we can't operate this county and we have to increase taxes. We've got to be good stewards. That's why I am a huge proponent of our reserve funds. So, Mr. Whitlow, if you could draft something like that, and Mr. Chairman, if you would see fit to support that, I think it would be helpful for us.
Mr. Whitlow, do we not have the public safety work session coming up in October?
Well, we have not scheduled that work session, Mr. Chairman. We can do so. Of course, it depends on what the pleasure of the board. We can do so looking at October, or certainly we know that public safety will be I'm sure, a topic of discussion with our overall board strategic plan. So we can schedule whenever the board is wanting and staff to look at scheduling that. And really it's instructive to staff whenever that is scheduled. Really what the board would be, it would be instructive to us what the board would like to see in that work session.
Mr. Mitchell?
I'm good with waiting till next month, give staff time to put something together for us to look at in October. In the meantime, I would like to make a motion that we put out a survey to all volunteer and paid fire and EMS personnel to give us some guidance on what needs to change in this county, especially on the paid side. Mr. Tatum's mentioned it before. It needs to be done. Looking for a second.
Can we make that an anonymous survey and
it has to be anonymous.
Give them a section for remarks?
Yeah, we can just set that up on the website, can't we, on the county website, in a secure site that only staff has. They can go on there and not see what somebody else is doing.
Yeah, we can set up a forum. We would just need to know the questions, who would receive that, a listserv, and those sort of logistics.
So we don't really need a motion on that, it's just a consensus, correct? To set that up, but we gotta know the questions. I mean, as far as I don't know, as far as I'm concerned, the rest of you tell me what you wanna do. Mr. Ferguson, you wanna do there, put some questions on there?
Yes, sir.
I don't think it needs to be 100 questions, but maybe, 8 or 10, pretty.
5 in remark section.
And a couple of y'all want to be on there and do that. I think we can do that. If you want to be there.
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to come up with the questions.
I'll do it. One more that would like to, you wanted to, all right, and the three of y'all get with Bill. And y'all come up with, how many questions you want? 5, 6, 7, 8?
No more than 10. You need to keep it simple.
KISS method.
Yep.
Keep it simple, stupid. Yep.
It,
No more than 10 in the
Yeah.
remarks section.
Yeah, 10 or less.
that suit everybody?
Yes.
Me.
How about the work session for public safety? Do we want to do that on that, Monday, the 18th of October, where we've been meeting on the day before our board? Does that suit everybody? Seems like that's what everybody's got down.
Are we
October
We'll have a
18th.
broadband meeting on that day?
Potentially, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at Mr. Sandy in terms of broadband.
We probably would have an opportunity for at least a brief update on project information, similar to what Mr. Mitchell brought up earlier.
So we've been meeting with that at 2:30, 2:30?
It varies, you know, sometimes we started at 2:30, sometimes at 3, so.
You want to
We
start
can
it at,
schedule
well, y'all
whenever.
tell me what you want to do it at 2:30 until 3:30 for broadband? And then 3:30 to 5:30 for the workshop? Does that suit everybody? How y'all want to do it?
I would, Mr. Whitlow, can you be ready? I know that this was gonna be a
Yeah.
pretty comprehensive overview.
I was just trying to think through that, Ms. Smith.
I think we need to give Chris more time personally.
Yeah, I was going to say there's several things here. One with satisfaction engagements survey and so forth, and getting that information back, Mr. Chairman. But yeah, with Mr. Carter being out as well. But in addition, as part of the pay compensation study that we have that's been launched, there is an employee focus group survey that will be actually going out to career staff across the organization in terms of how long have you been with the county, what do you like about your employment with the county, the benefits and so forth. So the timing of that is good. I can get back certainly to find out when that information comes back from that survey. Also coordinating back, again, if it's the pleasure of the board, on this other public safety matter. But I do think just to schedule the meeting, to have the meeting, that's one thing. But in terms of putting all the information together and having time to do that, it may be more instructive and beneficial for the board when we have a lot of that information together. But again, we'll do whatever the board wishes, but it is a compressed time frame, because I know.
What, you tell us.
We'll start collecting the information on all the different documents together, but I don't think the October 18th timeframe would give really us enough time to really have a meaningful work session at this point.
Would November be more?
November, of course, we do have the strategic planning session, November 30th and December 1st.
And there's gonna be some preparatory work for that, I'm sure.
Yes, that's correct. And so it may be in that strategic planning session that this topic in terms of the public safety strategic plan or comprehensive plan, at least very well may be and likely a part of the board's overall strategic plan, and then what the board would like to see in that plan. So we can schedule another time in November if we feel like we need to do one specifically. But I know it is going to take 2 days out of the board's schedule, November 30th and December 1st.
So maybe instead of scheduling 10, we should wait till after that. Just wait till after that. That's probably gonna be the best thing, is just to wait. They got enough, maybe we can get at least some preliminary numbers together by our next board meeting on that.
I just worry about we've put a lot on staff tonight, and in addition to what we already have scheduled.
I think let's give Chris and staff a good 2 or 3 months to work on this. This is going to take a whole day to discuss fire and EMS in this county. And we got to make sure we got the right people invited to the party.
I've been tossing about, maybe that'll give something for thought. I've been talking, well, I'm getting tired again. I've been thinking about you hear about that on the TV and the radio all the time, and you see it on these billboard sign-up bonuses. It might be something that we may have to get into. It's like, if you sign up, give you X amount of dollars after you stay here for 6 months or something. A year, some kind of a sign-up bonus. I even saw, y'all did too, y'all go around like I do.
Yeah,
Y'all
I see them all the
I
time.
saw that on, and I don't know how they did that at Kroger the other day, that, they were giving you a bonus up front and then paying you every day. That was, you know, when you get your gas, and that was on there, and they pay you every day. But anyway, all right, I got, so we're gonna take care of the raises, and I guess the money thing for the lights for Christmas, that's gonna be up to if staff can, well, I mean, we've talked about a pile of money today.
No kidding.
Where's it gonna come from?
That's my concern.
And the walking trail, capital improvements grant of $100,000 needs for bathroom at Snow Creek Rescue Squad, and can't read my own writing. Oh, a letter to the governor to declare a state of emergency. Talk about that for a second. How do you feel about that?
The capital improvement grant for volunteers, I think it was it wasn't 120,000, it was just 20,000.
I put on there 100 to 20.
It was just straight up 20, and then because we have depleted our carryover funds tremendously already today.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to the emergency order, I don't see anything happening in an election year. I think that's why we've not seen any more mandates lately.
The thing about that, I mean, we know we're gonna have a new governor this year. Who it's gonna be, we don't know that yet. I mean, I don't care if if the county sends a letter asking for it, if that'll help.
Yeah.
But I don't see where that hurts anything. The rest of you guys have to tell me what you think before we ask that.
I think it falls in there, it doesn't hurt to ask if it's gonna help.
What are the, maybe Chris could answer this, what are the implications if we send the governor a letter? I mean, is there any backlash on the county or?
On the grants we've asked for?
I would, if I knew the answer to that, Mr. Carter, I guess, maybe I would, have a little money in the pocket for political, projections and so forth. I do not know the answer to that. What I will say, in terms of the, region and the hospitals, that are at capacity, Roanoke and down to South Side and so forth. Beginning tomorrow, in fact, I think there's an event scheduled potentially at the Berglund Center where all the health systems are issuing advisory, if you will, to the public to be very mindful of the use of emergency rooms because of the situation with COVID right now. In an effort not only that, but just to discuss the COVID situation. And as part of that, these regional leaders of the health systems and so forth, as I understand, may be discussing more pressure, if you will, or at least push at the state level as things become, hopefully not, but if things become more critical. And so I do understand those conversations are being had and some actions being taken in terms of the media advisories being issued as early as tomorrow. That didn't necessarily answer your question completely, but I can't predict what that would be, Mr. Carter, in terms of any backlash on the county from that.
All right, has anybody got anything else?
Mr. Mr. Chairman, back to Mr. Tatum's on capital improvement grant program in terms of maybe putting pen to paper. Is that, you know, I don't know what the consensus of the board is in terms of staff doing that, or is that part of maybe the larger discussion of the public safety work session that
we can make that part of the public safety work session.
And again, I'm just trying to think how to divide and conquer to get all of this
give
to the
everyone
board.
equal opportunity to have input on it, think about it, and have input on it. we may even need to wait and put the money in next year's budget for it instead of trying to come up, we want to do it right when we do it, so.
And then, Mr. Chairman, in terms of getting back then on the compensation and so forth and what that may look like, I guess it's just getting back some information with that matter as well. I know we have the public hearing scheduled next month, but if there's any further staff time or involvement that the board wishes us to spend on that, at this point.
Do we still want to do that committee with those questions, or do we want to wait till we get the results of the survey back?
Let's do a survey first.
If we do the survey first and then wait to see.
The county survey that and it has, things like, your core benefits, your fringe benefits. What are some things you would like to see changed about your benefits? What jobs does the county have a hard time recruiting? What jobs have high turnover? These are all questions as part of the compensation study that the consultants is launching. And so I think that'll be instructive, not just for public safety, it's been shared, but countywide.
Can we send out a message to department heads to strongly encourage their employees to take part in this survey?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's only as good as the information we receive back.
Absolutely.
Take part, it doesn't help us.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
All right, we'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we've got closed session. Back there in the big room, before we spread out.
Yes,
more.
Mr. Chairman, and of course, the board will need to make that motion to go into closed session.
Let me find it, it's in here somewhere.
He's got it here, he just.
Yeah, right here. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. Or A29, discussion of terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Second.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Tungus.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Yeah, come back and get.
So I can read that?
Are we coming? We're coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, come back and get, so you can read that.
Thanks.
Do you want to-